Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess I better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you, Space Fams, here on this Friday evening. A lot to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist. Oh, no, 1, 2, 3, and... Wait, hold on, this is all very confusing. What's happened? Right, Mo and Noah first, Hermit Horologist second, and MST Wash third. Emily S. also here, young Chris... Gat, Patty Beauregard, and Christian Savage, Edwin Thornton too, Sweet Chewy Forever, and Southern Paulo, and Cali Cat on Twitch. Beautiful to see all you people here already here on this Friday evening weekending report. So much to talk about. Where do we even start? My God, I have so many things on the list to talk about. Oh, things of legal nature. Deportations up. Stupidity also increasing, especially among the MAGA crowd. Oh, what else we got? Oh, I have all sorts of little snippets in here. Candace Owen breaking some brains for the right wing. Some updates on Natalie Harp, as well as Flotus. Oh, primary elections still not over. Even though most of them are done, we got about 5 left. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Delaware. 4. It's only 4 left. Wow. Wow. It's been a crazy week. Economy getting worse. Debt hitting $40 trillion. What else are we talking about today? Oh, that's right, the climate collapsing. El Nino, Super El Nino, Super Mega Godzilla El Nino. And all the storms that are coming in unexpected, perhaps, places. And then, of course, we have other news to talk about here across the world. But first, as always, let's start in the United States. Guess who's back? Oh, I bet you can't guess. I bet you can't guess. He's a long time... Well, at least was a long-time fixture in the media, especially as it relates to the president.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This guy happened to be the president's former lawyer, and no, I'm not talking about Attorney General Dot Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
No, I am talking about Donald Trump's longtime attorney and quote-unquote fixer, Michael Cohen, who has come back onto the scene for, well, I mean, it depends on where you're looking at it from, but for either expected or unexpected reasons. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's one-time lawyer and fixer whose testimony helped make his old boss a convicted felon, is now doing all he can to win back the president. This evening, he released a portion of a radio interview he did, kissing up over and over again with the guy he not too long ago called...
I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite stories from the week. This is more recent news, but I figured we'd start it off here. I mean, why not? We have been watching Donald Trump reward people all around him for doing all sorts of things, giving him money, saying nice things about him, whatever it might be. I mean, he's been doling out pardons left and right at an unprecedented pace. Why should the fact that Michael Cohen helped convict Donald Trump prevent, I don't see why. He just got to come in and he's got to say the right things. And it seems like he's trying his very, very best. Oh, he's getting out there. I mean, this guy wrote 2 different books about Donald Trump. Let's not forget, Michael Cohen wrote 2, not 1, but 2 books about Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden he's saying some very strange things.
WABC Radio.
The president and I, over the course of the past 1 year, have seen each other 3 times. And during those meetings, they were emotional. They were familiar. Again, it's very tough to describe the feeling. We had a friendship for 15 years.
Very close friendship.
Very, very close. Jesus fucking Christ. There is. I just keep wanting to strike my brain against something solid. Just to make things make more sense. Because everything is just so fucked right now. How is it that this guy is back and has somehow hung out with the president 3 times? I mean, it shows you that honestly, Donald Trump, he is completely transactional, right? Like, I mean, yeah, Michael, he might have testified against him that 1 or 2 or a number of different times, but he could still be useful to the president, and he has been useful to the president in the past. Why just get completely rid of the guy? I mean, it's fascinating. 3 separate meetings between Michael Cohen and the president in the last year. Mikey Mike has been real busy over here trying to lobby for that pardon hard. I mean, this is the first I'm hearing about it in the last year and a half. 3 times, Michael? That's a lot of times. Why are you just telling us about it now? Oh, I bet it's because it's now Michael's job to say some things about the president. That will hopefully, at least in his mind, get him a pardon.
Feeling. We had a friendship for 15 years.
Very close friendship.
That was rocked by politics, by the weaponization of the Department of Justice. And interestingly enough, that's part of the conversation, that there may be no 2 people on this planet that have had the Justice Department weaponized against them.
Okay. The fact that this is what he and the president are bonding over. So we got Donald Trump's former lawyer representing now the Justice Department, and then his other former lawyer hanging out, bonding with him over how they are the 2 most persecuted people on the planet. Oh God, the victim complex on these guys.
More than Trump and I. There has not been 2 people maybe that have been put against one another. Maybe, I don't know, since Andrew Jackson and Burr. I mean, the only difference is, there was no hot lead. In this one, there was only incarceration.
What are you talking about? Oh my God. Also, Andrew Jackson, not the guy who shot Aaron Burr. But look, I don't expect him to get history correct. But it's just, it's fascinating that Michael Cohen all of a sudden pops out of the blue. here and then just start saying things like, oh, the president, oh, he's the most persecuted man on the planet. Oh, just like me. Just like me. Don't I deserve a pardon, sir? Now, from what I understand, Michael Cohen is very upset that Joe Biden
I'm staying in the race.
didn't give him a pardon, but gave Hunter Biden a pardon.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
And I can understand that. I can understand being upset, feeling left out. And so he's immediately returned to a teat that he knows well, the teat of the president, to suckle at and hopefully get some kind of favor for said suckling. Oh, sir, you're the most persecuted person on the planet. Do you need any help at the DOJ? Would you like me to go out and tell people how persecuted you are? I mean, that seems to be what Michael is doing right now. He's just out here to tell us about how persecuted the president is so that he hopefully gets a fucking pardon sometime in the near future. They broke up because of Biden. It's all Biden's fault. You're right. The two best friends. Two good friends. Not best. We know who President Trump's best friend was. But two very close friends. Just like Michael said. Broken up by Sleepy Joe. Oh, Sleepy Joe. So sleepy, but so nefarious. Sleepiest, yet most nefarious president of all time. That's Sleepy Joe. It's incredible how much nefarious he got done while being simultaneously so sleepy. It truly boggles the mind. It's almost like that line of reasoning is completely nonsense. Okay, speaking of nonsense, nonsense rhetoric and narratives, let's talk about immigration for a little bit. Trump administration has been attempting to ramp up efforts, both at the border with building the border wall. We talked about that this week. But also, of course, TPS status canceled for multiple countries. And deportations have apparently been ramping up as well. Been a real shit show of a week, if you ask me. Here is Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, explaining why he didn't want to extradite an ICE agent who's been accused of firing a weapon, injuring an individual, and then fleeing the state of Minnesota. But Greg Abbott refuses to extradite to Minnesota for him to face any crimes. Currently facing no crimes in Texas.
I don't trust Tim Walz on anything, let alone something like this. Well, listen, while they're making demands, I got a demand of my own, and that is...
Sorry, it's really hard to hear that. Let me try again. The volume is super low on this clip. Turn up the gain a little bit, see if that's more.
I don't trust Tim Walz on anything, let alone something like this. Well, listen, while they're making...
Yeah, so there's Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, claiming that he doesn't have to extradite somebody who's been who's wanted for a crime in another state because he doesn't trust the governor. Now, as it turns out, that's not how the laws work. Minnesota is suing Greg Abbott over his attempt to circumvent the law in an attempt to protect a danger to society, somebody who wantonly fired a weapon through a closed door. Anybody could have been behind it. Injured at least one individual, didn't have a warrant, for the premises, but decided to just, you know, go on a shooting spree. As the kind of people that Greg Abbott protects. Deranged psychopaths. Wanted for crimes. Good old Texas.
Violent crime.
Meanwhile, you will be shocked to hear this, but a bipartisan outcry has forced the Trump administration to pause some of its border security projects in Texas, the one that we were talking about earlier this week, that were going to cut off farmers and other citizens from accessing the largest water resource in a particular area of Texas, which apparently went through a national park, giving land basically to Mexico, cutting off America from our own land, supposedly. Here's Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. In southern Texas, the Trump administration said Monday it's temporarily pausing construction on a section of the border infrastructure that's in Big Bend National Park after construction crews were filmed bulldozing pristine desert wilderness, prompting ongoing protests and lawsuits. The Department of Homeland Security waived requirements that federal contractors comply with a broad slate of environmental laws to proceed with construction in the national park. The area covers a quarter of the U.S.-Mexico border, but sees only about 1% of border crossings due to the rugged terrain. The project in the Big Bend region.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Also, look at the fucking Gadsden flags out here. It truly was a bipartisan anger over this border wall. But look at the terrain out here. Of course it's 1%. Because it's not Alex Honnold that's crossing the border. Like, it's not, you know, it's not like the world's best free climber and only him crossing the border, right? Like, look at, it's a sheer rock wall. Nobody is climbing that shit. Like, I'm not saying that that encompasses the whole border, but you know what I'm saying here? It's like, this is very, very rugged terrain, as Amy just pointed out. We don't need the border. We don't need the wall. Okay, the wall is superfluous and a waste of money and is just preventing Americans from accessing their land.
Due to the rugged terrain. The project in the Big Bend region is expected to cost $7 billion. Opposition to the controversial project has been widespread and bipartisan, including from environmentalists, local landowners, local sheriffs, and county judges. Outgoing Republican Texas Senator John Cornyn wrote to the Homeland Security Secretary, Markwayne Mullin, earlier this month, urging him to halt construction until DHS engage further with local concerns.
By the way, they already built a shitload of this border wall. I just want to point this out to everybody, because while it's been halted, because people were so pissed off about it, like even Republicans are pissed off about it, that it got shut down. They already, I don't know exactly how much they built, but we watched a bunch of footage over this week of them literally building this very border wall. So I couldn't say in miles how much has been built, but a bunch. A bunch has been built. Probably many miles. I don't, tens. Unclear.
The contractor on the project is a major Trump donor. On Monday, Customs and Border Protection Commissioner Rodney Scott flew to Texas to announce the pause.
I
Just landed in Texas, headed to Big Bend National Park. Last night, I put a pause on all activity in that park as far as construction goes until I can get down there and do a personal evaluation, talk to some stakeholders, talk to local law enforcement in that area, and more to follow this week.
On Tuesday, Rodney Scott told local officials the pause would last just 2 weeks. In a statement, campaigner Lakin Jordal of the Center for Biological Diversity said, quote, "We won't rest until the contracts are canceled, the waivers of law are rescinded, and the bulldozers are sent packing for good," unquote. We go now to Texas, where we are joined by Lakin Jordal, a national public lands advocate with the Center for Biological Diversity. Lakin used to work at Big Bend National Park on wilderness stewardship issues. I mean, Big Bend, I think it's something like the size of Rhode Island. We're talking about a massive area. Now, Lakin, you're not usually siding, maybe I'm wrong, with the local sheriffs, with the Republican senators, but this is across the political spectrum. I mean, you had local sheriffs and the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, both claiming they were responsible for this pause, wanting to take credit. Talk about what's happened here.
Good morning from beautiful Big Bend, Amy. This movement that we have built is a force to be reckoned with. I think the administration made such a massive miscalculation when they sicked their bulldozers on this great American national park. We have seen local sheriffs who are extremely conservative, border security experts come out and oppose this thing. We've got Republican state house reps on our side. This pause is welcome news. It shows just how nervous the administration is about its resistance.
Yeah, I think that is the thing about this particular story I found so interesting. Because the Trump administration has not been all that responsive to people being upset about
This is
stuff.
the very definition of
Right, like over Trump 2.0, I mean, they've been much less responsive, I feel, to any sorts of complaints than they were maybe in the first administration. Although not that Trump was super responsive then, but I'm just trying to compare the two here, and this second one, he's just been honestly just ludicrously out of touch with what people seem to want. And I just think that this is another sign of the fact that they are aware that the coalition, if you will, is breaking that supposedly historic one that they put together for the mandate that they supposedly got in 2024. That, you know, all of the things that Trump has done over the last year and a half have slowly been eroding some of the more, I don't know what to call it, certain elements of the base, I guess you might say. People who can't afford to pay for gas, can't afford to see their health care go up, 100%. 200% over a year or whatever. Galactic greetings to YouTube chat. Dr. Rabaklis, I mean, you're going to have to go over to YouTube chat to really great YouTube chat. I can't be just relaying these kinds of messages all over the place. But yeah, some people have had friends and family who've experienced negative things with vis-a-vis immigration enforcement in this country since Trump retaking office. People in New Mexico relayed some of those experiences. KOAT News with the story. Wait. Is this the wrong one? What did I do? Oh, shit. I skipped over this one. How did I miss this? Whatever. I put this in the wrong spot. This is one of the deportation flights. I'm very sorry. This should be in a different spot. I'm gonna move this because it makes more sense to put these together because I have multiple of these to look at. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg and the Consumer and Worker
What's
Protection
happening?
Commissioner unveiled a new effort to protect immigrants from.
This is also the wrong clip. What is happening? How is this possible? What? I don't understand. How does this happen?
It's been really hard for my cousins.
This is Madeline Pernillo.
My uncle, he is an amazing person. He is an amazing dad.
The niece of Edgar Chacon Miranda, the man now identified by the Department of Homeland Security as the person ICE agents arrested outside a Santa Fe medical center Wednesday. Pernillo says her 11-year-old cousin had an appointment that day, her father taking her there and witnessing what happened.
How they were banging on his window, how they were telling him if he didn't come out, they were gonna break his windows. My cousin she got traumatized from it.
On Thursday, DHS confirming the arrest, calling Chacon Miranda a, quote, criminal illegal alien with an extensive criminal history. The agency cited previous arrests on allegations of battery against a household member, second-degree criminal sexual penetration, child abuse, and abandonment of a child. Court records reviewed by KUAT show the felony case connected to those allegations was dismissed without prejudice in 2018. KUAT found no record of those charges being refiled. A day after his detainment, New Mexico lawmakers demanding more information about.
Yeah, it's despicable. In my opinion, that is despicable. That they want to drag up charges that were dismissed by the state to make bogus claims about the character of somebody that they detained. It doesn't sound like they had any rightful reason to do so. You know, this is the fucking playbook that they're constantly going with. Is whatever narrative suits them. It doesn't matter how irresponsible or what's the word? Disingenuous the narrative might be. They're gonna run with it. Like, it doesn't matter. We dismissed those charges. I mean, those are some pretty serious charges. You would assume if the state had any evidence of them, they would have stuck with it and or refiled them in this case and have not done so.
7 others reportedly arrested.
One of the things that I am going to call upon ICE to do is do not take them out of New Mexico. Don't send them.
Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez shared details about several of the families affected, including Yahaira Gutierrez.
Exactly. If they have committed crimes, charge them. Charge them with the crimes. If there are actual crimes that they've committed, that you believe they've committed, then you should be charging them with them. Not just using these claims as like a narrative for your deportation, your ethnic cleansing effort, because that's exactly what this is. And they continue to do it. It's just despicable.
Who says agents arrested her mother-in-law.
We just want to try to have a normal life like any other human being in this world.
Gutierrez says she and her mother-in-law were taking her 2-month-old daughter, who is using oxygen, to a cardiology appointment. She says federal agents surrounded their vehicle and threatened to break the windows.
We didn't want to give them any information, but when I had my vulnerable daughter, I had no choice but to tell my mother-in-law to give in.
The woman surrendering. Lawmakers also described a woman with a reported autoimmune disease who was detained, a single mother whose college-age son is now caring for his younger siblings. Another mother was arrested shortly after agents took her husband and brother into custody.
Yep, ever since refunding ICE, these guys have been running around terrorizing people across the nation, including here in New Mexico, as you can see. Throwing mothers into detention. For no other reason than just This effort of ethnic cleansing from the United States. It is a white nationalist effort. It's being carried out by ICE. That is all it is. It's not about adhering to immigration law. If that were the case, they would have hired more immigration judges rather than firing them all at the beginning of all this. Right? If that were the case, they'd actually be using the law to do what they're doing. Instead, they're circumventing it. If they had the evidence necessary, the judicial warrants necessary, and any of the other things that normal immigration enforcement entails, they'd be doing it that way, but they're not. They're just lawless agency terrorizing folks. Meanwhile, in cross-jurisdictional effort, you gotta team up here to protect immigrants. CBS New York from yesterday.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg and the Consumer and Worker Protection Commissioner unveiled a new effort to protect immigrants from wage theft, tenant harassment, and fraud.
Anyone who puts in an honest day's work and is criminally underpaid or not paid is a matter of great interest to us.
If you feel you're getting ripped off, report it.
Given the affordability crisis that is ongoing, are you being fair to those small business owners?
If we have industry where 5 companies are following the law and paying lawful wages, and there's a 6th who is not, that's not fair to those other 5 companies.
Exactly. Alvin looks as concerned about this reporter as I am. What kind of question is that? Are you not concerned about that one company that's paying everybody less than fair wages? You know, if you just adjust that question a little bit, you wind up in a place is that you're justifying slavery. You're like, but what about the slave owners? Have you thought about them? Sure, you got people who pay wages, but what about the people who own slaves and don't pay wages at all? Have you thought about them? Have you thought about the people who are acting unfairly in the marketplace? That's literally what she just said. He started this off. Alvin Bragg started this off with we're going after people. We want people to report companies who they feel they are unfairly treated, on a wage basis, right? Which helps to protect undocumented immigrants, but also documented immigrants, American citizens, and everybody else who works. And she's like, but have you thought about the people who are acting all fucked up? Have you thought about them? I mean, I know you claim you're trying to protect people, Alvin, but have you thought about the bad actors? Because they have feelings too, okay? Let's not forget about them, says CBS New York. I loved that clip. Okay, sorry, we got off to a rough start here with the clips. Hopefully it's not as bad as this. Now, what you're looking at here is a clip from the New York Post from yesterday in Haiti. Wait, no, sorry, in West Africa. I'm actually not sure what country this is in, because there was technically 2 different flights. We're going to talk about this, and we'll talk more about what this all entailed in a second. Well, there you have it. Now, this was a one of multiple deportation flights which left the United States this week. This one was one that went to West Africa. Yes, this is the one. The Reuters. Got a Reuters article here from earlier today, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, August 21st. 5 people who the U.S. attempted to deport to Liberia this week resisted getting off the plane and were instead transported to Equatorial Guinea, another African country to which the Trump administration is removing migrants it cannot legally send home, two sources familiar with the matter told Reuters. Now, the reason why the Trump administration can't legally send these migrants to their places of origin is because the countries are refusing to accept deportation flights from the United States for multiple reasons. And like, this shit is insane. Like, they basically, what it turns out, they lied to the people. Where does it get? Right, here it is. At least 5 others, 3 Cuban men, 1 Brazilian man. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna read this whole thing. The incident represents an early snag in Washington's plan to send up to 1,200 so-called third country deportees to Liberia, one of the largest such deals that has struck in Africa despite criticism from immigrants' rights advocates. Third country deportees have, in most cases, obtained legal protection against repatriation after U.S. immigration judges ruled that they risked torture or other abuses in their home countries. Liberia announced on Tuesday that it had agreed to receive deportees and that the first group of 20 would arrive on Thursday. But a Liberian official spoke on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the matter, told Reuters on Friday that only 15 deportees disembarked. At least 5 others, 3 Cuban men, 1 Brazilian man, and 1 Cameroonian woman, refused to get off the plane in Liberia, according to 3 sources familiar with the incident, one of whom was a Honduran deportee on the flight. Authorities then told them that they would be flown to the United States. But the plane instead headed to Malabo, which is in Equatorial Guinea, where the 5 were forced to disembark against their will, said 2 sources. Yeah. So we're just putting people in countries they've never been before. Many of whom probably didn't commit any crimes, aside from just being in the United States, having temporary protected status expire, a visa expiration, and or any other number of sort of like civil document type violations that are only problematic in the mind of the racist, xenophobe. This is literally like human rights abuses is what we're doing. That's why humanitarian organizations are denouncing these fucking acts. Meanwhile, of course, we canceled the temporary protected status for Haitian migrants who had been living under TPS for a number of years after the United States declared Haiti unsafe. And even though violence continues in the country, yesterday, August 20th, another flight could be seen debarking here. Now, this says Haitian deportees, but I don't know for a fact that these are all Haitians. They very well may be. Either way, the United States and basically every other Western nation has at least been claiming that Haiti is unsafe. And in my own estimation, Haiti is pretty unsafe right now. You know, there's still a lot of violence going on that's been spurred on from U.S. Western meddling for the last 3, 23, 50, where do you want to start? But I mean, like, the fact is like things in Haiti have not gotten better because the United States has done nothing to make it better. Just literally send foreign sort of conscripts, bands of mercenaries to fight the gangs, but have no intent on democracy or any sort of social change in the country, which is why it never succeeded in the first place. But we're still sending migrants there. That's what bugs me so much. Is because I'm like we have been like told just how dangerous Haiti is over and over. Even like when I have like criticisms for the way that these things are framed over and over again, that's what we've been force fed over and over and over again. Haiti is just a violence filled island where we need to literally send a band of conscripts to solve it. That was the whole premise of all of that. That's why we went, the United States and France and Canada pooled some money together to send some Kenyan police to the Caribbean. Because in the deluded minds of Western powers, if we just get some black people from Africa, send them to Haiti, that won't be as bad as us going to Haiti. Just, you know, visually speaking. But regardless of how much violence is happening in Haiti, we are still continuing to say and send people there, canceling temporary protected status, meanwhile doing nothing to further peace, stability in the country, democracy, or anything. And we've never wanted democracy in Haiti, for that fact. But, you know, we've talked about this on a number of occasions. The West's had a long, storied history in Haiti. Maybe things in Haiti wouldn't be so bad if, you know, France didn't force them to pay for their freedom back in the day. Or if we hadn't done that coup back in 2004 or whatever it was. There's so many things that we could sort of parse right now, but we just don't have the time for. Suffice to say, it's mostly our fault that things are bad in Haiti. Meanwhile, we're punishing Haitians seeking protection by sending them back there. It's just sort of just gross. You know, it just grosses me out. Equatorial Guinea, isn't that like the North Africa? Isn't that the North Korea of Africa? It's at least approaching the North Korea of Western Africa. I'll at least say that much. I don't know, all of Africa. It's tough. Suffice to say, there's some problems in Equatorial Guinea. You have picked up on the fact there are definitely some issues happening over there. Really, the whole region over there on the West Coast has had some real problems.
So at 6 tonight, a federal judge will decide if Florida International...
Okay, now let's go here to Florida, a place where that flight to Haiti probably took off from. I mean, I can't say for sure. It's probably Florida or Texas. Who's to say? But in Florida, and Florida... Man, which one is FIU? I can't remember what FIU stands for, but at a Florida university... How do I not know this? I'm such an idiot. International. Florida International. It's because I don't think of Florida as an international. They certainly don't welcome internationalism there. But yeah. Florida International University. FIU students are hoping to win a First Amendment case which is being weighed in front of a judge involving a protest. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday.
At 6 tonight, a federal judge will decide if Florida International University is violating the First Amendment by disciplining 7 students who participated in a silent demonstration. They were challenging FIU's decision to contract with ICE. And good evening, I'm Jim Barry.
And I'm Naja Sherman. Lauren Pastrana has the night off. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is your reporter live in downtown Miami, where the student-led group protested the school. Yvonne.
Jim and Naja, that hearing was held here today at federal court. And almost 2 hours later, attorneys and students came out of the building saying they're optimistic about their case.
I am one of the 7 students charged by my university for engaging in a silent, non-disruptive protest.
Andrew Carroll is a member of the coalition Icebreakers FIU. He and 6 other students stood up silently on March 13 during an indoor campus event featuring FIU President Janet Nunez and former baseball player Alex Rodriguez. The students wore t-shirts that read "Ice Off FIU," protesting the university's agreement for partnering campus police with ICE agents. FIU responded by charging all 7 students who came to court today with misconduct under a policy that bans all expressive activities on campus.
Wow. All expressive activities on campus are banned? How? How's that even possible? You can't even pantomime it. How do they run classes at FIU? I mean, this isn't shocking to me, but it is, it is disturbing, right? It's exemplary of the thinking in the state of Florida. It's like, at schools, we will not have expression. It's the little town from Footloose. Can't have thinking. No thinking allowed. But what I love is that they're so stupid in Florida. Like, people are so painfully stupid in Florida that they didn't see. And I hope that somebody argues this exact point in a court of law on this First Amendment case. Like, that all acts of learning are, in fact, also acts of expression. And there's no way to properly learn or engage in the student process, right, in the college process without expressing anything, right? And to ban all expressions, just expressions of thought on the campus is just deeply unconstitutional and authoritarian. But it also has to be getting constantly violated, right? I'll bet people are expressing themselves all the goddamn time on campus. So there's no way that this could possibly stand up. It makes no sense. What? What are people just going to class, sitting there and placidly staring forward while the teacher also does nothing and says nothing? Or are teachers exempt from expressing themselves? Because it's just like, how? How are you doing that at a school? Impossible. For more on the efforts to repress students protesting and gallowages,
this is
Democracy Now!
democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath. We turn now to new revelations from a former Justice Department attorney who's filed a whistleblower complaint claiming that the Trump administration task force charged with investigating anti-Semitism pushed universities into massive settlements despite turning up little to no evidence of anti-Semitism on campus. Haley Van Arum, a former career attorney in the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, said in her complaint that the government's probes into schools like Harvard, Brown, and Columbia were, quote, an unlawful process designed to achieve predetermined political goals. Brown University settled for $50 million. Columbia settled for $200 million. Harvard refused to settle, and a judge threw out a case against the university. Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin, the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, has launched a probe into the whistleblower allegations. He wrote in a statement, quote, "It has been apparent that its investigations have been structured deliberately to harass and intimidate rather than protect anyone from discrimination." For more, we're joined by Marianne Hirsch, Professor Emerita at Columbia University, whose work has focused on the transmission of memories of violence across generations. She joins us from Norwich, Vermont. Welcome to Democracy Now! Professor Hirsch, your reaction to these revelations from this whistleblower?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's what we've been saying all along. So I'm so grateful for this whistleblower report. We are also grateful because it restores a sense of reality and a sense of truth and trust in human decency and injustice to expose what we've known all along, that these were not probes into anti-Semitism accusations, but they were efforts to dismantle higher education brick by brick.
Yeah, 100%. And it's nice to hear it out loud, directly from the DOJ. I mean, we've basically known this whole time. I mean, none of these investigations into any of these schools before Trump ever even came to office were sincere in any way in combating anti-Semitism. Those had their own goals. This one just had the added benefit of having the president feel like he was completely in control of colleges and the media. This was really all part of the same sort of move. Feeling like he could dictate whatever policies, internal or otherwise, at government agencies, at private institutions, as if they're the same. The fact is, I mean, it's crazy to think how long it's been since the first protest. It's been well over 2 years now. It's approaching 3 years since like the first protests started. Oh, while we're talking about schools, I'm afraid we're gonna have to do this one now. And of course, we talk about this sort of thing throughout the entire show, most shows, but this one we're just going to get a little more granular for a moment. Talk about just how stupid MAGA is. Do we watch this or do we just watch this one? I'm trying to think. We'll start here and then we'll switch over.
Does anybody know how the government works? Does anybody know what kind of government we have? Or who's in the government? Well, we sent Johnny to the Jersey Shore to do some digging.
Who is Donald Trump's vice president?
Am I supposed to know this?
Couldn't tell you. Don't pay attention.
I couldn't tell you.
J.D. Vance.
Vice president. I don't know. J.K. Rowling.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Name the 3 branches of government.
I don't know why I chose to do this. Oh, God.
Yeah, Fox News went out here, started asking people questions about our government, and all the responses that they gave were very, very stupid. And they felt that this was proving something. that perhaps Democrats were stupid. And I think it's because they went to the Jersey Shore and they just assumed, I guess, everybody in New Jersey is a Democrat. But these kids represent a very specific group of society, you know, because if you're on the beach in 2026 as a young person, you're not a big thinker, number one. And as we all know, that is big-time Republican stuff. Also, most of the people that are interviewed here happen to be wearing crosses, I noticed. Which is also technically big-time Republican stuff. Not that no leftists, no Democrats are religious. I know that's completely, you know, that's not true. But do you feel like you're more likely to go running around wearing your cross all over the place to let everybody know about your Christianity if you're a Republican? Like, I could be wrong, but I feel like leftists more reasonably prefer to keep their religious stuff to themselves rather than forcing it upon everyone else. But the guy who led me, I wouldn't have even found this. I can't just sit here and rip off this like I'm the one who found it. Kyle is the one who led me to this damn video.
All right, y'all. So I got to show you this. Jesse Waters did a segment here where he asked students on the beach, I believe in New Jersey, simple questions about America. And they shit the bed. They absolutely positively shit the bed. However, what I don't think Fox News recognized is that it's a virtual guarantee that these people that they're talking to are Republicans. It's a virtual guarantee. Listen, I'm from this area. Okay, I'm from the New York, New Jersey area. Grew up in Nourishell, New York. Right, I've been to the Jersey Shore for summers in the past. Okay, if you're looking at, you know, white 20-somethings on the beach in New Jersey during the summer, okay, they're almost certainly Republicans. And when you start hearing the answers that they give, that should make you even more certain that they're Republicans. But listen to this. Here we go.
Who is Donald Trump's vice president?
Am I supposed to know this?
Couldn't tell you. Don't pay attention.
I couldn't tell you.
JD Vance.
Vice president. I don't know. J.K. Rowling.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Name the 3 branches of government.
I don't know why I chose to do this. Oh God, I'm bad with all this.
Congress and conservative.
Republican, Democrat.
Judicial, legislative.
Did you catch that though? He said, I'm conservative. He just sort of, he didn't know what to say. And he's like, I'm conservative. Like, just listen.
Chose to do this. Oh God, I'm bad with all this.
Congress and conservative.
I'm conservative. I don't know, but I don't know the answer. I'm conservative. Whatever that was, whatever the conservative answer is to that.
Republican, Democrat.
Judicial, legislative.
Executive.
Oh boy.
Give me a hint. I don't know. Jewish?
Oh God.
Oh my days.
Jesus
no.
Christ. Ah. This one hurt my brain a little bit.
Oh no. Oh good Lord.
Things off the rails. You're not going to be able to even air this.
What is the First Amendment of the Constitution?
I have no idea.
I'm allowing you to do it right now.
Oh, free will?
By the way, guy wearing a fucking cross chain. Yeah, I wonder his political affiliation.
I got nothing.
Freedom of speech? I need help.
I need help.
What is the Second Amendment of the Constitution?
Really?
Yeah, everybody here had a real hard time, real struggle sesh, trying to get any solid answers on anything from any of these guys or gals. It's real. Oh, it's real rough going. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
guarantee you, if you had a bunch of Democrats and you asked them, would there still be embarrassing answers? Absolutely. But would it be this bad? Literally no shot. There is a 0% chance that any group of Democrats would give this embarrassing answers. There's no way. There's no way.
I got nothing.
Sonia?
Gomez.
Samuel?
Adams.
John?
Summit.
Katanji?
Oh, I got nothing there.
Neil?
Armstrong. Brett Kavanaugh.
I know Nancy something.
Nancy?
Pelosi.
She's not a justice.
Oh. We just call my dog Nancy Pelosi.
What is this? What is this?
Who was president in the 1990s?
How am I supposed to know this?
1990s. Wasn't even alive.
Before Bush. I can't really give you anything.
Oh. Joe Clinton?
She got close. Yeah, and, you know. I gotta say, if anything, I think this is more a representation of how disconnected and how uneducated the youths are right now, and not necessarily a representation of either party. Although I do think it's more likely that they would vote Republican than not, at least out of this group of kids. I could be wrong. But Kyle's right. There's too many crosses. There's too many crosses being worn at the beach over here right now. But you know, we got one big problem right now, right? Is that we have an administration that has embraced this kind of stupidity, right? Is this kind of stupidity that the government, the Trump administration is trying to foster, right? Is people who can't answer questions, can't answer how the government works, so that when they do crimes and you tell them about those crimes, they don't understand why they're crimes. You know, you talk to them about why, you talk about the DOJ, they have no idea what you're talking about, right? You say, oh, Trump is, violating immigration law. They can't cite any of the laws. They can't tell you who's a Supreme Court justice. And this is exactly the sort of people they are trying to foster. They want uneducated, ill-informed, or uninformed people so that they can, fearmonger about race and immigration and transgender people and whomever else. And you'll accept these things. Because you don't realize that none of those things are the things that are making your life worse. Because you don't realize what the government is for. It's not for tweeting. Unfortunately, kids like that, right? Like, your young 20s, late teens partying on the beach. You're just getting out of high school where literacy rates in this country are plummeting, right? And you have lived your entire adult life, in fact, like at least, like, if you're 20 years old right now, right? Since turning 10, trying to do the math. Since turning 10, Donald Trump has been in the limelight and or in power now longer than anybody else. Right? Out of those 10 years, he's been in power for 6. And he's been in the spotlight politically more than anybody else. That is what you think politics is. You just think politics is people yelling very stupid and crazy people things. Why would you tune in? But I think that even the people who are tuned in have no idea what's going on. Like, we've seen it over and over again. Kids who look exactly like that in MAGA hats running around at Trump rallies, incapable of answering questions to the good liars, right? Just them just going around asking simple, basic questions. And also, I mean, there's a ton of young people right now that still are Trump supporters, that have been captured by the president because he has been the most authoritative person, whether rightfully or wrongly, their entire life. For people who are 20 years old right now, for the last decade, for half of their life, president hasn't been the person. Donald Trump has been in power more than anybody else. And he's been the loudest person in politics on the planet. And if you don't know anything about anything, it's so easy. So easy for these people to get sucked in. If you can't answer who the president, the vice president is, who's in the Supreme Court, what branches of government the United States has, all things that I would point out are on the immigration naturalization, the citizenship test. So none of these kids could pass the naturalization test. Speaking of, actually, take it back. He's not young anymore. This guy has become Unk. Unk AF. Hassan Piker.
This is Hassan Parker.
Let's talk about the media ecosystem that these young people have been living with. Media bias. A huge problem. Something that we attempt to measure.
Ground news as a concept is good. Ground news as a concept is important and good. The problem is it's very difficult to actually chart out a decent media bias chart. Because ironically enough, those who are charting out the media bias are biased themselves. Do you understand? And for ground news, they're not going to waste a lot of resources. Anyway, I do want to talk about the Ad Fontes media bias chart once again. Because they revealed it one more time. Now, this is like the Ex-Pestiny cult's favorite bias chart. And of course, I had some choice words to say. And I'm glad that more people are aware that these guys are on PSYOP.
Yeah, except I had not heard of this whole thing. So I want to take a look at it here with all of you. I found this thing fucking fascinating for so many reasons. I mean, so it goes from left to right. So on the x-axis, you got most extreme left. On the far right, you got the most extreme right. And then up or down is news reliability. So to be the most reliable, most centrist would be USA Facts, according to Ad Fontes. But, I mean, look at some of the people in here. To claim that Jimmy Dore is the most extreme left is nonsense. I don't think the guy even actually supports universal health care still. But this guy is not hyper-party. He was anti-vaxxer. He did all sorts of crazy shit. He's not hyper-left. That is insane to suggest this. To claim that Jimmy Dore is the purest leftist is not... I mean, not the purest. But he is almost the furthest left on the extreme left-right chart. Which is insane. If you've watched anything Jimmy Dore has done in the last... fucking 10 years. I don't even know. He's not the extreme left guy that they're claiming he is. He is the most unreliable. He is absolutely the most unreliable person, if you can still call him on the left of the left. I'll give him that much. I won't take that away from him. They claim that I've Had It is is one of the most unreliable. The TYT is somehow further to the left than Jacobin. Like, the claim that Jimmy Dore and the TYT are to the left of Jacobin is insane. That is ludicrous. That is a ludicrous claim to try and get away with. Like, to suggest such a thing is deranged. Also, where's the majority report? Why is the majority report not even on here? Something I was wondering to myself. Did you see them on here? I don't. I've been looking for it. But the claim that TYT is to the left of Jacobin is pretty nuts. Gotta say. I felt like they were literally intentionally trying to create this curve. Like, they wanted it to look like a curve. I think there's plenty of ways to make this not look like a curve if you just include more people in here and do this in a more reasonable way. Because I think that's to some degree what we got here, right? Is like, you got them trying to force this curved look on us, but like, this is such nonsense. Like, look at these people. Like, to claim that, like, I mean, even like to claim that MS Now or like any number of these places are more to the right of some of these other like TYT. Like, honestly, I would almost claim like the Bulwark and TYT are much closer to each other than that. Like, it looks like they are like the same. They're like the same place at this point. Oh god, I wish I could get more granular in here. It's hard to see all these things. Who's the most centrist? Sky News, really the most. Look at this. You got Sky fucking News. You got Fox News of Australia as the most center and most reliable. They're not reliable at all. That's not News Nation. News Nation, Sky News. These are the most reliable of news sources. Really? Really? Fox News is more reliable than the Daily Beast, Bulwark, MS Now. I just wanted to list all the people that the Fox News is more reliable than. According to this graph, Fox News is more reliable than the Daily Beast, Salon, the Daily Show, or the Weekly Show with Jon Stewart, the podcast, the Bulwark, Democracy Now. More reliable than Democracy fucking Now. Fox News is more reliable. Fox News, Fox Business. Let's list all the people who are more reliable than Democracy Now. Holy fuck, that's an even more important point. Who's more reliable than fucking Democracy Now, according to Ad Fontes? Anderson Cooper, 60 Minutes, Code Switch. Is that fucking Kara Swisher? Wired is. I know she used to at least work there. The Intercept is more reliable than Democracy Now. Fox Business, Fox News, The Hill, all of these people, Sky News, The Gazette. All of these. There's literal garbage rag journalism in here that they're ranking higher than Democracy Now. That is disturbing. That is disgusting. It is disgusting. TMZ is ranked higher than... Look at this. TMZ is ranked higher than Democracy. Can you explain to me how anybody takes these guys seriously? Really? They're sure they're more centrist, but they're not more reliable, right? The higher you go, the more reliable you are, right? Sure, the more center you are, like the right you go left, right, like they're clearly, of course, more centrist. We know that. That's correct. But more reliable? According to what? According to fucking what? Exactly. I mean, this is deranged. This is fucking deranged. USA Today is more reliable than Democracy Now. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's garbage business news. They're certainly more centrist. Oh my god. Who do they think is the most unreliable right-wingers? Alex Jones, Louder with Crowder, Mark Levin, I think that is American, whatever that's called, American Liberty Project or whatever, Tim Cast, Charlie Kirk. Why is this thing so stupid? There we go. Who did this? Who did this over here? It's insane. This is deranged. This is the work of a fiend. Some sort of sick freak. Fox and Friends is more reliable than Democracy Now! Look, there's so many things more reliable than Democracy Now!, but things like that really bug me. Actually, I take it back. It's slightly lower. I take it back. But Megyn Kelly is more reliable than Democracy Now! Megyn fucking Kelly. Really? And the New York Post is tied with Democracy Now! For reliability. The New York fucking Post is tied with Democracy Now! For reliability. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. These are insane. These are insane. None of these make any sense. Someone help. Someone please help. Nothing makes sense anymore. These guys have lost their fucking minds. This is like... Wait, Joe Rogan was on there? Did they take... I think they changed it since... Huh. I think I'm looking at a newer version. Because I see Joe Rogan on here. I see Joe freaking Rogan on here. Joe Rogan is more reliable than Hassan? Joe Rogan? The guy who claimed that climate change is actually not a big deal? Really? The guy who claimed he had all the graphs that he hadn't read that proved that climate change wasn't real, but had not even read past the sub headline, which literally disproved the thing that he was claiming. I mean, really? Wow. That's incredibly rude.
How rude. If you dig into the founders and funders of Adfontes Media, Ground News, and any of these biased evaluators, their methodology is purely vibes-based, and their right-wing political project is pretty clear. Literate Machine did a great article and video about it. I wake up, there's another psyop. Only the most brainwashed will fall for your corporate media glazing bullshit. Now, a lot of people hyper-focus on the fact that I am as unreliable and as much of a liar as like Alex Jones, right? People love using that. What they fail to recognize, and I've said for years, like in an effort to show how insane these guys are with their metrics, is all of the other people on the left versus people on the right. I'll give you some examples. Now, they put me down here, contains misleading information, on the hyper-extreme, hyper-partisan left, not the most extreme. Rev Left Radio is the most extreme. Breakthrough News is more extreme. They put Joe Rogan above me, right? So, like...
Yeah, it's fucked up. Although they took Joe Rogan off of the news. They completely took him off of the list now. I feel like the guys over at Adfontes literally watched this and then made some changes based upon the things that Hassan said, which I find hilarious. But it's still just deeply wrong about, like, literally everything. Where's GNN on the chart? I know. This is... I'm not gonna lie. I almost didn't click it. I was like, I wonder if I'm on here. I knew I wasn't gonna be on there. It would have been funny, though. One day. One day we'll be reviled by the corporate establishment enough to make the list. The Galactic News Network. One day. Just not today.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Speaking of media bias, you should talk about a very biased media personality. Yes, indeed. Queen Views getter of YouTube. The right-wing political commentating space. I am, of course, talking about one Candace Owens, who apparently reacted to a Hassan clip regarding her efforts on the Charlie Kirk situation. Let's go here.
You've told me Jews did JFK. You told me Jews did 9/11, but now you're saying they didn't do Charlie Kirk? Of course they're going to fucking go to Candace Owens. They're going to be like, no, I'm looking for someone who will tell the truth. It's just so funny to draw your line in the sand on Charlie Kirk. That's it. They did 9/11, but not 9/10. Okay? All right, last but not least, we got to look at Candace.
And I learned in this clip that I'm about to show you that Blake Neff tweeted, because it's their new line of attack against me. Here's what Blake Neff wrote. He wrote, Hassan Piker is openly celebrating Candace Owens, calling her a queen because she single-handedly undermined the effort to martyrize Charlie to go after the violent radical left. Hassan says that Tyler Robinson probably did it, but my heart says go Candace go, because she is helping the left so much. The radical pro-violence left knows exactly what a gift Candace and her ilk are to them. Okay, so
I love how this is creating... I love how this is what's creating the rift right now. Or not even like the Hassan is like feeding it, like he's creating, like he's like driving a wedge further and further between the non-Candace anti-Semites and the Candace anti-Semites, because it's really just two groups of anti-Semites that are just like conflicted right now over this Charlie Kirk situation.
I would like to actually hear, or have you guys hear, what Hassan Piker said, and I would like to respond to this, since they're all pushing this around, because, you know, we're supposed to accept the Fed slop of left versus right. And again, you're going to hear him say that I've had him blocked for years, so it's even more ridiculous that they're trying to pretend or allude to the idea.
It's true, she has. Candace, unblock me, queen.
Of this partnership between me and Hassan Piker, but take a listen to what he says.
I can't speak out against this queen because this is a queen.
I agree. I'm here now. Wait, hold on.
And single.
Hold on. Okay. I agree. You know, I think, I assume Candace isn't hearing this, but who knows? Copyright, content ID exists. She could be watching this right now. I agree. I support Hassan. You know, Candace, I don't know how, it sounds like it's been a long time, and I think you should reconsider your blocking of Hassan Piker. You know, he's clearly one of your biggest fans, literally, in multiple ways. You know, in following and in stature.
You are not funny.
Just saying.
Undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that example to crack down. Dude, you know what's really funny? All these people posted this clip, and like half of them were like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with them. Like Ben Shapiro did a video about agreeing with me on this. And then everyone in the comments were like, oh, this guy's so stupid. Why is he revealing it? It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter, dumbass. I'm right. But who cares? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole clip. But I just do love how Hassan just continues to feed this, drive this wedge just slowly deeper and deeper. You know, it's perfect. I just love watching the fracturing that seems to be going on within the Republican Party. It really is fantastic timing. 530D money. Thank you for the poop. And some happy poop. Also, I should thank people on the other YouTube chat. Floating Heart from Miss Wash and a treat from Morden Tinky. Oh, is that a puppy treat? Okay, I'll give the treat. I'll give that treat to the puppy. Thank you. Just a reminder, everybody, we gotta complete a galactic content goal this evening. Your super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Among other things like Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos, and Patreon memberships all can contribute to. Just gotta start it officially. In the chat. No, that's poll, not goal. Yes, there we go. We'll do 10. 3 hours. Okay. Goal started. Did I start one on Twitch yet? There is one going, and it's close enough. That's close enough. All right, perfect. Perfect. We got the galactic content goal going. Just a reminder, everybody, though, we have a massive galactic deficit that we need financing before the end of the month. We got 11 days to do it. Every single dollar counts at this point. We are in big trouble. Need your help, perhaps more than ever.
Like all of these people. Many years ago, Candace Owens blocked me. I've not been a fan of Candace Owens. I am a fan now.
I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to have a problem with. And this is kind of the running
Yes,
themes
exactly, Candace.
of what we are seeing in Brandy.
Exactly, Candace. What are you supposed to have a problem with? What is Candace supposed to have a problem with here? Huh? That's what I ask everybody. She's not allowed to, she's not allowed to have other people as an internet personality support her in the things that she's doing. Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong for her to get a support from Hassan. As if that's the reasoning for her doing this. You know, she's a married woman. I assume that Hassan has nothing to do with the calculus in her day-to-day decision making. I think it's a little sexist to suggest that Hassan would have anything to do with her process. She's a grown woman with her own channel. I mean, honestly, I think she's got a bigger following than Hassan does, actually. Now that I think about it, I think it might be at least twice as big. How many followers does she have on YouTube again? I can't remember. She is big, though. I mean, come on. And what? People aren't allowed to support her now? I mean, you can't. It's ridiculous.
Article is that essentially they are saying Candace ruined an opportunity to pin this on the left, however wrongly, to unite the Republican, to create this sort of Republican initiative to just start attacking the left, however wrongly, doesn't really matter, after Republicans were kind of fractured because people actually care about on the right. The Epstein files mattered.
You know, I gotta say, I wasn't sure how long this would last. But you know what? I gotta say one thing about all of this, because we've talked about Candace way more in the last year, well, 11 and a half months, than we ever had before. And through that time, she has said the reason she's doing all this is for Charlie, because she cares about Charlie. And that she doesn't give a shit about your politics in this case, because that's her friend. And she has honestly proven that. Like, she is ride or die Charlie. I mean, I gotta give her credit where credit is due. I mean, she genuinely is carrying the flame. I know Hassan jokes about it a lot, but good God. I mean, regardless of Candace's horrible views. I mean, I think we all would want a friend as dedicated as Candace. I mean, she really doesn't seem to give any shits about the politics of it. She just, I mean, now I don't know necessarily about the finances. I can't say whether or not that's affecting it at all, but I know that she has not allowed anybody to naysay her into giving up on Charlie or her theories about Charlie. And it's dedication is what it is when you think about it. I mean, is she a little deranged most days? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she thought Hitler was a good guy with some good ideas that went too far after he left Germany. She's a genuine fucking anti-Semite. But she's also a genuine friend, apparently. I can't take that away from her. You know, all these people, don't let them tell you, Candace, all right, that you're hurting the Republican Party, okay? You're as Hassan says, you're carrying the torch. Don't let these people.
And we weren't accepting this idea. Get focused. Midterms are around the corner. Ignore the Epstein files. We said no. We are not going to ignore children being harmed. We're not going to see ourselves as just Trump supporters who should be supporting him no matter what. Even when he effectively ran, you could certainly say Vance, everyone around him constantly said, as soon as we get in there, here's what we're going to do with the Epstein files, Kash Patel. His administration was running on something that we cared about. This is what they're essentially saying. They're saying you ruined an opportunity to, however wrongly, have us unite around Charlie's death and stomp out the left for something that they didn't actually do. Now, here's what I'm going to say and offer back to the left. All I did here was pursue truth. I didn't do this for the left. I didn't do this for the right. I did this for my friend Charlie Kirk because I want to know who actually is him. And I am not convinced this had anything to do with LGBTQ rights. If I did.
Bro, this is going to hit that mom from that family podcast. Dude, we just unlocked an entirely new base.
You did not expect so much drama around Charlie? Really? I think that's because you didn't have to, withstand this stuff in college. Like a lot of us did. Like the Charlie Kirk prove me wrong debate, bro, was, for a lot of us, he took over and has, honestly continued to some degree within the U.S. political culture. And Charlie was at the center of all that on the right. When that happened, I knew they were going to try and turn him into a martyr. But that Candace said no in that moment and said, no, don't do that. There's questions that aren't being answered. There's nefariousness here that needs to be uncovered, and the government's not doing what we need to uncover that nefariousness. Oh, God. It's her decision not to give up.
Okay. We just unlocked an entirely new base. We unlocked the radical, true crime loving wine moms. Okay. This is big. This is huge. This might be the biggest base that we've unlocked. Okay. Not less. Subscriber Tom the Catman, where do you stand on Israel? Just curious. Yeah, to all the Jews in the chat, you might not know this, but you're actually French and perhaps maybe even a little bit Egyptian too.
Who were encouraged to go into the Capitol on that day. If we're all seeing now for the first time that there is an effort by a minority, a very powerful minority who doesn't actually care about left or right, to seize power from citizens full stop, by allowing something terrible to take place and then saying, here's what we must get done and here's what we must pass, a la 9/11, then we both sides, so to speak, needs to do its job and be realistic about it. So I'm not anybody's hero or anybody's queen. I am somebody who cares deeply about what happened on September 10th and I have the sense that we are being lied to about it, particularly by the federal government. In particular, I feel the federal government is lying to us, and I refuse to accept that it is my duty to blame it on the left if the left didn't do it. The left does plenty of things that they've been caught doing, and I.
It's so crazy, dude. The anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools is just forever. Like, it's forever a lock. People who inch so close in the direction of the correct interpretation of what's going on, like people who are in positions of profound power, operating alongside their class interest, and then immediately pivoting it to like, no, it's a shadowy group of puppeteers who happen to all be Jewish. That's what it is.
Exactly. And I mean, that's what Candace basically represents here, and that's driving this massive wedge between the people who are now following Candace and people like Candace, which is a very small group of people, because most of the right-wing talkers have accepted the framing that it is the left, but she's providing to them something that they haven't, that they've all, I mean, they have all engaged in for years. And you know, what I think she's kind of making clear to everybody, anybody paying attention, is that those people are going to continue to go to these Jewish cabal conspiracy theories over and over again, right? If given the chance, if given them facts and or those conspiracy theories, they will always pick those, they will always pick that. They will always pick the latter rather than the former. Yeah. It's unfortunate but real. It's an unfortunate but real thing, and she is capitalized on this. I mean, I still don't understand how she is on YouTube and places like this, like where you got literal, you know, images of her holding up like anti-Semitic texts from, like, you know, late 1800s and things like that, like the original anti-Semitism type stuff of like the modern era. I just don't understand how she continues to get away with it. I mean, it's because of how much money she makes. I know that's gotta be a huge part of it, but like, holy cow. But that is the thing. She's like, no, don't let them tell you that Charlie is some sort of Democrats thing. Joe Biden's got nothing to do with it. It's the French Egyptian Jews. Where is it? I lost it. Where is it? God damn it. It's too French. Where is It's Just Too French? I've lost it. I've lost the Just Too French. There it is.
Just Too French.
You think it's for content, but you think you're jaded? I don't think that that's a jaded thought. I don't think that's a jaded thought. I do think to some degree Candace knows that these opinions are inflammatory in a way that gets clicks. It's inflammatory lunacy that gets clicks. Speaking of inflammatory lunacy that I'm afraid gets clicks, let's go here to Dearborn City Council from Tuesday of this week to, well, some of exactly that.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor of 180 Church, where President Donald Trump came for his birthday weekend. It was there that I had an opportunity to pray over the president, and it was...
Yeah, I just wanted you to get the beginning of this clip. I'm going to skip ahead. We don't have time for all of the hate that this guy has to spew about Muslim folks. But as you just heard, this guy prayed over the president like a theocrat at his church in Dearborn, Michigan. He's about to get a little Islamophobic.
Not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the God in whom we serve. I want you to prove to me we're not up under Sharia law. Will you denounce councilman or
Prove to me that we're not under Sharia law. I mean, this guy is a lunatic. And he demands every single city councilor here. You'll see.
Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you I know you won't. Will you denounce Sharia law? Abraham, you went to Hillsdale. Will you renounce Sharia law?
Jesus Christ, this guy is out of control.
America, we have lost this city.
You need help.
This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law.
This guy
will not have it anymore. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. No more Sharia law. We will not stand. Guy, you're gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Settle the fuck down. It's gonna be the most hateful aneurysm in history. Why he's just yelling this like Christian nationalist nonsense. Oh yeah, this is not an Islamic nation. Everybody knows. Everybody knows it's not explicitly an Islamic nation, but nobody with any sense agrees that it's a Christian nation. People who think that are deluded and have been tricked. This is a non-denominational nation. This is a country that has no prescribed religion. That's kind of the point, as people have told me in the past, supposedly.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah. Now let's move on from some of that hateful rhetoric to talk about the future of hateful rhetoric. From the past to the future. Yes, indeed. Because, of course, we can't forget that we have a... you call it... sort of a changing of the guard. Yeah. You know, the White House, you got Caroline Leavitt. She's headed out right now. And everybody's wondering, with nine days left, Jesus Christ. With 9 days left to complete the galactic deficit, I mean, sorry, with 9 days left to fill Caroline Leavitt's shoes, who will it be? Well, there's been a lot of suggestions. It might be this guy.
So this morning, Politico reported that Scott Jennings is angling to replace Caroline Leavitt as White House press secretary, and that he reached out to Susie Wiles a few days ago to schedule a private meeting to see if he can be. Now, this would be in keeping with recent developments of only women departing the administration and then Trump replacing them with men. But there's also a rumor that his lovely little Natalie Harp, the devoted aide that reportedly slept in the Bedminster Golf Club locker room just to be closer to Donald Trump as the rest of his team was trying to box her out because of how insane she is and how much influence she has over him.
This woman is dangerous.
She's shot out of a cannon.
Right. And he said she'll never leave me. Apparently she doesn't take any days off on the weekends.
Oh, I believe it.
The rumor is that she crawled into a trunk to be close to them. I mean, this is a...
all of those things sound very believable. The more and more that we get to know Natalie, the more I just think she's a deranged stalker type that is latched onto the president, and he's just loving the attention from a much, much younger woman. A woman who's like a third of his age. Like when he was 40 years old, she hadn't been born yet. When he was 50, she was just wiggling her way out of the womb. Ugh, just to think about it.
And as the paid liar on behalf of Trump's interests because of clips like this, where Trump's position is indefensible and his defense of Trump is indefensible, and Abby Phillip just plays this montage for him where he can't wriggle out, and it's actually quite fun to watch.
Let me go ahead and just play it because there's just such a long history of
pause
this.
for a sec. Just to give a quick context, this is because Jennings, I think, had previously been saying that John Ossoff mentioning Natalie at the rally to kind of troll Trump was some sort of attack on women. Ugh.
There's just such a long history of this. Trump punching down, insulting women. Let's just play it.
Scott, never complaining about it.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
But what we want to do is to replenish the
Such
Social
a nasty
Security
woman.
Trust Fund.
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
I do have to say, I have thought, out of all of the sort of offhand, sort of degrading, sexist Mad Men style comments that Donald Trump has levied at female reporters over the last couple of years, I do still find this one to be one of the most offensive. Well, I'm like, not like, I feel like it's the, like, if I were Caitlyn, I would be the most offended by. I mean, it's just, like, for him to be like, the way that he says it, he basically is just blatantly, like, without any pretense around it, just comes out and says it. It's like, what's the point of you? He's like, what's the point of you? You're a good-looking woman, but you don't smile. It's like, it's such a waste. Such a waste. Like, it's just, it just really brings to light just how, what's the word? Just like how objectified he sees women. Like, he's like, if they're not smiling, what's the point? Like, it's the most Mad Men. It's like the most, like, lunatic fucking. It's like, she's a reporter. She's not your secretary, dude. And even then, this would not be acceptable. Oh my god, he's such a piece of shit.
Quiet, Piggy. I mean, Scott. Dan's question was pretty straightforward. If you're going to be outraged over traveling on a plane with Natalie, are you going to be outraged over all those things?
I do not believe in demeaning women in any way, number one. Number two.
So did the president demean women, and was that unacceptable?
The issue I have with this
Are
is...
you outraged or not about that?
The issue I have with this is...
Not answering the question.
Natalie Harp
not answering the question.
is not a public figure.
Nor is
she has
Ruby Freeman or Shane Moss.
She has no ability
to be honest. You're not answering the question.
She is not a private figure. What is he?
Yeah, no, of course she's not. She's by the president's side at all times. She's not private. This is nonsense. She's fucking White House staff. But speaking of which, I can't wait for Scott Jennings. I really hope he does get the job. Because this is the same guy who for years now has been riding off of the claim that he has always been like against not 9/11, Jan 6th. Jan 6th. Like, this guy, on multiple occasions, we have heard him. I'm going to have to go through the old clips to find them at some point when he becomes the press secretary or the minister of truth. Oh, we might go from ministress of truth to minister of truth. That'll be interesting. Gender change. But this is the guy who has been, like, trying to shut down arguments that he's, like, he's not into any of this stuff, and that he's not, Republicans aren't the party of Jan 6th. The second that he accepts the job, everything he's ever said becomes irrelevant, because he's been saying all of this nonsense about how, there's certain things I don't support. Well, if you work for the White House, every single claim based on that becomes completely debunked, right? You can't not support the administration and take the job of head propagandist of the administration. Or pretty much any top job, for that matter.
About. She's the closest advisor to the President of the United States.
Exactly. I mean, this is the administration that has been bandying about the idea of forcing government officials to sign NDAs. They don't believe in the concept of a public figure. So why would
like
they,
Scott Does anybody like Scott Jennings? Good question. I don't think a ton of people like Scott Jennings. Like, he's really just there for CNN to try and do the same thing that Fox News does. But instead of doing the same thing that Fox News does, they just let Scott Jennings run around and say just ridiculous things 24/7. Because Fox News, they have, the token liberals on who they just sort of abuse and bully from one segment to the next as best as they possibly can. They basically set up the whole show so that they can do that. We don't have, we don't have the same thing when it comes to left media, right? When it comes to CNN and MSNBC, the token Republicans, they get shows, like Joe Scarborough gets a show. Scott Jennings, I'm not saying he got his own show. I'm trying to think, there's like a couple other people I'm trying to think of. But there's no, it's not equal and opposite. All right, we are 2 hours into the stream, everybody. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And right now, we are in the final countdown on the Galactic Deficit. If we don't complete that, bad things happen. Inability to pay the bills, rent, do the show. All suddenly become very real. Thankfully, we still have some time. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon donations all count towards that. All right, moving on to the next clip. Staying on this broader topic of the Trump administration and Natalie Harp. A fascinating new letter has been released that apparently Natalie printed on her own printer for the
New details
president.
about Trump's powerful aide, Natalie.
Yes. Wait, hold on. I should have just downloaded it. Where is this thing? There it is. So the Daily Beast released this letter, which looks, it absolutely looks like she printed it on her little printer. You can see sign Natalie by hand at the very bottom. Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night, and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked. I should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I also am sorry. It was an embarrassment, walking the course in Scotland. The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by, I forget who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same, to spare the course any more carts. If there's anything else I've done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I know that some people have said I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too, so asked me to help him out. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep, and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been by myself, dwelling on the past and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. That is the fear, you see, because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me. I don't want to ever let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. That's what I wanted to use this card for when you saw me at the cash register, and once again did what you didn't have to do, and gifted me with mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now, as the cars are leaving. See you soon, with all my heart. Natalie. Oh my God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. What kind of a stalker letter is this? Oh my God. She printed out, folded, signed Natalie. I'm surprised she didn't use a marker. It absolutely feels very directed toward the president. Oh, yes, it's totally a cry for help. Chat, you're on to something there. Absolutely feels like a like a woman desperate. Oh my God. It's the sort of letter you would expect from a loved one, you know, like someone you were dating who had done something really bad. But it was about her running down the golf course 2 days in a row, the same golf course, I think, that she supposedly was sleeping at to stay as close to him as possible. And she was seen running behind the golf carts, which go, I don't know, like 15 miles an hour maybe. So she's, you know, just sprinting behind these golf carts, trying to keep up with the president while he's golfing. And apparently, like, that was her apology letter for having embarrassed him because people were making fun of her because photos had been circulating on social media over the whole thing. Oh, let's talk about this just a little more. This week has been filled with all sorts of fascinating Natalie details.
New details about Trump's powerful aide, Natalie Harp. Maggie Haberman in the New York Times with new reporting on video they've seen of Harp at Trump's golf course in Scotland. Sprinting, the Times reports, great distances to keep up with Trump's golf cart. According to the Times, Harp then wrote a letter afterwards to the president in which she wrote, and I quote, "I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. With all my heart." presidency of Donald Trump. And Maggie, you note in your new article that Natalie Harp never takes a day off, not even a Sunday, right? She is committed and she is indefatigable. How much does Trump depend on her?
A lot, and it's important to note, Aaron, in our reporting, that story was by Sean McCreesh, my colleague, and me. Jonathan and I have separate reporting in Regime Change just about how Trump views her, and part of it is, he will describe to other aides that, and said this during the interregnum period, that, everyone else will go off and make money, she'll never leave, that essentially she is the person who loves him as much as his wife and children, and she serves a specific purpose. In a White House, in a government, there are other channels, official channels of information. She doesn't provide him with his national security briefing, the presidential daily brief. She is not the White House staff secretary, which is supposed to be the last step for paper flow. She's not the press secretary, from whom certain media requests are supposed to come. She is a channel by which, as you said, foreign leaders try to reach him if they can't some other way. She is a channel by which he reaches people he sees on television, who he likes what they are saying, or that he will just send out notes to. She is with him so much of the day during those meetings, and she is talking to him throughout the evening about social media posts. So she is a specific channel of information, but she is one that he considers very important, and so do other people outside.
Yeah, a very specific, a very important media channel to the president. Indispensable. Let's skip ahead a little bit.
The girls. And so Natalie Harp has, in the observation of some people,
He's a businessman. Has he ever had someone who plays the role she's playing now before?
It's interesting. There are people who she reminds those who have been around Trump's world for a very long time of. He used to have this group of assistants/secretaries who would sit outside of his office on the 26th floor of Trump Tower. Some of them were very, very, very serious gatekeepers. Norma Federer was one, his longtime assistant. After that, Rona Graff. But there were a number of them, and he would refer to them as the girls. And so Natalie Harp has, in the observation of some people, taken over a similar role where she is sitting, not outside the Oval Office most of the time, but in the Oval Office. She sits off to the side next to the entrance to the exit to the colonnade and the Rose Garden. She has a laptop or she has a tablet, and she is there when he wants to go fetch papers.
She's a complete lunatic. And she is, it's not even bought taken the hook, line, and sinker. She is a cultist. Literally had a fairly seemingly cultist upbringing. Parents who told her that slavery was fine, and anybody who had slaves back in the day never did anything wrong, according to some of the things we've been hearing about her this week. And she absolutely seems to be taking the role of one of the girls. One of Trump's secretaries, essentially, here to filter information to him, rub his back, print little papers for him, tweet his tweets, prevent mean people from doing mean things to him in person or whatever. She's just there. She's like she's like his female bodyguard, basically. And just deep devotee. She has some strange love for the president that you would expect from, a romantic partner of some sort. Speaking of romantic partners, we talk a lot about the girls, if you will. Caroline Leavitt, Natalie Harp, but where's Donald's wife? Things are really, really Mad Men around here. Trump's secretaries are in the news more than his own wife. We don't see the FLOTUS ever For nearly an entire month, she wasn't seen in front of a camera. Now, this could be due to a number of reasons. We talked about how it could have something to do with the fact that she's on the list of people potentially being subpoenaed for the Epstein files by Katie Fong, among other things. It could be that she hates her husband and is sick of all of... and any number of things, honestly. Really, I mean, the more I try and come up with reasons for why Melania Trump wouldn't want to be around President Trump, the more reasons that I come up with. We all know who this man is. But Melania broke her silence, appearing here earlier today. Shocking, people. I have no sound.
Good afternoon. I heard you missed me. Here I am. Welcome to the White House. A warm welcome to our distinguished guests today, Mr. President, my father, Mr. Knaus, cabinet members, Mr. Penske, Mr. Bowles, Mr. Shanks.
Why can't she say words yet?
Be best. The talented drivers, our universities, and the remarkable individuals who stand in support of my Fostering the Future initiative.
Yes.
The greatest achievement, investment America can make is not in technology, infrastructure, or capital markets. It's our children. We are at the beginning of an era defined by artificial intelligence, robotics, and industries that have yet to be imagined.
Anyway, the First Lady came out to give everybody a message on artificial intelligence and how it's going to make everything better for the kids somehow. It's not clear that she understands any of these things or the words that she's reading. But she said them. And I think, is that the end? Did she say it here? Hold on.
The foundation upon which confidence is built, opportunity is created, and the future is invented. And finally, look at this incredible race car, gorgeous and powerful. I'm sure we cannot wait to see it start its engine. Good luck to all of the drivers and teams on Sunday's race. And now, it is my pleasure to introduce a true champion, the chairman of Penske Entertainment.
She didn't. I can't remember where she says it, but she makes a reference to the fact that she has been missing for a whole month, doing whatever it is, screwing the pool boy, globetrotting with Barron. Who knows? But she just suddenly appears to give us a message about the kids and AI. It's all very strange.
You're hurting the kids.
It's all very strange, but that's what we got today's shock. I had to play it. I was like, oh my God, Melania's alive. When I saw it, I was like, oh God. Can it be real? Had to run it through multiple AI checks just to be sure. Speaking of AI, you need some kind of technology to understand what the fuck this guy is saying. I am, of course, talking about House Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who made an appearance on MSNBC with Kristen Welker. Tried to give messaging on the future of the Democratic Party. Which, I mean, I don't feel like I have to tell anybody here what to expect, but it did not go great. As a Democratic voter, I did not feel like I was left with a sense of great understanding on the future, the vision of the Democratic Party.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Leader Jeffries, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
Great to have you back. We appreciate it. I do want to start with the recent midterm election results. 7 Democratic incumbent House members have lost their seats this election cycle, Leader Jeffries, including some who you endorsed who lost to more progressive candidates. What message do you think voters are trying to send?
Well, I expect that there will be at least 220 members of the House Democratic Caucus when we take back the majority, if not a number much greater than that. And what is clear is that the American people want us to focus on driving down the high cost of living.
He finally got, it took him like at least 45 seconds to actually get there, but he did actually kind of get there a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
And dealing with the affordability crisis that has created a situation in this country where far too many people are working hard, they're playing by the rules, but they can't thrive and can barely survive, which is why we as House Democrats are committed to fighting for an affordable America every day, every week, every month until we solve this crisis.
Am I the only person that after hearing Hakeem Jeffries say that statement, that he's determined to drag this out until he dies and just continue to be like, oh, we just got to keep fighting. We just keep fighting of affordability. Affordability will manifest itself. Is this where he tries to give us a concept of a plan?
Single American.
All right, let's turn to the Supreme Court. This week you called for dramatic reform.
Wait.
Since you became Democratic leader, will you put Medicare for...
Yeah.
Fully owned subsidiary of the Trump cartel and Donald Trump's extreme agenda, as opposed to standing up for the rule of law.
All right, let's move on to Medicare for All. You co-sponsored Medicare for All legislation from 2013 to 2021. You've not co-sponsored it since you became Democratic leader. Will you put Medicare for All up for a vote if you become Speaker?
Well, listen, these are all conversations that the House Democratic Caucus is going to have. Right now, we're focused on November 3rd, not January 3rd. What we are promising the American people is that we're going to fight to make health care affordable for every single American. And we know there's a lot of damage that Republicans have done that we've got to restore and repair. For instance, Republicans have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. More than $1 trillion or so has been cut from Medicaid. And what you're going to have is about 14 million Americans lose access to health care.
Do you personally support Medicare for All? Do you personally support Medicare for All?
No,
can anybody understand what the hell Hakeem is trying to say right now? It's all very confusing, a lot of words. None of it's making any sense. Well, you know, thankfully we have this lady, Emma Vigeland, over the majority report. She's got a graph for us to look at. Maybe we can make sense of this.
I did a little visual. This is the Jeffries cycle. Path to notion to concept conversation, going back and forth like that.
We should really think about solving this issue.
Conversation, we established the path. And that path is going to lead us to a notion, which of course will develop the concept. And then we have a conversation about it and see if there's a further path
to the notion.
Immediately, it's not
to having a concept.
Okay.
But we do support the notion that we've got to find a path forward to fix our broken healthcare system and make healthcare affordable for every single American.
The notions of a concept of
we
a
need to find a
conversation.
path.
Yeah.
We need to have a conversation about finding a path.
A notion to find the path.
A notion. We need to have a conversation about a notion.
About the notion.
About having
About
a
having the
conversation,
conversation.
about a concept for a path.
People are really sick of this corporate
to
speak.
discussion.
It rings so hollow, and it is such bad politics.
Absolutely. I appreciate Emma's visual there. I wouldn't have quite grasped what Hakeem Jeffries was trying to say to me had I not seen that. It was it's much clearer. Whew. Now I get it. It's a never-ending cycle. It's exactly what I said at the beginning. It's just just a conversation that hopefully drags on until Hakeem Jeffries dies so that he never has to actually do anything about affordability in healthcare. Oh, I'm going to want to disappoint y'all, United UHC. It's got a concept of a plan that can be extended indefinitely. Although America's health can't be extended indefinitely, I'm afraid. Speaking of healthcare, can't forget that Hakeem's not the only terrible Democrat out here. Nay.
Self-identifying liberals coming out in support of reactionary Mike Rogers in the Senate race. It is insane. Michigan Democrat State Rep Karen Whitsitt on her support for Mike Rogers.
I do not think people really realize what is on the line. You will lose your health insurance if the other candidate gets in office. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is what Medicare for All means. So if you enjoy going to ER now and sitting for 6 hours, get ready to enjoy that a whole lot longer because you may be sitting there for 6 weeks.
Jesus
that means
Christ.
You will be in a clinic, in a hospital, wherever they say that you go.
Disgusting.
This is straight up right-wing propaganda. Like, this woman is just it's like New York Post. It's like Sky News propaganda, like editorial shit right here. You will never see a doctor ever again. If the communists, and by communists I mean the center-left people who are trying to give you health care, actually achieve in giving you health care, you will never, ever see a doctor ever again. It'll be like the hellscape of Canada, where the last person to see a doctor was in 1917. Before the nationalization of the Canadian health... I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly. No. I'm just making shit up. But the point is it's just some like fucking fever dream nonsense. We will have doctors. This is ridiculous.
Big pharma backed healthcare provider, for-profit healthcare provider backed charlatan. This is a Democrat that's joining forces with Mike Rogers. Yeah, finally we see a centrist Twitter liberal in the wild. Let me tell you something. I think Democrats who hear this kind of they're not going to go, you know what? Maybe I'll give Mike Rogers a vote. Instead, her political career will be over.
Once again, you say you don't want government in your business. Well, the government will be controlling your health care. They will control your doctors.
This psycho ain't no centrist law. Yeah, it's progressives. If progressives did this kind of shit, the state party would do everything in their power to strip funding, strip committee chair assignments, and relegate that person's position to the same level of power as a dog catcher. By the way, this idiot is an actual Republican. Whitsitt credited...
Yeah, no, seriously though, this is what we need to stop though. Is like the right wing of the party. They seem to be lashing out and getting all kinds of crazy and embracing the literal right wing. You know, like how many of these sorts of people are showing up on Fox News? Not to shit on them like Oliver Larkin did, but for like as like a safe space where they can say their right wing ideas and not be criticized, be held up as a savior of the Democratic Party. This is literally what's happening. Fox News gets it. They see it big time. They're like, oh, these people need us right now. The centrists need us.
Representative, great
Yeah,
to see
here she is. Here she is talking about this, by the way, why she's leaving the Dems.
you tonight. What was the final straw, if there was a final straw for you?
Well, I won't say it was a final one. This has definitely been something that's been over the 8-year time period. But the last 3.5 have definitely been telling. And those are just some basic issues that just do not line up biblically Christian values. And that is just abortion, LGBTQ, things to our children that are just imperative where parents no longer have control. And it's just that I just do not see the ability to be able to stay within somewhere where I cannot stand up against a party. And
I'm sorry. If you're an establishment Democrat, if you're a consultant, if you're a Democratic Party politician, if you're a centrist Democrat, if you're a right-wing Democrat, and you think she has something worthwhile to say, but Abdul can't be a part of your coalition, you're not a Democrat. You're a moron. You're an absolute dullard. You are a sucker. You are a fascist collaborator. It's that simple. Moron. And this is why we fucking lose to the most incompetent, petty despots of all time.
Hassan's right. Hassan is absolutely right. He's even more angry about it than me. I've been saying we need to kick these goddamn elephants out of the party. The dinosaurs. The dinos. The Democrats in name only, the people who are Republican light. They keep losing elections. Been telling us to vote them on electability grounds, while they offer absolutely nothing. Take up a lot of space. Get a lot of airtime. They get a lot of money, a lot of support. And then they fail. Kamala raised $1 billion in 2024. Over $1 billion. What, think about what that could have gone to. Think about what that could have gone to. It's a fuck ton of money. It could have gone to healthcare. Just saying. Well, while we're talking about elections, politics, we should talk about an interesting trend shaping up these elections. Because we've been talking about a number of different trends. Trump losing the support of independents. Now, very, very slowly losing the support of Republicans. It's still not much, but slowly losing the support of Republicans. Yeah. You got Trump losing now over a dozen races, primary elections, where he supported one particular candidate in a Republican primary, and the voters now in the last couple of months have like 12 times or so gone against him. And it's really amped up in the last month with him losing 2 races in Florida last Tuesday, or this Tuesday. Jesus, was it that recent? It was this Tuesday, wasn't it? We had an election this week, right? The 18th. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, it's Florida, Alaska, Wyoming. He also lost one in Wyoming. 3 in one day. But there's been a few other things going on. A number of other elections happening. Special elections for open seats, as a number of extenuating circumstances have forced Someone is honking their space horn loud as fuck right now at 1:30 in the morning. This is deeply rude. It's like right next to it's like hella close. Oh. I hear a lot of sirens, a lot of space sirens, a lot of police and fire and things like that, ambulances, but people don't necessarily and then honking, but like brief honking. That was just this dude's just like laying or lady, I don't know. Guy, gal, non-binary bell, just laying on that horn incessantly. No respect. No respect. Okay. Let's talk about this because Democrats are repeatedly flipping Trump country districts, seats in special elections, 10 of them, apparently. Which I think bodes badly for Republicans in November. Midterms coming up. These special elections may be evidence of a real trend. Hold on. I think I just started this in the wrong spot. Actually, I'll let her start it, and then I'm going to skip it.
CNN projecting just before we came on the air that Brandon Dukes, a Democrat, will win a Pennsylvania state house district that Trump carried by nearly 20 points in 2024. Obviously, that's a seismic shift. And Dukes is going to be our guest in just a moment. His win in this special election is sending shockwaves across the country. Pete Buttigieg said, quote, "This is a big deal. Brandon Dukes just flipped a Pennsylvania state house seat held by Republicans for almost 30 years. And the vice chair of the DNC, Malcolm Kenyatta, said this is a district that Democrats should not have had a chance to come within sneezing distance of." And from Congressman Ted Lieu, a member of House Democratic leadership, November is coming.
And this is something that I've been pointing out since the beginning of the Democrats, considering the numbers, even at the very beginning of the primary cycle, let alone where they are at now and or have been throughout it, like, have had a massive chance to do a whole lot of damage that we, have a moment where, to some degree, both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, are more and more disenfranchised, but the leftists and Democrats are more energized, more ready to, support something. Whereas Republicans, I feel like, are tuning out more and more as their dear leader disappoints them more and more. Like, they refuse to completely give up support for him. They're just not turning up. That's what I see it as. Because I'm looking at the numbers, and it seems like of people, at least, who are voting Republican, anybody who still supports the president is, like, giving up on politics. Right? Which is why he is floundering. As these primaries continue to go on, he's losing ground. I mean, this is, this wasn't like an independence, like, jumping in there and voting. No, Florida has... Sorry, I just had to look out the airlock for a second. What was I saying? I can't think of what I was saying, though. The president just keeps losing support in different places, and or just having his supporters lose faith in him and or interest in politics as they're not getting the things that he promised. Lower cost of living, the Epstein files, no more wars, whatever it might be. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Nixon wept.
Omega, thank you for the bits on Twitch. Much appreciated. That'll help us out a little bit. Teeny tiny bit with the galactic content goal of the night. All right, back to the numbers.
Of the group that has been the core of Donald Trump's support. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later.
Okay, so this was a special election.
Yeah.
So I was just pointing out he is going to be facing the same opponent in November, right? So this special election, he's in office, but you could do it again. Democrats have been very successful in special elections this time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so some might say, okay, but then you got to run again in a few months, so what do I really read into it? You actually think that's the whole point, and it's very significant.
I think it is very significant because it's been a very unlucky 13 for Republicans. There have been 13 Democrats who have been able to flip districts that were formerly held by Republicans. Republicans have flipped zero in special elections. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 13 is greater than 0. And
yes, indeed. 13 is greater than 0.
Toledo, holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Batman. It's true. Democrats going undefeated in special elections in the 25-26 cycle. 13-0. I think we all know what that means for the midterms. We got to get out there and vote. It's just, it's one in a number of different things that we just stay aware of. We can't let our guards down. We saw what happened in Wisconsin, people. We saw what happened when letting our guards down goes wrong. But I'm just pointing out that the trend is trending. And it's doing it in all sorts of good ways. Speaking of trends, there's a new trend taking multiple states. The trend of early voting. As multiple elections are coming up in the coming weeks. Massachusetts on the 1st of November, then New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Delaware in the next 2 weeks after that. Let's start here. WPRI, Rhode Island, 10 hours ago. First day of early voting. Seeing a huge number of early ballots cast.
From your local election headquarters now in Rhode Island, early voting got underway yesterday and the initial numbers are in. The Secretary of State's office says nearly 1,700 early ballots were cast Thursday. Officials have also received more than 1,100 mail ballots so far. You can cast your vote through 4 p.m. on September 8th, the night before the primary. To find an early voting location and hours, head to WPRI.com/vote. And a reminder of some key election dates here in southern New England. On top of early voting here in the Ocean State, early voting will get underway Saturday for Massachusetts residents.
That's today. So 2 in a row. Rhode Island starting today. Massachusetts starting tomorrow. I mean, that's... Bam, bam. Votes are a-coming, Space Fam. Speaking of Massachusetts, there is a Senate primary happening. I think you have only 2 candidates running in this race. Let me just double check that. Yeah. It's just these 2 guys. Yeah, Ed Markey and Seth Moulton. Both of Massachusetts. Ed Markey, the incumbent Democrat senator, from Mass, Seth Moulton, a dickbag who's currently elected to one of Massachusetts's House seats, which I believe he had to technically vacate in order to run in this race. Here's C-SPAN from 10 hours ago to a snippet from the debate between the 2 candidates.
This question is for Senator Markey. Is there any age that it's too old to serve in Congress?
Well, I think everyone watching this debate can see that I'm more energized than I've ever been before and in my life. I am crisscrossing the state. I'm fighting for families. It brings out the Malden in me every single day, seeing what Trump is doing to families. Congressman Moulton has a hard time keeping up with me in the course of this campaign. So for me, if somebody can't do the job, they should just step down.
Yeah, Seth Moulton has been trying to make a point of the fact that he's younger than Ed Markey. Although he has much more conservative views, I would point out. He's a real fucking piece of work, this guy. We've talked about Seth for on random occasions over the last couple of years. He's a real piece of shit.
That Senator Rubio would do a great job as Secretary of State. Did you honestly think that, or did Chuck Schumer just tell you to vote for him? Because either way, it was a terrible decision, and these nominees are hurting a lot of people across the country. Now look, I've done over 50 town halls. You've done a couple. You've missed 3 candidate forums just in the past week. It's a lot of work to represent this entire state. And every time I go out west, the South Coast, the Cape, I hear we don't see the senator. We don't hear from him. We don't get to ask him questions. It's a lot of work. I believe in climbing mountains, not just driving up them. And I want to be a senator who will serve well into the future.
Senator. Okay, thank you. Well, Congressman Moulton doesn't have a single state representative or a state senator or mayor in his district who has endorsed him. The mayor of Lynn has endorsed me. The mayor of Salem has endorsed me because I show up. I deliver. And with regard to Marco Rubio, last December, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio asked for $1 trillion in order to fight a war in Iran, in Venezuela, and soon Greenland, and in Cuba. You voted for that budget. When Marco Rubio asked you for $1 trillion to fight an illegal, unconstitutional war, you voted for it. And right now, the people all across the Commonwealth and our nation are paying
Don't worry
the
about
price.
it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Ed Markey kind of crushing it here in this debate, even though he's an older guy. Ed Moulton trying to pretend that he's a better candidate than Ed. I'm afraid he is not. Do not be deceived. Do not forget who Seth Moulton is. He's this guy who directly after Joe Biden was elected went on to CNN and said all of this stuff.
You are getting some pretty heavy criticism from people in your own party for something you said to the New York Times. I just want to read it for our viewers. You said Democrats spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. And your fellow Democrat from Massachusetts, Congressman John Moran, who is gay, said on social media, quote, "The only thing we here in Massachusetts shouldn't be afraid to say is that you should find another job if you want to use an election loss as an opportunity to pick on our most vulnerable. A councilman in your district called those remarks hate speech." You're getting quite a bit of pushback. I just want to hear what you think it all means and how you're responding to this.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Jessica. Look, I was just speaking authentically as a parent about one of many issues where Democrats are just out of touch with the majority of Americans.
Yeah, this is Seth Moulton. Almost 2 years ago now, directly after Kamala Harris lost the election, to come out and say that she was coming out, she was too pro-trans people. You know, she should have been coming out with draconian measures against trans people to just make it just how clear how much she hated trans people. Basically, that's what Seth was out here saying. He was like, look, everybody hates trans people, and therefore Democrats should totally embrace a bigoted stance, a hateful, exclusionary stance, because that's the real problem. It was in Gaza. according to Seth Moulton. And not one time during this entire diatribe that he went on was that the issue. You know, he was actually, this is a 10-minute this interview. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But not one time does he mention Gaza as being a problem, foreign wars being a problem. He, as Ed Markey just pointed out, funded the war in Iran, voted for Trump's fucking military budget. You have to be a lunatic as a Democrat to fucking vote for that shit. What else do you figure this guy will vote for as a senator?
Did you lose staff over this debate?
No, I mean, there's this, there's this, some people have been critical, and that's fine. I am someone who always encourages people to be critical. In fact, one of the interview questions I always ask is, what are you going to do if you disagree with me? And I want people to say, I'm going to disagree with you. I want to have a debate. I think we get stronger by that debate. It's a value that I live upon. I value, and it's a mission. It's one of the critical values that we have on our team. I literally hire people who are going to have different opinions than me. So that's fine. Like, we have these debates all the time on my team, but the concern is that we're not willing to have them as a party. And we're just going to keep losing elections if we can't do that.
Do you think this specific issue is a big part of why Trump won?
I mean, look, the sad reality is that there's polling out that shows that, at least in one poll among swing voters, it was literally the #1 issue. And you can say that was because the Republican ads were effective or whatever else. But I think there's another important point here, which is that Trump is going to try to attack trans people. He is going to attack minorities across the board.
So yeah, in response to knowing that Donald Trump is going to attack trans people, Democrats needed to attack trans people. That was Representative Seth Moulton's answer to the situation, claiming that trans people were the #1 issue back then. Are you kidding me? This guy is insane. No, that was nobody's #1 issue. And we found that out very quickly after that, especially for Trump voters. And we never got that Democratic autopsy that we were all promised, that we were supposed to tell us that it was trans people and not Gaza, and that it was actually that we didn't hug enough Republicans and billionaires on stage at the DNC and not affordability. Instead, we didn't get the autopsy because, of course, it didn't say any of those things that they wanted it to say. Any of these nonsense delusions that they were claiming then do not hold water now as any less than they did then, because they had no fucking salience at the time. It is just pathetic. But this is the guy, so don't vote for this fucking guy, Massachusetts. Piece of shit. Stay with Markey. He might not be perfect. I'm not here to say he is, but he's better than this dude. I'm trying to remember. Do we need to listen to this part too? Hold on.
That should really scare people, because Republicans and Trump are absolutely going to try to ban abortion nationwide, and we're not going to be able to stop that if we don't start winning elections and get back in power.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's it. We don't need more of this. Exactly. So he's like, look, they're going to try and get rid of one thing, which have already gone away. We're already gone, actually, at that point. The Supreme Court had already, literally before this, like months before this interview, had already gotten rid of Roe v. Wade, right? Like, this was in like November of 2024. It's like the guy is living in a different reality where that's not already a thing. And he's like, look, they're going to do a thing that they already did, which is why we have to, gang up on trans people with Republicans. An issue that did not make the top of the list for basically anybody. That's the guy you want in the Senate? Get out of here. Meanwhile, of course, the economy is the big problem for everybody. Was probably the #1 tied for number one issue. We'll probably never know for sure amongst Democratic voters since they never did that autopsy properly, but one could guess that the economy was at least tied for first with support for Israel on number one issue in 2024. Continues to be number one issue for most Americans. And as it turns out, most Americans are not satisfied with the economy right now.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Back here in the United States, Americans are growing increasingly gloomy about what's been a resilient economy. A new CBS News poll finds 69% of Americans are not satisfied with how the economy is working. CBS's Aaron Navarro is in.
Those are some bad numbers. Oh boy. 69% dissatisfied or angry. 1/5 of the country is furious. Whew, that's bad. Less than 1/3. Less than 1 in 3 people are satisfied or enthusiastic. Wow. Those are some bad numbers.
I did everything right and they indicted Americans are not satisfied with how the economy is working. CBS's Aaron Navarro is in Bridgewater, New Jersey, near President Trump's golf resort where he just left. Aaron, what do you know?
Good evening, Jerika. With the Iran war in its 6th month, there is still pain at the pump. The national average for a gallon of gas is about $1 higher than at this point last year. And with November's elections approaching, voters are frustrated with the American economy.
People are struggling to survive.
New CBS polling shows a majority of Americans believe how the U.S. economy works is unfair.
Yeah, people are pretty pissed right now, it would seem. Gotta say, the vibes, the polls, the interviews, every story I see. I mean, literally everybody is upset. Everybody is struggling right now. It only makes sense. Interest rates are up. Inflation is up. All these things are up under Donald Trump. The cost of gas, cost of food, cost of housing, cost of healthcare. The main four. All worse. And as a result of these factors, retail sales this week posted the largest drop in more than a year. Basically, almost since before Trump took office.
New data from the Commerce Department shows Americans cut their spending in July by the biggest amount in more than a year. Retail sales fell 0.6% last month, following a slight gain in June. That drop in spending is raising concern among some economists about the resiliency of consumers as Americans respond to rising gas prices and lingering inflation.
Yeah, but this is not good. I mean, this is not a month that you expect retail sales to post a drop. In the middle of summer, heading towards school, you know, like heading towards back to school season during a month with at least one major national holiday. Like, you expect there to be better retail sales data, not the worst in more than a year. But that's what we got this week. These aren't the only bad numbers coming in. One of the reasons, perhaps, why people are spending less is because they have less to spend. Since, turns out, consumers are winning less credit card disputes than before Donald Trump took office.
I was
beside myself.
Laurie Gorlick couldn't believe it when her credit card dispute was denied this summer.
Doesn't matter whether it was $50 or $1,000, it's the principle. I mean, I'm not going to pay for something that's not mine.
It all started in May when she noticed these 4 charges on her JetBlue credit card from Viator.
Yeah. So people like that lady and anybody who's ever had a fraudulent charge on a card, CFPB is there to protect you. Those of you who have been living under a rock, of course, the president and Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
President and Elon Musk spent a great deal of time last year trying to dismantle the CFPB and make it so that it can't do things like protecting consumers. You know, and as it turns out, doing something like that makes it so that consumers get protected less. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but just follow. Just try and follow along.
Only included this vague line from Barclays. Of government data shows since the Trump administration took office last year, it's getting tougher for consumers to get their money back in credit card disputes, as the administration has tried to strip the Bureau of its power. In 2023 and 2024, the final 2 years of the Biden administration, about a third of credit card customers who complained to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau got their money back. But
it's going from 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 people. I mean, that's a huge number. Like, if everyone in America were making credit card disputes, right, that would be like 125 million people, right? And during the Biden administration, like, you know, out of the whole country, like getting the one back and going from that down to what? Less than 100, like 80 million? Going from like 125 to 80. It's something like, it's a little less, but it's something like that. It's like 125 to like 85 or something. I'm not doing the math well, but it's like 40, it's like a 40 million person gap. If you're just going by all people, I don't know exactly how many people are doing these, but like that's how much we're talking about. It's a huge gap from 1/3 to 1/4 of the complaints being like actually like leading to the return of the money. But that's not even the worst one, unfortunately. Yeah, that was one bank. I can't remember which bank that was. Hold on. That was oh, that's just broadly. That's just all of them. But for Barclays specifically, right? It went from 17 to 18, which is almost like a fifth. It's like a sixth, basically. Like 1 in 6 getting a resolved claim, down to 1 in 10 to less than 1 in 15. Like, that's insane. That is insane. This is what we're talking about, though. This is why I think a lot of people are slowly but surely getting the picture. I don't know if it's going to have enough the results that I'm necessarily going to want in 2026 here in the midterms, but like, I think it's the little things like this. Slowly but surely people start to realize, wait, they really aren't shitifying the government. I thought I hated the government before. I thought I was anti-government, but actually some of that stuff was protecting me. Like, they're only realizing, most Republicans are only realizing it after it directly affects them. That's just how they live. Just how they perceive the world. I don't know what to do about that particular affliction. This is a disturbing trend. It's not just happening with the credit cards.
Here's Donald Trump. They woke him up to give a speech. This is him at the Nassau County Police Academy.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4 It's okay. I mean, it's. I'm not. I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be.
Now, wait a second.
It's a real piece of shit.
This is weird. He's saying it's okay to have expensive gas.
It's patriotism.
Because of he wanted to do the right thing, and what was it, ostensibly keep Iran from getting the nuclear weapon that they were not getting before he tore up the treaty. I'm not gonna nitpick, but it is interesting that J.D. Vance earlier had said number one job is to get oil prices down.
Yeah, it's been a weird week. I mean, Trump coming out and saying it's patriotism gas, basically suggesting that every time you pay extra for gasoline, you're really just doing a service to the nation somehow. I found that fascinating. He is ruining everything, though. A lot of voters are getting pretty fed up with his nonsense, including what used to be a swing state voter, Republican, in the great state of Ohio. Just, see what this guy had to say after being bombarded by NBC News in a local Ohio parking lot.
In the country. And you also spoke to a Republican who's quite upset with his own party. What did he tell you, John?
Yeah, this was fascinating, Ryan. We talked to Rich Beebe in Strongsville, Ohio, and just take a listen to what he had to say. You're still a registered Republican?
I am.
Do you vote in Republican primaries?
I do.
So you're just not happy with the way the
I'm not happy with, well, the party that I know doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Hopefully it finds its way.
If you could say something to President Trump right now, what would you say?
Resign. You're destroying the country.
Resign, you're destroying the country. Yep. That's how a lot of people are feeling right now. Yeah. And a lot of people are just resigning to spend less. Of course, with slower retail sales comes slower Walmart sales. Walmart reporting slower earnings and revenue in the second quarter.
Shares of Walmart fell as much as 10% Thursday after it reported quarterly sales growth below analysts' expectations, an unusual shortfall for the company. Reuters correspondent Nicholas Brown reports on the retailer.
Walmart's sales grew only 2.6%, which is the slowest pace of growth in about 6 years for them. It's the first time that they've failed to meet analyst estimates for their sales.
It's the first time they've failed to meet analyst estimates.
In about 5 years.
In 5 years. Yeah, that's not good. It's not a good trend. It's not a good trend for the economy. But it does signal a lack of confidence in the U.S. consumer. Now, one thing that's certainly affecting things is, as mentioned, gas prices. Hiring, which we'll talk about in a second. We, of course, are spending billions of dollars chasing immigrants with guns. Masked men, right? Like, that's sort of definitely hampering economic like spending in like retailers like Walmart. I can assure you of that. But of course, there is another thing that has got to be something of a drag on spending at retailers like Walmart, who also happen to have a fairly large grocery segment of their business. Because, of course, under the Trump administration, we have a completely useless health and food apparatus. USDA, FDA, all these sorts of things, CDC, HHS, all the alphabet agencies that Republicans claim are bad, that were actually there to keep us from, getting things like, I don't know, cyclosporiasis or salmonella or coli, which apparently is turning up in frozen berries in the latest recall. A recall which includes a dire warning. NBC News yesterday.
FDA now warning that eating some frozen blueberries could potentially kill you. That's right, kill you, not make you sick, kill you. It says it ups the E. coli threat to its highest level. We're talking about these prepackaged blueberries and mixed berries from the brand Greenwise. Publix grocery stores pulled them off the shelves across the country a few weeks back over potential E. coli contamination. This is where the outbreak.
It's these sorts of stories that are really making me worried on multiple occasions. Like, we're hearing about how retailers, it's hands off. It's hands off business, right? They deregulated everything. It's the deregulatory haven, but businesses have been crying for years. So we're leaving it up to them to do the recalls. Some retailers started, or one retailer started weeks ago, but the federal government hasn't acted until now. I mean, this is the kind of hands-off attitude that leads to really bad scenarios. 12 cases, 4 hospitalizations.
Stands. A dozen cases in Florida. In Georgia, they have 4 of those ending up in the hospital. The CDC says the true count is probably much higher. Dr. Akashe Sal is here to talk about this one. So, Doc, I mean, how does raising the threat here change how people should be buying their groceries?
Yeah, well, don't buy this brand of blueberries. I'll tell you that much. Greenwise. No, don't do it. Don't buy the berries. It's not wise to buy Greenwise. It's an anti-commercial. This is a reverse. This is a public service announcement. Do not buy. Sadly, we don't have a functional health apparatus to give us adequate information. No, we've got one run by a complete lunatic who thinks vaccines are bad. And talks like this.
Bobby Kennedy's fevered wet dreams have come to fruition, and we are watching the administration begin to, and we should say that on the CDC website, there has been a statement that implies there is no evidence that, or it maybe explicitly says there's no evidence that vaccines don't cause autism. To the extent
that's the danger. That's exactly the danger, though, that I'm trying to get across, white thumbs. No preemption, only reaction. This is the sort of childlike mentality that leads to disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. We need the preemption is the part. That's why we've been paying for it, because it actually helps. It's proven. It's proven in most situations. Planning better than not planning.
That one can have evidence of improving a negative it is pretty clear that they do not. But Bobby Kennedy has decided that there was never any autism before the 90s. And it is both contrary to what medical professionals tell us, contrary to what neurological professionals tell us. It was very much undiagnosed. And I will say, I have at least 2 friends who were diagnosed at almost my age, being on the spectrum. I don't know what it says about me that I never noticed. That's my close friends. I can imagine. I've taken the test and I stopped it right there.
Yes. They got time to tell us not to take Tylenol, but not enough time to prevent a mass outbreak. Multiple now. We got measles, we got a salmonella, we got E. coli. We have multiple instances apparently of serious salmonella outbreaks. Now we got the E. coli and the berries. And anti-vax nonsense getting spewed all across the fucking place. It's a disaster.
So at year 1, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day.
Oh God, I gotta pee. Just a reminder, people, we are 3 hours into the stream. Hourly reminder. I think I'm going to start doing them hourly since things are so dire. Hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Got to complete the financing of the galactic deficit, or I will be homeless in like 2 weeks, and that's bad. Every dollar counts, and if just 1 in 3, that's right, 1 in 3 YouTube subscribers or Twitch followers gave a single $1, we'd get right across that finish line. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta pee super bad.
Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza.
I just want to stop right there for 1 second. There is no evidence that having the vaccines simultaneously increases any type of medical risk. There is a medical risk with every medical intervention you could possibly have. Take aspirin, Tylenol, allergy medication. There will be people in the population who will have adverse effects. But think about who can afford to take 5 days off of work, maybe to go in and get a vaccine. Or who have access to hospitals. We know all these rural hospitals are closing now. You will necessarily have children going without these vaccines because of this policy. Go ahead.
All in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions for the
in other words, we don't mind putting kids into schools who are unvaccinated in this situation. And so for students who might have immunological issues with taking a vaccine, they're now at higher risk.
Exactly. That is one of the biggest problems, aside from the increased risk for your own children when you don't get them vaccinated. You increase the risk of exposure for those children with the likelihood of higher complications due to whatever illness that you're unwilling to vaccinate your own child against, that they themselves cannot get by the necessary inoculations for. It's a deeply selfish decision based mostly in probably religious views in almost every case.
Of autism that we weren't aware of at the time.
That the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it more. But this is an absurdity, and this is an absurdity.
Pause it for a second. It's not just that we're noticing it more. It's being diagnosed. The range of diagnoses now is much larger. It is like, this is not a subjective question. Objectively speaking, the range of behaviors and and neuroatypical.
Yeah, I think I can say it for Sam here. I mean, the fact is that the science has changed over the decades on autism, how it's diagnosed, from sort of a blanket prescription to a spectrum, which fits more people onto it, and therefore you get more diagnoses. It's not rocket science. It's actually fairly up to interpretation. And so, you know, it's like it's ridiculous that these guys want to play these games. Like, oh my God, it's crazy that it's happening. Oh my God, we've never seen this many autistic cases. They hate the kids, it's true. It's true, they're hurting the kids.
You're hurting the kids.
Yeah. Fact is most voters believe that while we're all being hurt, that the president is directly, inappropriately enriching himself. Here's Reuters from Wednesday. What just happened? Why do you hate me and do you... Well, come on. What are we doing here?
This could be rubbing off on the Republican Party. A pretty clear majority of the public think that it's inappropriate that Donald Trump and his family has profited from these cryptocurrency deals in recent years. It appears that only about a quarter or a third of Republicans said that this was inappropriate. And I think that's some of the loyalty factor playing out there. The other finding...
Yes, I thought this was a fascinating finding.
Of the
vast majority of people think that the president and his family are inappropriately earning money from cryptocurrency. 63% of all adults, basically 2/3, 2 in 3 people. About a quarter of Republicans, 1 in 4, and then more than 9 in 10 Democrats. Basically all Democrats. Yes, indeed. While the economy gets worse, the president and his family continue to enrich themselves. We know about all the ways we've watched it. Oh, we've watched it ad nauseum. Talk a little bit more about that. Hopefully nobody pukes. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From Wednesday. Talk about the profoundly corrupt scheme that Donald Trump is now being sued for, which we have actually talked about already. I'm just glad. I'm just glad that this is happening. I was like, yes, thank God. Because when we first talked about this, I was like, this is the most blatantly corrupt act I could have come up with. I'm not even sure I could have come up, like, this is too stupid. It's somehow, like, beyond fiction.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Intercept and the Freedom of the Press Foundation have filed a lawsuit against President Trump and his staff seeking to halt a new venture by Trump's media company to monetize the president's social media posts on Truth Social. Under the scheme called Truth API, the platform would charge up to $100,000 per month for early access to the president's posts, which frequently drives stock market volatility. The plan launched on August 1st, and reportedly at least 10 customers have signed up. In announcing the lawsuit, Ben Musick, editor-in-chief of The Intercept, said Trump is trying to enrich himself by privatizing government information that he has no right to sell. We won't let it stand, he said. This comes as the Trump Media and Technology Corporation, which owns Truth Social, announced a $238 million loss during the second quarter of this year. The company is yet to be profitable.
It is incredible. I mean, this thing wouldn't exist if he wasn't president, which, in a way, makes it that it shouldn't exist, but it does. And it's just fascinating. I mean, I've had so many complaints about this thing existing, like, ever since he came to office. Like, we've been talking about this so much over the years. Like, the last 2 years, I don't know how many times I've brought it up. I'm just so sick of this man doing things that are just so blatantly against the rules and not being punished for it, like this, where he's literally running ads. And in fact, he took in U.S. taxpayer dollars at Trump Media, which needs to be a different lawsuit, I would point out, because he was running ICE ads when they were running all of those big hiring pushes, trying to get to local law enforcement, all these other things. They were running ICE ads, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement ads on Truth Social for at least a month. I'm not sure how. It was like it was close to a month. I should have screenshotted all these things at that time. I wasn't planning or thinking about litigation. I assume somebody would be on it, but the point is that's U.S. taxpayer funds when you think about it, right? It's the marketing department at ICE giving Truth Social's ad department, which is run by Trump Media and Technology Group, which Donald Trump owns. Right? TMTG is apparently the main shareholder of Truth Social. Like I've said, Trump doesn't own the entirety of Truth Social. It's a public company. But he does own the #1 voting share, which is good enough, right? He can appoint basically all the members of the board by vote, and all sorts of other sorts of corporate decisions can be made directly by him. Hasn't divested himself from the company.
From where we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Brendan Ballou, CEO of the Public Integrity Project. He is a former federal prosecutor who spent 2 years prosecuting January 6th Capitol insurrectionists. He's one of the lawyers representing The Intercept and Freedom of the Press Foundation in this lawsuit. Brendan, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can just simply explain what is not just being proposed, but what has begun on Truth Social, the president's means of speaking to the world.
Absolutely. So you hit the nail on the head in how you described it. That Truth Social is the president's means of speaking to the world. If you want to know what the federal government is doing, you have to follow Truth Social. Truth Social is where the president hires and fires people. It's where he announces wars. It's where he announces ceasefires. It's where he exclusively announces many, if not most, of the core initiatives of his administration. What's being proposed is that Truth Social is offering what's called an API, a data feed that will give early access to his posts to those who, as you said, are willing to subscribe for $100,000 a month. This means that folks who are willing to pay that money are going to get early access to what Truth Social's parent company itself describes as quote-unquote market-moving information. They're going to have access to that early, which they can then use for trading. They can use it for gambling. They can use it for national security purposes. If they are, for instance, working for a foreign power. So there are all sorts of ways that the president is literally selling government information for private profit.
As you say in the lawsuit, the scheme is profoundly corrupt. The president stands to gain financially by giving market-moving government information to those who are willing and able to pay his personal company, unquote. I want to go to a clip right now of Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt assuring reporters that anything on Trump's social media site is straight from the horse's mouth. This is Levitt speaking about Truth Social during a news conference in February.
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest of the world.
So, Brendan Ballou, talk about the significance of what she's saying, that this is the mouthpiece of the administration.
Yeah, that to me is a smoking gun. Is Caroline Levitt coming out and saying that thing, that True Social is an apparatus of the U.S. government. That makes it a public information. I think a public utility almost. Like, basically, it shouldn't even be a public company. You know, it has, like, shareholders. Like, that's a government institution right there. This is kind of the point that I've been making this whole time. These guys are suing the Trump administration, Donald Trump, for this latest act, the Truth API situation. It's good to see some people fighting back against this thing. Like I was saying before, this felt like one of the most fucking corrupt things they could have done. Truth Social was already so blatantly corrupt in my mind. I couldn't have thought of another layer to True Social that could have made it more corrupt, but they did. Oh, how about we do a fucking $100,000 a month API early access? Like, it's insane. It's deranged. It's like a villain. Only a villain could literally come up with the fucking thought as evil as that, as deeply corrupt as something like that. And I'm just glad somebody's suing him over it. The fact is, we need to look into True Social and all of this stuff. And all the people who were on the board and are still on the board of True Social. In fact, I think there's some people in the Trump administration that are still technically on the board of True Social, which is insane. I can't remember if Kash Patel resigned from the board or not, but he was on there at one point. Susie Wiles was on there at one point. People in the Trump administration were literally all formally of the board. I don't know who all is still there, but it's just, it's out of control. The self-dealing that we are witnessing here. Speaking of lawsuits, let's go here to Texas. Here's a fascinating one. Here's WPRI 10 hours ago. Talk about a ruling in Texas vis-a-vis an Alex Jones judgment. Big, ridiculous decision coming down today.
Update in the lawsuit against Alex Jones, the man who said the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax. A Texas judge has slashed the $50 million judgment to $1.5 million.
Wow. From 50 to 1.5? What is that? 3%? 4%? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Anyway, Texas judge slashing one of the settlements that was granted to Alex Jones from $50 to $1 million. It's disgusting. They have no consideration for the victims. It's just like, oh, poor. What about Alex Jones though? The Onion bought Alex Jones's whole media empire. He can't pay. Too bad. Why are we doing that? This dude spread this disinformation that caused serious mental harm to these people. Why does it only matter when these things happen to the wealthy? And the reverse of it is just meaningless. A deeply unfair society. Deeply unfair. Oh, megastar. Are you a tier 2 sub? You must be because you got gifts in chat. Look at you, so fancy. So fancy. Has everybody heard tier 2 subscribers on Twitch apparently get to use GIFs in chats in the channels that they're tier 2 subs to or higher? But just a reminder, everybody, we really gotta complete the galactic financing goal. And since that contributes both to the financing goal and the content goal, why would you not? Cash App and PayPal and Patreon all take less cuts than Twitch and YouTube, I would point out. I would also like to point out that we are running out of time very quickly. 1 hour, 1 minute, and 1 second on that timer. All right. Yeah, let's move on from psychotic Alex Jones, who's just been given a literal lifeline by a federal Texas judge. Actually, it might not even be a federal district. I actually can't be. I can't remember on that part. Move on from that lunatic to something that makes me lose my mind. AI. Which is continuing to ruin, well, basically everything. From what I can tell. Everywhere it's implemented makes things worse, just a little bit.
All right, y'all. We got to talk about how AI is destroying everything. But first and foremost, let me show you how nobody trusts these AI tech demons. Nobody trusts the Epstein class tech CEOs. So look at this from More Perfect Union. Young people really, really don't trust tech oligarchs. New polling shows that among adults age 18 to 34, 81% don't trust Alex Karp. That should be 100%, by the way. 79% don't trust Peter Thiel. That should be 100%, by the way. 71% don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. That should be 100%, by the way. 70% don't trust Elon. That should be 100,000%, by the way. And 69% don't trust Sam.
No, that's 1.5 split between the two plaintiffs in the case. For anybody who was wondering, in case it wasn't clear, that's 1.5 million total. In Texas, there's two different people who claimed damages against Alex Jones for his lies. And instead of splitting 50 million, they will be splitting 1.5 million.
Altman. Not long ago, these numbers were very different for Silicon Valley titans. So that's the good news, is that it used to be like these people were looked at as geniuses and heroes and, you know, revolutionaries in a way, like tech revolutionaries. Now everybody's like, fuck them and the horse they rode in on. And they're right. They're right to react like that because these are the people who are ushering in an incredibly dystopian future. Okay, More Perfect Union also says tech layoff.
Hey, hold on. This isn't the part that I find that we know like a lot of this. By the way, though, tech layoffs are apparently getting worse. They are getting worse. That is true. And maybe we should talk about this part. Well, there's more. But yeah, layoffs. We are going to talk about layoffs in a second, actually, I think. Yeah, this one. This one is deranged. I don't know how many times I've said it now, but we need to stop giving AI to children as learning tools. It is bad. It is a bad idea. I do not know how to better say it to you.
Both like literally and chemically, but also when it comes to noise pollution and things of that nature. Like it's all on the line now, man. It really is. To prove to you that AI is ruining everything, this is a great example here. This is a real story about what happened in a school district when they relied a little too heavily on AI. Watch this.
Well, I bet you've never seen this U.S. map
Oh
before,
my
where
God.
Kentucky is Konvecki, Indiana.
North Dakota? Really? Tuniceo? Tunisio lockin. What does it say? I can't read that one at the bottom. Sorja with an S.
This is ridiculous.
Roars Barolina. I mean, New Mazone. What in the hell is going on here? This is deranged. San Arsenio. San Arsenio Hall.
As Eno Lano, and Tennessee is Tunisio, and the
Nazca.
list goes on. Well, this was in the agenda given
This
to
is
students at a
disaster.
JCPS middle school.
This is
Mom, did you know
disaster.
that we live in Venecki? And I said, what are you talking about?
That question sent Morris flipping through her middle schooler at Farnsley's brand new agenda, unveiling all sorts of bizarre errors.
The periodic table is just jarred words. We have new planets called Mark.
Mark,
Oh my
yes.
God.
Mark and Jupiter. Oh, I can't. Why is society getting so stupid? Why?
It's just jarbled words. We have new planets called Mark.
Oh my God. Jupiter spelled wrong. Instead of Saturn, it's Saturn. Jesus Christ. Mercury instead of Mercury.
This U.S. map, Louisiana is Lukong, Alabama is Alatome,
And then there's, instead of Georgia, it's Georgia.
Georgia.
Illinois is Vitoise, and South Carolina is South Quanto.
Oh.
It's crazy.
And look at these phases of the moon. Some are not legible.
Tulips. Sepulech. Waning banking. Full. Waning Grukla. Next epilescent. I feel like I'm gonna have an epilescent right now. Waning crescent. Waning Cascane. Next. They're not even trying. Sources, really? I'll bet NASA.gov would like to disavow.
What should be waning crescent says waning Crescane. And the periodic table, where the names under the elements are gibberish.
Oh, we have to pay a $10 instructional fee every year
Jesus.
in order to get this agenda.
That
So
is offensive.
you're making us pay for something that you used AI for.
I'm sorry.
That is offensive. Okay, that is going too far. You're gonna make parents pay $10 for your AI slop planner? Can't even be bothered to put it together yourself, but you're gonna make them pay $10? It's incredibly rude. That's just an insult to parents. Parents of Kentucky. I had to go back to remember what they labeled it as. Venecki. So stupid. Yeah, sorry, Kentucky. Maybe vote not Republican. There's an idea. Because it is the president who's mostly trying to usher in the AI, but not, I guess it's not exclusive. But of the people who are vowing to do something about data centers, it is Democrats. Republicans and Democrats are complaining about the data centers like real human beings, but of the politicians right now, either running for office or in office, Republicans are just ushering this data center boom in. Well, at least some Democrats are fighting. I'm, once again, not here to claim all Democrats are made equal and fighting the same fight, but at least there is some fight happening. But that's what you get when you use Grok for a school planner. Gibberish, nonsense, made up moon phases. Fake fucking periodic table. I mean, that's ridiculous. I remember using my periodic table on my planner to memorize the periodic table. Like, it's very, it breaks my brain that any institution of learning would put that out to the children. Like, it's just deeply disturbing to me. Oh, that's actually hurting the kids.
You're hurting the kids.
You know, they claim, all these sorts of crazy culture war stuff like kitty litter boxes for school shootings, or trans girls in sports. Like, these are the things that are threatening kids. No, it's kids getting planners with fake periodic tables and having that information going into their brain and having a single brain cell wasted on remembering something like that. Are you kidding me? Vaneki. The great state of Vaneki. I love my Vaneki fried chicken. I mean Vaneki fried blickin'. Keep big government out of bathroom sports. Yeah. Maybe no sports in bathrooms. There's an idea. All right, moving it along. Well, we're talking about the enshittification technology, the AI enshittification. We should talk about the worsening of tech jobs, the gig economy. More Perfect Union doing a new investigation into Uber, and somehow it's gotten worse.
A what now?
Yep. It's true.
Everything is expensive right now, but the ride you take to work, to the airport, home from the bar, that's climbing higher than almost anything. Uber's CEO was asked where that money's going.
Well, I think it is about inflation. Our drivers need to make a living.
And maybe he's right. So check. Pull up a fare and do the math. The problem is you can't check. Since 2022, Uber uses an algorithm no one outside the company can see to set wages and fares. In 2024, I ran an experiment with 7 drivers. Different pay for the same rides. Uber said we got it wrong. In 2026, Consumer Reports tested the other side. 174 riders. Same trip, different prices, fake promotions. Uber said they got it wrong. Drivers have been pooling receipts. Not 7, not
Right, it's all the people doing the research that are getting it wrong, not Uber. It's like violating the law. But actually, yes, it is them. And as somebody who was in the gig economy space for a while, doing deliveries and things like that very early on, honestly, when some of these were just coming to the areas I was getting into them. Things like Instacart, DoorDash, and whatever else. I'd never gotten to Ubering. But they changed their business models drastically from when they first entered an area to now. And it's somehow gotten dramatically worse since when I left, which was years ago. I just don't understand how it's gotten as, because I was fed up with it years ago, and it's blowing my mind that it's still getting worse, has room to get worse, that people are still somehow doing this as it gets worse. The fact is they've been trying nefarious shit for years. For instance, with Instacart, they used to offer delivery drivers who were also getting all of your food, and still do, at least in most cases, not all. They've been trying to hand that to another group of people lately, but what I understand is at least, back then, we would get exact amounts of money per item that we would pick. We would know if for every piece of effort that we were going to do, what we would get paid, regardless of what the customer was paying, and then a tip, as well as compensation per mile over a particular distance. It was actually quite good pay at one point. And then things changed dramatically. They started using a bidding system, started trying to figure out, using algorithms, how cheaply they could get these things done. Rather than being fair pay, now it was an auction of labor every person working against the other one. Incentivizing bad practices, unsafe driving, and all sorts of other things, rather than just doing a good job. All sorts of other shit, unfortunately. As it turns out, the amount of money that Uber is taking per ride has been going up dramatically since 2024, when More Perfect Union last did their little experiment.
Of the trip, did that impact the
No.
the day of the week?
Nope.
The timing of the trip?
No.
The service type?
Nope. Is supposed to work. People with essentially the same type of risk profile should be charged the same amount of premiums.
Len's team tested everything that should move an insurance rate. The year of the trip, did that impact the
No.
fee? The day of the week?
Nope.
The timing of the trip?
Nope.
The service type?
Nope.
What did impact the fee?
Two factors and two factors alone: the price of the trip and the driver pay of the trip.
Charge more for the ride, and the insurance goes up with it. Not the risk, the price. Uber disputes this. The company says the fee is based on a trip's risk profile, and that Sherman's analysis is wrong. We'll lay out their full response a bit later. But for this data, the numbers move with the money. Where does it go? Len showed me a chart that may have an answer. Built from data Uber itself provided, 50,000 rides across 3 drivers. This is one driver's history. The pattern holds for all 3. The green line is what you pay for a ride.
The red line, the driver pay, seemed to be moving in lockstep, and that's not a coincidence. There was a fixed proportion that drivers would keep 80 to 85% of what the rider paid.
In 2014, Uber said it out loud.
Yeah, they claimed they were only keeping 20% or less. Now, of course, DoorDash drivers have sued, or I'm sorry, Uber drivers have I think sued Uber on a number of occasions. DoorDash has been sued by their drivers. All these people have been sued by their drivers for taking more of the tips. They shouldn't be taking a single penny of the tips, but they were literally taking tips from DoorDash drivers and things like that. And there's a lot of really sketchy practices that these tech gig platforms have gotten away with. But the number is actually getting much wider, with Uber apparently taking as much as 50% or more of the fee being taken in for doing nothing. Literally nothing, aside from connecting a driver and a person. They're taking more than half. It is disturbing.
The country. You could see the impact in that red line falling off a cliff.
The space opening up between those lines has a name. The take rate, or Uber's cut.
It jumped from 15% to almost 40% almost overnight. And as you could see towards the end of the chart, and now exceeding 50%. More than half of what you pay as a rider is going to Uber rather than the driver. 50% take rate sort of threshold kind of now passes into the realm of embarrassment.
It's ludicrous. 50%? 50% is disgusting. They should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is the profiteering. It's been, not just ushered in by Donald Trump, but it's certainly gotten way worse since he first came to office. Last 10 years, this kind of shit has just gone through the roof. As we continue to more and more celebrate the very wealthiest in society and let them traipse across every freaking facet of our lives. Hey, maybe soon we won't even have Uber drivers. We'll just have Amazon drones come pick you up. Like ones like this. Very functional drones dropping off packages seen here. Can you imagine just watching whatever the hell is in there getting dropped directly into the pool? Ah, that's a real disappointment. That's not what you want. That's clearly not better than a regular delivery. I'm fairly certain most Amazon, all, if not most, if not all Amazon drivers would not throw it directly into the pool. You know? And that's what we're getting from all this sweet AI, techie, dystopian goodness that's being brought to us by our overlords. Yeah. You also get flock cameras, can't forget that. Constant surveillance from the Empire.
This council has done well. I am pleased, and so is the Chomo Emperor. But we have given too much money to our libraries, too much money to our parks. We need SDPD to have more money for the Emperor to rule over the entire universe. Once the Death Star has been completed, no one will be able to rebel against us. We will be the ultimate power in the universe. We do not need parks. We do not need libraries. We do not need daycare centers. We do not need homeless shelters. All we need is money for our stormtroopers. And anyone that disagrees is part of the Rebel Alliance and a scum, and they should be taken away immediately.
Right to jail, right away.
This council needs to understand that we are the ultimate power in the universe, and we will not succumb to the forces of democratic will. No, this council was elected to serve the police, not the public. And if our stormtroopers don't receive all the funding that they deserve, there will be hell to pay with the Emperor. And he is not as forgiving as I.
There we go. That was Darth Vader speaking on behalf of flock cameras and police funding at this city council meeting. And the Chomo Emperor, I believe. Can't imagine who he's talking about.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yep. It's a great time to be alive, isn't it? You get AI textbooks for the kids. Uber drivers becoming indentured servants to the tech oligarchs. A system of surveillance vis-a-vis flock that only Darth Vader could support. And unfortunately, an increase in job losses, according to King 5 Seattle here from yesterday. Big tech companies, which have long provided the Seattle area with good-paying jobs, now seeing layoffs rather than job creation.
Aww.
More job losses in the Northwest tonight. Starbucks' latest restructuring move affects more than 220 workers, including workers in Seattle. The coffee giant announcing today it is filing another warn notice for 104 support roles, 120 workers who declined offers to relocate to Nashville. Starbucks says this is not a new round of layoffs, but the final step in the restructuring it already.
It's just the final step in the latest layoffs. Okay, thank you, Starbucks. Now, these aren't like barista positions. These are like white collar Starbucks jobs. But not just Starbucks. They're not the only ones cutting jobs.
In May. The company says for now, coffee shops are not affected. This, as you know, is just the latest sign of continuing job losses across Western Washington. Other major employers, including Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, and Expedia, have also announced hundreds of local job cuts in recent months. Joining us tonight to discuss.
Yeah, actually, we need to listen to more of this. I can't remember which part of it. Where does he say this? We're just going to listen to this a little bit longer.
Is Nick Huntington-Klein, an associate professor of economics at Seattle University. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, Seattle-King County's unemployment rate is about a half a point above the national average. This gap, what is it telling you with these job losses?
So we're seeing sort of a sustained issue where a lot of these, especially higher end jobs, are seeing these very big job losses. And this is due to a bunch of factors sort of all hitting us at the same time, right? If you listen to what these companies are saying when they file these notices, some of it has to do with the potential for AI to take the place of some of these jobs. Some of it has to do with overhiring during.
Yes, indeed. AI is one of the big factors that all of these companies in the Seattle, Washington area to be doing all of these layoffs. We've been talking about this ramping up. It's not just Facebook, it's not just Google. It's not just Microsoft. It has been happening across the board, very slowly but surely. Different announcements about an intention for less jobs vis-a-vis because of AI, or just job cuts, whether or not they're being claimed to be AI. A lot of them have realized that the AI job layoffs are very unpopular. I get the sense that they're trying to come up with fake reasons. I'm wearing sunglasses. That much is clear. Everybody can see. Anybody can see I'm wearing sunglasses already. Did you just get an ad for yachts? Wow. Okay, everybody, we need to settle down. I'm trying to focus in here. You've taken it too far. There's too many. You've clearly crossed the line on oh yeahs. Okay? There's too many oh yeahs. You gotta know when you've done too many oh yeahs. And sometimes it's my job to know when we've had too many oh yeahs. Alright, staying focused on tech. We're talking tech layoffs. We should talk about tech recalls. This one's not in the United States. Instead, it is in China. But it does affect the United States as one of the United States, at least largest by market cap, not by sales. Auto manufacturer Tesla is getting hit hard in its largest ever recall.
China! I have to have my China.
That's right. The country of China recalling 3 million Teslas across the country for safety concerns. Here is Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago. China orders largest ever recall for nearly 3 million cars. Chinese regulators on Friday ordered Tesla to fix nearly 3 million vehicles amid broader concerns about emergency door releases, making the largest ever automotive recall campaign in the history for Tesla. China's State Administration for Market and Regulation said in a statement Friday that Tesla would recall 973,000 Model 3 vehicles manufactured between March 4th, 2019 And April 29, 2026, 1.96 million China-made Model Y cars made between November 16, 2020 and April 30th, 2026, as well as more than 36,000. Good God, it's a lot of numbers. 35,000 imported Model 3s to 8,000 Model X and 2,000 Model S vehicles. That recall involving about 2.98 million vehicles is Tesla's largest ever in any market. Yeah.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, the reason why I decided to leave this here is because we've been talking about the malfeasance of the U.S. government. Oh my God. For a second, we almost lost power on the space station, I think. That was weird. What was I saying? Ah, yes. The malfeasance of the U.S. government, the hands-off attitude, the deregulation. Because we've been talking about the health apparatus that's been completely hands-off. Of course, we have Sean Duffy, a literal reality star, Road Rules, from like the early 2000s, I think, after I stopped watching it. But like, Sean Duffy's a little reality star. He's in charge of the Transportation Administration, right? Like the Department of Transportation, whatever it is. And we have not yet done a recall on Tesla like this. But you gotta figure, if you just do the math of it, right? Number of Teslas in China on the road is something like, I mean, this might be almost all of them. Is this all of them? No way. No way. Oh my God, this might be the whole fleet. No. Okay, here's a rough idea of how many Teslas have been sold in the last 20 years. According to Trident's technology, it's something like 9 million units. I can't find... There's like figures per year, but there's no clear number. It's probably got internal government data. But it's claiming that it's only 3 million, which is the exact number. It's the exact number we were just talking about. I'm guessing it's slightly more than that. This is an AI overview. I wish that I could just turn off AI overviews. But like, if that is true, that would be wild. If it was all the Teslas in China. Because we aren't having a single one in the United States. What do you figure the difference between the manufacturing in China and the United States is? China makes everything. In fact, I think a lot of Chinese vehicles get sent here. Like Chinese-made Teslas have been sold here in the United States. Which means there's probably vehicles in the United States made in the year and under the same model and year that's happening in China right now that are currently driving in the United States. It only makes sense. Tesla's a global company. You can make those cars cheaper in China than here in the United States. Okay, we got 0 recalled right now in the latest, from what I understand, here in the United States. Nobody's going after Elon. But of course, we do have a government completely captured by the oligarchy. Before we go to this next clip, I just want to remind everybody that we are less than 30 minutes away from completing the Galactic Content Goal Timer. However, we have made a little bit of progress, which is great. 5 bones on Cash App. Thank you very much. As well as $3.33 on PayPal. What was that? $8.33, I guess? Okay, I'm going to add $8. And round down, because it's under 50. Was that 75? Gets us slightly closer to completing the Galactic financing goal, the deficit, and the content goal. Just a reminder, everybody, get those donations in. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. Without you, we would cease to exist. So many great ways for you to show your support now that we're back being remonetized on YouTube. Of course, every minute you watch helps out, whether you have YouTube Premium or not, whether you're watching ads or not, it helps. Super stickers, of course, great. Super chats, awesome. Memberships, gifted memberships, fantastic. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, fabulous. Cash App and PayPal donuts, incredible. They go to both goals at the same time. Basically couldn't do better. Unless you decide to be a galactic patron. Or one of the tiers on Patreon. It is in fact the best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars. Anyway, hopefully we can complete the goal. We're not doing great. I would point out we were... Even if I count a donation that happened before the stream started, we are like less than halfway. So we really need your help, Space Fams. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. All right, let's talk about those tech oligarchs that have completely captured the government, the regulatory framework, and everything else.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Anjali Kamat.
The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism, and the War on Democracy. That's the name of a new book by our next guest, the journalist Gil Duran. The book looks at how tech billionaires, including Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, are pushing what Duran calls tech fascism. Gil Duran also documents how Thiel had played a pivotal role in J.D. Vance's rise to power. Duran writes, quote, Vance is almost entirely a creation of Thiel, who bankrolled his brief stint as a Silicon Valley venture capitalist and United States senator. With Vance at Trump's side, Silicon Valley had one of their own in the White House, a tech venture capitalist one heartbeat away from the presidency.
Gil Duran joins us here in New York. He's the former opinion editor of the Sacramento Bee and editorial page editor at the San Francisco Examiner. He now publishes two newsletters, the Nerd Reich and Frame Lab. Welcome to Democracy Now! So let's start with the title, The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. Why'd you choose it?
Well, in 2024, I wrote a series for the New Republic about the extremist ideological beliefs coming out of Silicon Valley. And after I'd written a story that went really viral and got me under attack by one of these guys, someone reached out to me from the crypto world and said, you know, we've been calling these guys the Nerd Reich for years. And that blew my mind, and I saw that no one was really using that title, and so I rebranded my newsletter, which had some boring other name, as the Nerd Reich, and that became the main message of it. But I thought it was amazing that from within their own community, this was a label that was applied to them. People understood it was fascist and was echoing Nazism in nature.
But I want to just say, the billionaire tech bros, as they are known, another name for them, haven't always been the way they are now. In fact, when Trump was first coming into office, talk about how they have changed.
During the first Trump administration, we saw something called Tech Against Trump, where there were all these tech companies standing up to Trump, filing lawsuits, opposing his crackdowns on immigration. This time around, it's completely different.
He was removed from X.
Yeah, removed from X. Facebook banned him. Now we see the opposite happening. I think what happened is that Trump was able to tap into some undercurrents in Silicon Valley with his return to power. Billionaires had become radicalized by things like the Me Too movement, by Occupy, by the Black Lives Matter movement, and then by the pandemic. And so when Trump is able to return to power...
You know, another way of saying that is that billionaires were radicalized by the existence of the rest of society. He just listed off all of the biggest happenings on the planet. It's just like every things that everybody went through, they were, you know, it's like, ah, that's the problem. Everyone else.
dictator-like corporations that will have total power over their citizens. Yarvin wrote that they could even turn unproductive people into biodiesel to fuel city buses. But he said he was just kidding about that, but that what we really need for the poor is an humane alternative to genocide. So these are the kinds of ideas you see.
What a nonsense statement. I'm glad I stopped it right there. I'm glad I found the exact spot for that one. A humane alternative to genocide? What in the hell does that mean? What is a humane alternative to genocide? That is deranged. That is sick. That is Nazi talk. What the fuck does that even mean? That's like, wow. I mean, to some degree, that is literally, I mean, if I recall if my history is correct, that's literally what the Nazis said when they were building places like Auschwitz before they turned into the death camps. You know, they were, you know, sewing Nazi uniforms or whatever else. It's like, this is better than genocide. They're just doing labor. We've just separated them from society. No big deal. Right? Like this is literally what he's doing right now. We just need a humane alternative to genocide. Ludicrous.
This is ridiculous.
Balaji Srinivasan, another Peter Thiel protege, because Curtis Yarvin is funded by Peter Thiel, that's the only reason anyone's ever heard of him, goes on to create this idea called the network state, which is a more startup-friendly version of this, that corporations and billionaires should fund their own cities and countries, and we're seeing that grow.
Let's go to Curtis Yarvin in his own words at the Institute of Art and Ideas, where he explained why he supports monarchical system of government.
Let's debunk this concept of liberal democracy. There's actually no such thing. Democracy in today's world just means a good or legitimate government. It means a claim to a legitimate government. Just because you call yourself a democracy doesn't mean anything. North Korea.
This sort of guy will usher in gulags. This kind of thinking is gulag thinking, right? Like we just, you know, forced labor camps, stuff like that. It's an alternative. It's an alternative. What's an alternative to genocide? It's like that phrase has stuck with in my brain ever since hearing it earlier. I couldn't get past it. What the fuck does that mean? It's like the only ideas that come to me are things like forced labor camps. You know, ethnic cleansing, I guess, is more ethical, or I don't know if it's we're parsing some really deeply dark things here, but this guy has a deranged mind.
Korea calls itself the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That is 3 euphemisms for democracy, 1 place name, and it's a monarchy. Anything that works is a monarchy. So, for example, if you take your iPhone and you look at the box that your iPhone comes in, it says designed by Apple in California, manufactured in China. So that is 2 monarchies. Apple has a CEO and China has a dictator, and 1 oligarchy, which is the government of California, which is, by the way, basically a single-party state. There are no longer competitive elections in California. So when you try to imagine the state of California in which I live, trying to build an iPhone or design an iPhone, the concept is ridiculous.
Let's go back to 2021 when J.D. Vance, then a candidate in Ohio for U.S. Senate, appeared on the conservative Jack Murphy.
By the way, I mean, he lives in like an alternate reality. Would it shock you to hear that California has 8 Republican House seats? Because that is true. Almost 1/4 of House seats in California are Republican. I know it's crazy. But the world that Curtis Yarvin thinks we live in doesn't exist.
Live podcast, Murphy asked Vance how to root out so-called wokeism from American institutions.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokification program in the United States, right?
So that was J.D. Vance back in 2021. The latest news is out of the Washington Post that President Donald Trump recently told donors in private that he wants to see his vice president, J.D. Vance, win the 2028 presidential election, a sign that he's open to publicly backing J.D. Vance. There's been this kind of war between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. But talk about the significance of this. And as you said, J.D. Vance being a creation of Peter Thiel.
J.D. Vance is a dangerous extremist who embraces a set of ideas that should put a chill down the spine of every American. He went on in that interview to say that Donald Trump would likely win the 2024 election, and that when he did, he should purge the federal government, just like Yarvin had recommended. And in fact, he should defy the courts and the law and challenge the Supreme Court justices to force him to follow their dictates.
Yeah, we kind of live in like some sort of like tech monarchy. It's weird. Like the Trump is the emperor, the king. Like the tech billionaires. They're like the dukes or the lords or something like that. Like the princes. They own different parts of our country at this point, different industries. While the rest of us, the peons, just churn out whatever for them. Wow. Hope this wasn't true, but here's my last 5 bones. I really hope it helps. Thank you very much. The person who just donated on Cash App again. I guess it's a little closer to completing the goals. Slowly but surely. People aren't doing super chats or super stickers anymore. I find that weird. People used to do this all the time. I figured when we got back, people would be all over that.
In the world.
Okay. Well, while the tech oligarchs get richer, America gets poorer. But before we talk about just how poor America has actually gotten, let's go here to see what the president had to say. Standing at the latest desecration of the White House lawn, a giant helipad that he unveiled earlier this week.
Somebody said, but it's very big and very good, and the owners are fantastic people, and I want to thank them. So this side, they just started putting it down. If you can see, this will be happening over here too. As you remember, I donated the flagpoles, one on each side, because the White House didn't really have an appropriate American flag. It had a small one on top. We left that, but it didn't have an appropriate American flag. And this is a great pole. This is the top of the line. It's tapered.
Top of the line pole.
This isn't a straight up and down job, which looks terrible, frankly. That's a tapered pole. Great. I'm very good
Tapered
at flag
pole.
poles. So we have the flag pole, we have the grass, we have the entrance. And again, this is mostly going to be for helicopters, a lot of use. You know, when they landed a helicopter, every time they landed it, people would have to go outside with steel pads, put them down. They were just the size of one of these slabs, and put them down, and hope the helicopter was able to land them. The good thing about Marine One is the helicopter division of the White House, essentially. The good thing is the pilots are the best pilots in the world. We have the best plane pilots, and we have the best helicopter in the world. They take them from the various services. The
very best pilots. Everybody's saying it. Both of plane and of helicopter. All the people are saying it. Really, when you think about it, doesn't it make sense? Now the president honored the helipad with a celebratory signature.
It's as exciting as if you're building a building. And again, they've wanted this for
It's
many,
almost
many years.
exciting.
The happiest people.
When you think about it, it's as exciting as building a building. It's basically the same thing. Concrete pad, total full building. It's basically the same thing.
You know, it's a no-story building, but it's as exciting as if you're building a building. And again, they've wanted this for many, many years. The happiest people are the pilots, as great as they are. They say it's great not to be landing on wood or on a piece of steel that they put out for 10 minutes. They literally put it out and then take it away as soon as it was very heavy, and they take it away. They don't have to do that anymore. Okay. I hope this is a good one. This had better be a good one. Even though, in theory, I don't know if anyone's ever going to see it again. That's a beautiful cut. Hey, maybe we should reverse it. Let it stay up. I like it better than what's on the other side. That's pretty great, huh? Oh, that's good.
Where do you figure the T in Trump starts in that second half? Like in the 30 or so little squiggles in there. Where do you figure the T in Trump starts? Is that the T? I guess. Hard to say. There he goes, the president signing, for some reason, a piece of cement. I don't know why he would ever do such a thing, but he's done it. A strange moment, to be sure. But yeah, I mean, it's just more of Trump's illegal building. This one didn't get approved by Congress either. It's all part of the same illegal project that he's been building. But don't worry. Trump does, and the Supreme Court rubber stamps. You know, Trump acts, and the Supreme Court says, go right ahead. The president says jump, and the Supreme Court says, how high? And they've done it again. Yes, the Supreme Court's done it again, giving the full go-ahead for the emperor to continue destroying history and building in its place a monstrosity that nobody asked for or approved. It's deranged. It is deranged. So, President spending $1 billion on the ballroom and the helipad and the bunker. Apparently the drone base is going to be on top of the White House now. I don't know. It's all very confusing. Meanwhile, we have unsafe everything. Cars, food, elections. But we also have a rapidly imploding economy. As we mentioned before, jobs getting lost, especially due to AI, but not only that. Tariffs haven't been helping. Immigration, deportations have not been helping.
The national debt just hit a record high.
And, as you just heard, the national debt just hit a record high. $40 trillion.
The national debt just hit a record high, 40 trillion, yes, with a T, dollars. The number staggering, and it arrived sooner than predicted. The debt roughly doubling in less than 10 years. So what does all this mean to you? CNN's Matt Egan is here to break it all down for us. I guess the big question is, how is this going to impact Americans, and not just now, but potentially for the long run?
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, $40 trillion. This is another grim milestone. This number, it's so hard to even wrap your head around. It's just such a big number. Let's look at the live tracker of the national debt. You see just over $40 trillion.
40 trillion. I love how $47 billion is the rounding error in this number. 47 billion. That's more than the GDP of several countries. Dozens, if I'm not mistaken. 47 billion is the rounding error. 40 trillion to the actual debt. $117,000 a person. For every single person, including babies, kids. You know. Yeah, that seems bad. I gotta say. Record national debt. Now, these are the Republicans. Let's not forget, we elected Republicans into office. And they are the biggest hypocrites on the debt in history. Never forget that. If you've forgotten already, you have either the shortest memory, well, one of the shorter memories on the planet, I feel, or completely disengaged from politics, or you're a little baby.
You're a little baby.
Because they've been crying about the debt for decades, and every time Republicans take office, they increase the debt. George Bush 1 and 2, Trump 1, and now Trump 2. It's not rocket science. We can go back further, but the fact is this is just the Republican playbook. Tax cuts for trillionaires and billionaires and big business. And cuts to social programs and stuff that, helps America.
It's also true that the U.S. economy is a lot bigger today than it was back in 2000. That's why we like to look at debt to GDP. Now, even on that metric, though, things are moving in the wrong direction. Back in 1966, the debt was about 40% of the economy. 1996, 64%. But look at this, more than the entire size of the economy, and it's projected to go higher.
Yeah, 30 years. I just like pointing out the difference between these numbers. Okay, in 30 years, between 66 and 96, it went up 24%, which is about half, a little bit more. But just follow me here. It's about half. 40 is about half of 64. Same thing for except, I'm sorry. 40 is not half. 40 is 2/3 of 64. Right? The difference between 40 and 64 is 24%. So that's half. 24% is about half of 40. Right? So it's gone up by about half from the 66 to 96. Now, another 30 years between 96 and 2026, it's gone up by double. Not half, double. It's wild. It is wild, and it's tripled from what it was in 66 to now. It's bad. Now, I'm no deficit hawk. I'm not obsessed with the deficit. But it is, in fact, a problem, technically, for a couple of reasons. Because, we fund the economy with debt. And we're not the only ones. Most Western economies, in fact, most economies do debt financing. One way or another. Taxes are, of course, a huge portion of things. And the more sensible nations have a much larger portion of revenue coming from things like taxes, like income and wealth taxes. But the fact is not a big deal so long as the economy, the U.S. economy, continues to grow, or continues to be as large as it is. And doesn't suddenly, contract. have a recession, have some sort of jobs crisis or inflation crisis or some other things on top of an already massive debt. Because then you have some other things, right? Like confidence in the country from investors. You know, the wealthy ones. The wealthy investors who hold a ton of U.S. debt. Businesses. Foreign countries. Those are the main holders of U.S. debt. But don't worry. Don't worry, it's not actually the president's fault.
Secretary, all bonds have erased gains after your action yesterday. Do you have further actions planned, and what's your reaction to how they've done?
Yeah, well, look, anything that happens within a 24-hour period is noise. And, I think that once the market understands that we are focusing on fiscal consolidation and that we are trying to bring the market back into equilibrium in a thinly traded market, I think, I'm confident that bonds will continue declining. We've got a spike in oil prices today that I don't really understand. Our announcement is for economic action. And I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
Sir, President, Secretary. Facing the cameras, but for the $40 trillion mark that we passed for the national debt, would you comment on that, and how do we reverse that?
Yeah, look, the 40 trillion is a big number. It is smaller when we look at the publicly traded amount because our Social Security funds and other government entities hold a substantial amount. And what we're going to do, we're going to have to grow our way out of this. And as I talked about at G20 in Asheville, we are going to talk about the U.S. growth strategy and encourage the rest of the world to come along with us. We are also, I announced that Director Russ Vogt and I have been tasked with looking at fiscal consolidation. I think the numbers are not the actual numbers now. We've had to do substantial tariff refunds due to the court ruling, but with the Section 301 tariffs, I am confident that we will be back to the same level, if not higher, of tariff income for last year, and that is most of the increase in the deficit. And remember, we did not get here in a day. That we were left with a mess. The Biden administration had the highest deficit to GDP in history.
I'm staying in the race.
So Scott had a lot of stuff to say here. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, speaking to reporters after the $40 trillion debt number came out, trying to avoid the whole topic to begin with and talking about, what was it again? I'm trying to remember. Oil prices, which spiked big time. Which he didn't understand, I guess. I mean, that's kind of his job. It's not at all concerning. Don't worry. It's not a problem that the Secretary of the Treasury doesn't understand why oil prices spiked. Okay, it's not his job. Wait, I mean, it is his job, but it's okay that he doesn't understand it. Okay? But then he said a bunch of other fascinating things throughout all of this, including, but not limited to, this last thing here, claiming that it's all Joe Biden's fault. Let's not forget that it's all Joe Biden's fault. But they do have solutions. Like, they're going to grow the economy, and they're going to get those tariffs back going, because let's not forget, that is one of these things. And at least, like, the thing is Scott, he's one of these guys, he's clearly a Trump loyalist, and he's always trying to spin the numbers. But unlike some of these people around here, he at least understands the numbers. So I think it makes him uncomfortable. Whereas, like, Caroline Leavitt, she just believes, Natalie Harp, these women just believe everything that Trump says. Scott at least understands the numbers. He knows when he's lying about the numbers. And, I feel like it changes something in a person's particular, what do you call it? Vibes. I don't know. That's the wrong word. but it's the best thing I could come up with. When, he clearly knows he's lying to us. And He's doing his best. If he doesn't lie, the president will fire him. It's his job to lie to us. But you can tell, like, when he's talking about the tariffs, that he doesn't really believe what he's saying. Like, he's saying it because he knows that the president believes that that's what's going to happen. But that's not going to happen. And this is the thing about this, you know. Like, we said it. I said it. So many other people said it. I can't list off the number of people that said it at this point. A lot of people pointed out that the tariffs, without the tariffs, and even if you gave all of the math, right? Even if you were completely generous to the Trump administration on the math of the tariffs, like, even if you allowed that, like, there was still going to be some increase in the debt, right now, right? Like, that they had even fudged the numbers on the tariffs themselves. But without the tariffs is when things got real bad math-wise. Because if you X tariffs, which Democrats were insisting on, and in fact, I think the budget office, not the OMB, the other one, the Senate budget office, whatever it is, the congressional, yeah, the CBO, I think they were saying that this budget was fucking insane, and that it was going to, like, increase it by like $5 or $6 trillion over the next 5 years. We're already watching it happen in front of our eyes, right? But that was X tariffs, right? But they should have assumed without the tariffs, because they really didn't have the legal standing for the tariffs to begin with. They should have known that. Most of them got shut down by the Supreme Court. So they're not taking in the $1 trillion a year that they were claiming it was going to, or whatever. It was like 600. I think they said it was like $650 billion a year over 10 years or something like that. But they didn't even get close to that. Not last year, not this year. They certainly hurt American consumers, took in tens of billions, maybe over $100 billion over that time. I don't know. But it's not 1.2 trillion. You know, it doesn't make up for the fucking massive shortfall from the big, beautiful bill. That big, beautiful bill is, I mean, it's like a $5 or $6 trillion shortfall from that 10-year period. We're now moving into year 2. And suddenly we're in a huge hole after starting a fucking illegal war that cost hundreds of billions. I mean, we're just spending money all over the place. Of course, we're not. The country hasn't suddenly become more productive, right? Like, people realize, like, it's not just infinite money. Like, we have to print it. And that it's added to the debt, because every time we print money, we got to sell bonds. That's how we finance the debt. We sell bonds that over time accrue interest, that we pay big money investors and grandmas and countries like Japan and the UK and China and Russia. Like, basically everybody buys U.S. debt because it's one of the most secure forms of investment that you can buy. You know, you got an annual return. I think a biannual return. Whatever it is a very secure, it has been, form of investment for a long time. That was one of the things, in fact, that Scott kind of very quickly mentioned in between the gas prices, which were up. He did mention, I'm not going to go back, but he did kind of mention interest rates, which also went up along with oil prices. The other day, this is, I think, from Thursday. Trump adding tariffs on the penguins again. Yep. Well, he's thinking about it. They gotta fix the hole in the debt right now. Who else are we gonna get money from? Everybody else is broke. Have to go for the penguins. We're gonna have to go for somebody like the penguins. Somebody that's not seeing any of the negative effects of this lunatic president. The fact is this debt, to some degree, it's important. That's why Bernie Sanders cared about it at one point, right? Because he understands the concept of how we fund the government, and, like, that having the debt is effectively, I mean, for him, I think at the time when he back 12 years ago, or however long it was now, maybe 15, back when he stood, it had to have been at least probably 15 actually. I'm trying to think. Whatever. Back when Bernie Sanders like stood over the debt in the Senate for an actual filibuster, before they got rid of the filibuster. Well, not really, but basically. Before they stopped making people stand and talk. Bernie Sanders stood there for like 14 hours over the debt, because if we get rid of the debt, technically, it's much easier to fund everything. Right? Like if we have a much smaller debt to GDP ratio, it's just much easier to fund everything because we know we can make it up over time. Right? And so, you know, ideas like big funding projects like Medicare for All or whatever else, it's just much easier to justify them when you're not looking down the barrel of a fucking GDP that is smaller than the amount of money that the country owes. You know, and unfortunately, like one of the issues we've talked about in the past with like Keynesian economics is that we can't grow infinitely. And even though there's been some attempts like for modern interpretations of Keynes, like it just doesn't, like for me, we have a situation where we shouldn't be thinking about growth as as the way we define our economies right now, when we have a planet that's burning to the ground. You know, a planet that's reacting very badly to that behavior that we've been doing for so long. Like one where like the only way to define an economy is by growth. It's been going on for so long, we don't, I think it's really difficult for people to conceive of an economy that isn't defined by growth, right? Like, we're so obsessed with it, the companies do ridiculous things to achieve growth numbers that make no fucking sense. Oh shit, my fucking soundboard. I just kicked my soundboard cable. That's terrible. Gotta restart this. It's things like the climate crisis and the microplastics debacle. Those are literally edifices of the growth economy. It's like we just have to grow. Like we just need to sell more plastic trinkets. We need to make plastic trinkets that break. We need to sell so many plastic trinkets. We need to sell plastic trinkets to these people that break the second that they buy them, so they have to go buy more. That's the growth economy, right? That's growth. Whether or not you like it, like it's still growth. You know, fraud is growth. You know, somebody goes and steals your TV, you go buy another TV, that's growth.
Credit, and we have the best credit, and we'd pay off the debt very easily, very quickly.
U.S. President Donald Trump defending the state of America's economy this week as the national debt soars to $40 trillion. As Trump's approval rating drops to just 33%, according to the latest Reuters Ipsos poll, the lowest of his presidential career.
We spend more on interest than we do on national defense.
Michael Peterson with the Peterson Foundation says it boils down to years of fiscal irresponsibility on both sides of the aisle, and says one of the biggest factors is demographics, as some 80 million baby boomers leave the workforce and stop paying into Social Security.
And we paired that with a revenue policy or a tax policy that does not generate the level of revenues we need to honor the promises we've kept.
It's taking a toll on affordability for everyday Americans.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, it's doing a number of things, including weighing on our seniors, and also future generations. Like I said, I'm not like a debt hawk, but this is bad. Like, and they told us that they literally told us the budget wasn't going to cause the debt to get worse. It was like a little over a year ago that they were telling us, actually, we're passing the big beautiful bill right now. We're cutting healthcare spending, and we're cutting taxes to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, all the other billionaires, Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, like all of the biggest companies. And that's not going to raise the deficit. That's not going to raise the debt. It's not going to create a deficit. And here we are with the... Clearly we're running a deficit. Otherwise, the fucking debt would have just crossed over $40 trillion. Someone make it make sense to me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We were told we were going to get like unprecedented efficiency out of this government. Elon Musk,
Well, first of all,
one of the big beneficiaries of the big beautiful bill, is he told us we were going to save so much money if he just came in here and destroyed the EPA and USAID and the USDA and the FDA and everything, would solve it. That would solve it. That's where all the fraud and the waste and the abuse was. And then somehow we've, I think, increased the debt now by, what is that, $1.5 trillion since Trump took president? I actually have to look at the number. I can't remember. It was like, I think it was 38 or something like that back in 24.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of interesting stories we were tracking this morning. Trump panicked yesterday, and they intervened in the bond market. A major, major development. We will break that down for you. Meanwhile, he believes he can convince North Korea to give up their nukes. Good luck with that one, buddy. We'll see how that's going to turn out. A shipping expert is going to join us to help us understand what is going on with Iran in general, and also specifically with the issues of supply.
Yeah, of course, we can't forget the Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, barely. We're barely talking about Jeffrey Epstein because of Operation Epstein Fury and everything else that's falling apart right now. We can't forget about that, which is causing a serious shutdown in global oil supplies. We are pressing up against seriously bad situation in the United States. And everybody here, I think, knows pretty big environmentalist over here. But I'm aware of what will happen. It'll be bad. It'll be very bad if we get down to bare minimum. Because the second we get there, they shut it down. They're not thinking ahead. They are just drawing down and drawing down and drawing down on the U.S. reserves. At some point, you have to literally shut it down. Otherwise, the caverns, the salt caverns in Texas that hold the U.S. oil reserve will literally implode, collapse on themselves, and make the oil irretrievable. And we are bumping up against those numbers right now. And like I said, these guys aren't planning ahead, as we've been talking about. They're just sort of shooting from the hip. Don't worry about the FDA, the USDA. Don't worry about cyclosporiasis, salmonella, E. coli, or anything else. When it happens, and then we'll deal with it. It's the same thing that they're doing here with the oil. It's a multifaceted circus of Horrors.
Supplying our carriers. The tech world is freaking out about the data center backlash and trying to team up with Republicans to staunch the bleeding. Israel itching for war with Turkey. Definitely got to keep an eye on that one. And a Palestinian American who is under siege by terror settlers in the West Bank is going to join us live to tell us what is going on there with his land and his property.
Yes, that's right. Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing to the show. BreakingPoints.com. It's the last couple of days we're going to have our free month trial.
So we could have a GDP of 10 times. You know, they say, oh, it's going to be 3 times or 4.1. We could have a GDP of 10, 12, 15 times if they just leave us alone. Let the rates go down. We should pay the lowest interest rates. You know, every point of interest is $600 billion. Think of that. Every point of interest is $600 billion.
I loved this speech from the president. Like, because it really illuminated just how little he understands how these things work. Like, he's just having a temper tantrum over here. Nothing he's saying makes any sense at all. Like, he barely grasps how any of this. Like, look at this guy to the left. He's like, wait, does the president know what he's saying?
$1 billion. Think of that. Every point of interest is $600 billion. 2 points means we make a fortune, but we keep driving it up. It's a very unfair system, and I've said it now for a long time. When our country does well, interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad, because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because it means we have a strong country. And it's all based on credit, meaning good credit. And we have the best credit. And we'd pay off the debt very easily, very quickly.
So
it's not clear that he understands any of this, because he sort of interchangeably goes back and forth between the Federal Reserve and the market, but they're two completely different things. The Federal Reserve is a government agency that monitors and deals with federal lending rates, whereas the market is literally anybody with a fucking Robinhood account, all the way up to a federal, to another government, or the federal government itself, which we've done at some points. We've literally been buyers of our own treasuries, I would point out. But the market is just made up of all the different bonds that the U.S. government offers. Like we've been saying, they've been doing it for years to fund wars. Like I said, grandmas and other people buying these things for their grandchildren for one day. Maybe they'll see $100. And, you know, but we have all sorts of different products. 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years. And they're all up. Up in a way that everyone should honestly be concerned about. I've been looking at it. And treasuries are trending in the wrong direction, okay? Now, this is over the last, you're looking at 40 plus years of data. So let me just pull us back a little bit. Let's look at the 30 years. This is the most important of all of the interest rates to monitor when it comes to things like mortgages and car loans and things like that. They're all based on this puppy, usually. Not always. Sometimes they're based on 10 years. It depends. But certainly your home loans based on these, and a lot of interest rates are set based upon the 30-year by private institutions and banks, credit cards, and those people. Now, this is over the last day. It's up about 1%. Not a full percent, but 1% from where it was yesterday. So what is that? It's maybe easier to talk about this in basis points. You won't let me do it? Fuck you. Really? Okay, fine. Over the last week, it's somewhat flat. But if you just look, it's trending higher and higher. Over the last month, I mean, it's up, what was that, 0.2 over 5, which is what, like, Jesus, that's a lot. That's like, oh, was this like 4%? I mean, but it's just moving up and up and up. You look at it over 3 months. It's at 4.8. back here, 400 basis points lower, or whatever it's called. 40 basis points lower than it was previously. 6 months, 50. I mean, you just go back further and further and further. It's not good. And if you look at it over time, we are at the highest interest rates on the 30-year that we have seen the last almost 25 years. Well, not quite. Here you go. Right now there we go. May 1st, 2003 is as far back as we have to go to get a rate higher than 5.28 on the U.S. 30-year Treasury bond. That's more than 20 years. That's almost 25 years. These are the worst financial circumstances a lot of people are up against right now. A lot of people rely on credit cards, loans. And this is a situation that I think a lot of people thought was going to get better under Donald Trump. He promised lower interest rates, but he came in, he put in a loyalist in the Treasury. I'm sorry, the Treasury. Well, I can't remember who's at the Treasury right now. I put a loyalist at the at the fucking head of the Fed, but then created a market so tumultuous with a 6-month war, year-long, or not quite, but like a 6-month trade war, has gone longer than a year. Let's be real. It's still going on. We're still in a higher tariff environment than we were before, which is an inflationary force, right? Name a thing. He's made it worse, right? Like, he's made the circumstances for business and whatever else, for the economy to be in a stable position where, lowering interest rates at the Federal Reserve wouldn't cause problems. Right? He's made it much harder for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, and then simultaneously made the U.S. government less reliable, less stable, and forced investors out of U.S. bonds and out of U.S. debt, the thing that we use to finance the government, the thing that we just hit a new historic high on. And at some point, those things do not, the math doesn't math. Enough people exit U.S. bonds, that's when we start struggling with paying the debt. Do you see what I'm saying? That's where, this number starts becoming important. If people lose faith in the U.S. government all of a sudden, and they start mass selling bonds, then all of a sudden financing the government becomes much more expensive, right? Because the financing of the government, the financing part comes from the interest, right? At some point, we have to pay the interest on these bonds that we're selling. Not all of them. In a lot of cases, we don't have to pay any interest, technically. We just keep rolling it over into new paper, right? For especially big nation states, China, Japan, United Kingdom, any of the really big countries that hold our debt, oftentimes they're just rebuying, rolling over the interest into new U.S. debt, and then just holding that. It's just a form of solid investment for them, whatever it is, 4 or 5%. But as the number keeps going up, right, we have to keep paying out more and more money, right? We are doing all the wrong things all at the same time, I feel like. If you wanted a stable country.
I'm talking there about how important this is in terms of the debt service. Actually, let's throw A9 up on the screen here, the last element in this block. The U.S. debt officially hit $40 trillion. Obviously, America's borrowing continues. This was something Trump talked about at the beginning. I remember when Doge was going to do a lot about that. Didn't ultimately work out. Now, this is something that in ordinary times, maybe it's not that big of a deal. But given how much our interest rates are going up, having to pay a lot more to service that debt, and given the fact that the world is moving away somewhat from the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, this is now something we have to pay a lot more attention to. And, a lot of the cost coming from the endless wars that we choose to fight. Trump was asked about whether or not Americans should be concerned about some of the volatility in the market. Let's take a listen to that.
Even despite the fact of what's happening with interest rates.
Should Americans be concerned about the
Volatility in the bond market? No, I don't think so, because like I said, our country is doing so well despite interest rates. We have interest rates that are they're actually artificially high. They raise them for no reason. And you can't go out to the market when you have a Fed that's raising interest. You can't say, I want to pay 3 points less than what the Fed says you're supposed to be paying. So, no, I don't think so at all. I think we have a very powerful country, and we're powering through these ridiculous interests.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? He doesn't understand how the economy works. He thinks the Federal Reserve is just saying, and I love the look on the face. I just realized who this is behind him. Oh my God, that's one of the goddamn Winklevoss twins. I love the look on the Winklevi face. Hey, you! Oh my God, sorry. This guy is a multi-billionaire. He is the guy that, in the Facebook movie, the guy that Mark Zuckerberg screwed over. That's him. They won that lawsuit against Mark Zuckerberg. Got a fuckload of Facebook stock, sold it, at least parts of it. Or I think it was money or was it stock? I can't remember if it was money or stock. But either way, they got billions and then turned that into crypto and all sorts of other ventures, including, I'm assuming, some safe assets. Things like, U.S. treasuries. Because that's the thing. People talk about all the foreign nations that own our debt. You can't forget that people like the Winklevi, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musks.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be
the
incorrect.
Donald Trumps, all the oligarchs own U.S. debt. It's the safest fucking investment on the planet, and it has been forever. And he looks disturbed by what Donald Trump is saying, because what he is saying, and it's not clear that Donald Trump understands what he's saying, because I think Donald Trump must own bonds in his portfolio. But like what he's literally saying is we can't pay out what the bonds say. It's not what the interest rates, because the Federal Reserve doesn't dictate what the bond rates are. They dictate what the federal funds rate is. It's the rate at which they lend to banks. The rate at which banks pay back the Federal Reserve, not the opposite. And what he's upset about is the fact that the rate on those bonds that are being held by banks and private owners, capital interests across the planet, just keep going up. And it's ruining the country's ability to be able to fund the government. Because it's costing us more and more each time it goes up. But nobody believes in the government anymore because it's run by this lunatic who doesn't understand how the government works. He makes it clear with statements like this.
They're ridiculous.
So there's two issues at play here. One is what the Fed is doing with their rate policy, and then the other is what the market is determining with regard to the Treasury bond yields. As I mentioned, extraordinary action taken yesterday. So we're going to put A4 up on the screen from the Financial Times. U.S. Treasury to boost long-term bond purchases in bid to steady market. This is a tell that they are very concerned about what is going on with treasuries. This is an extraordinary intervention. The U.S. Treasury said it would at least double purchases of long-term government debt as policymakers seek to contain a sell-off that has sent borrowing costs soaring in the world's most important bond market.
This is honestly really, really bad. This is what we were doing after the financial crash. This is quantitative easing. The U.S. Treasury buying bonds to lower interest rates. It's literally that. This is quantitative easing. This is the thing that people were freaking out about during Barack Obama's, all the fiscal conservatives. Like, oh, how can you do that? And now Trump's doing it. Bailing out the banks, bailing out the Bank of America. Can we just start over? Fascinating concept, Paul. I mean, we are kind of one of the largest debt holders on the planet, but we also have a lot of debt out there. So it's really kind of a wash. We could do it. We've got everybody on board, I think. But you just got to get everybody on board. I mean, I think you get most of the, the global south on board, since they all have, like, IMF debt, toxic IMF debt and stuff that's ruining their economies, and things like this have been somewhat prohibitive, accessing capital. I don't know. It would take a real movement. It would require a great deal of effort. But we could technically start over. Do like a clean wipe. Try and redo this clusterfuck. Yeah, it's shocking to see that President Donald Trump's approval rating is hitting historic lows this week. Here's CNN's Harry Emden with the numbers.
That's too much, man.
Holy Toledo.
See CNN's Harry Emden looking at all the numbers. How low is it?
You know, if this were a game of limbo, President Trump would be winning. Unfortunately, this is the game of presidential popularity, and he is reaching record lows yet again. He is losing. Just take a look here. Okay, Trump net approval hits a term too low. Look at this. 31 points underwater. 31 points underwater according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points. So he is down, what is that? The math quickly with me. 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency. You know, President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He was 12 points underwater. So he is doing, versus where he was at term number 1 at this point, he is doing, what is the math here quickly? He is doing 19 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this point. And of course, those midterms were quite disastrous for the Republican Party. So you look at these numbers and you just go, oy vey.
Or, of course, the more standard.
Holy Toledo.
The non-denominational Holy Toledo. I just want to say thank you to SR. Another dono on K-Shape. K-Shape. 5 bones, getting us slightly closer to completing the galactic deficit financing goal and the galactic content goal. How much, if I count this one, how much do we actually have? We did get a super chat too, right? We get a super chat. I'm just doing some math right now because we, I believe the galactic timer just went up. Yep, goal ended. Oh god. Yeah, we got at least, we got 1 super chat. A few biddies on Twitch. Some donations on Cash App and PayPal. Not seeing any new Patreon members. Although I'm seeing a new free Patreon member, but no new paid Patreon member. I've seen a lot of new free, but not new paid Patreon members, which confuses me. But do what you gotta do. Yeah, President is deeply unpopular right now. We have a hell of a lot left to talk about, Space Fans. We've gone 5 hours without a break. I at least need like a snack. Some more hydration, something like that to get me through the rest of the stream. If we are to even get the rest of the stream. Oh, I'll add a little bit longer. I'll start a new goal. half the size. 1 hour. Final countdown starting on YouTube. Since we've basically completed half a goal, I think maybe a little over that if I count the donations that happened before the stream even started. God. It is so late. I started so late tonight. God. What do I even have that I can make really fast? Food-wise. Dishes. You know, I just realized I don't even think I can make a snack right now. I have a really long list, and we haven't completed the goal yet, and so I think I'm just going to try and get through some more stuff before the timer runs out. Otherwise, we're going to spend at least 10 minutes at for the break of our precious minutes now that are left, 60 of them. Quickly counting down. The longer I talk, the less time we have on the galactic content goal timer. I think you'll thank me later. All right, let's talk about the environment, which has been somewhat tumultuous this week. A hurricane hitting the islands, the state of Hawaii. Here's NBC News from Sunday.
Tonight, Lala's damage coming into focus after lashing Hawaii's Big Island overnight. The eye of the storm passing 30 miles off the island's southern coast, dumping feet of rain and hitting coastal areas with dangerously high surf. Teams rescued a woman from a tree after a flash flood swept her home away. Video shows floodwaters surging in front of this house. Hawaii National Guard saving 2 paramedics trapped inside their own truck. Taking down the sign. Before it, too, was washed away.
The trash can's moving.
All that water wreaking havoc island-wide.
Dude.
From a drenching that felt non-stop.
There's rushing water, there's debris, and there's boulders on the road, and it's dark.
Yeah, I'm afraid it wasn't just water and debris. Of course, the water and debris, with it came destruction. Homes, roads, bridges, infrastructure, things like that. Power lost for thousands. There's also winds, some of which apparently exceeded 70 miles per hour, leading to scenes like this.
Just, our roof is gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Lady, you gotta get out of there.
It's gone. Oh. Shit. It's gone. Oh my God. My God. Get out. You gotta go. Get off. Go, shit. Get. We gotta go.
There is no roof. Get the hell out. There's no reason to stay in that house anymore. Please. Love of God.
Yo! Hurry up! Did you come? Yo! Ah!
There's the roof.
Go! You gotta get up! Get up! The whole roof flew!
Horrifying seeing one woman in Hawaii's roof being ripped directly off of the frame of the house. Deciding that that was time to evacuate. Massive trail of destruction left in the path of this storm. This is one of the roads that was destroyed. Yeah, seems like this all over Hawaii. It's a devastating storm. Leaving bridges out, people unable to get to civilization, from stranded in their homes without power. And you have a number of other things. And I hate to say it, so I'm not gonna say the first thing I'm thinking, but the fact is, it's been mentioned before that we have an El Niño going on right now in the Pacific. As a result, there's going to be a significant increase in storm activity in the Pacific region, going in both directions, the west coast of the United States and back towards Asia, where Hawaii happens to be sort of smack dab in the middle of. And you'll be shocked to hear that another hurricane in 1 week is now approaching Hawaii. Here's AccuWeather from yesterday.
While the Atlantic Basin has been pretty quiet as far as storms are concerned, and there's nothing at the current time that we're too concerned about, it's been anything but quiet in the eastern and central Pacific. Of course, Hawaii still recovering from Hurricane Lala that produced the heavy rain and the massive flooding.
You know, this Barry, whatever this guy is, I don't need him right now. He's bugging me. I don't know why he's just bugging me today. I don't need your shit. We're going straight to the source. Hawaii News Now. For the concerns surrounding this new storm heading in this direction.
On Oahu, the incoming storm is increasing the anxiety for families below Lake Wilson in Wahiawa. Our Raquel Kalla reports.
We're in Waialua near Kaukonahua Stream, which is right next to Otake Camp, an area that's known to flood during heavy rain. Now behind me is going to be a depth gauge that actually tracks the levels of the Kaukonahua Stream, which according to the USG website, around 3:55 today, is going to be at 6.8 feet. That's going to be important to keep track of as this stream is connected to Lake Wilson, which water levels are already being closely watched ahead of more rain. A concerned resident we spoke with near the reservoir says he's worried about what happens if those levels rise too quickly. During the Kona lows, an advisory was issued when Lake Wilson reached roughly 82 to 83 feet.
Yeah. Could get bad again here if this storm manages to actually hit Hawaii. Of course, there's a lot of open ocean around Hawaii, so it could technically miss. Unfortunately, the waters of the Pacific not just generating more storms, it's also generating more dead whales at an alarming rate. One so high it's preventing all sorts of stuff. Cultural traditions. And any kind of attempts at conservation. Here's King 5 Seattle, Washington, 23 hours ago.
At the marina along Nia Bay, the Makah tribe's marine mammal biologist Jonathan Scordino hatches a plan.
And then as we go around here, we're going to get into a bunch of sea otters.
Scordino's mission since 2007, to research and document the animals in the Pacific Ocean surrounding the Makah tribal lands on the northwestern tip of the Olympic Peninsula.
We do counts and then look at how much they're eating and look at what they're eating.
Also on the boat are Makah Tribal Chairman TJ Green and Chief of Staff Christopher Martinez on the lookout for the gray whale. Gray whales are once again dying in unusually high numbers. It comes just a few years after a mass mortality event killed hundreds of whales from Mexico to Alaska from 2019 to 2023. With 30 of them found dead on our shores this year, it's the second deadliest year for the grays since 2019. Mass mortality events happened in 2000 and in the 80s too.
What's weird about this third event is that it just keeps going, right? The other events were 2-3 year events, and not only is it going, but it was bad this year.
The lack of prey is primarily the reason behind the deaths.
They generally, when they're feeding, they're in like 15 to 45 feet of water. That's where like the mysid shrimp are most abundant. And we're 96 feet right now.
Causing the whales to behave in ways they normally wouldn't, like venturing into high potential ship strike areas like San Francisco Bay.
These whales are having to go into regions that they wouldn't normally, chasing after prey that is now more and more scarce. Like we said, this is an inevitability if we allow things like our coral to completely collapse. Because that's where all of the smallest sorts of creatures in our oceans tend to get their
A very
starts.
strong El Nino is in the forecast, and today city leaders are urging San Diegans to take...
I feel like most people grasp this that watch the show a lot, but some people don't. And the fact is that the coral is where a huge portion of the organisms in our oceans get their start. A lot of them, of course, leave after they go past a certain period of growth. Not all of them, but most of them. Venture out from the coral reefs. But that is like the starting point for a huge portion of life in our oceans. And those are collapsing. So if there's no homes, you got a bunch of homeless, defenseless, smaller organisms that maybe for a short period of time present a source of food for the larger mammals, larger organisms in the ocean, like whales. But eventually, no home, no more living, because you're constantly getting picked off by the predators. It just makes its way up the food chain, and you're seeing the effects of it. All sorts of places it's starting to materialize, from what I can tell. And when I say places, I mean like different species we've been seeing really struggling in our oceans lately. Part of the problem right now is the El Nino, which is really settling in now as we head into fall. And with it, as things progress through the El Nino phase, we're going to see some shifts in the weather that we're seeing. The Northeast, which has been a lot cooler and rainier since the very beginning of the summer, whereas the rest of the country west of the Mississippi is seeing severe drought, heat, and fires for much of the summer. These dynamics are going to switch. As I mentioned recently, people need to prepare themselves for severe rains in West Coast states like California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, but maybe as far inland as, you know, Utah, Texas, as far north as Washington, BC, even. I mean, the Pacific is going to get all weird as we go into the winter. So we're going to see some very strange storms that people might not be ready for. Some like out of season kind of storms, or just outsized sorts of things. And that's really, I mean, it's only just going to get worse as the, supposedly from what I understand, like that dynamic is just going to exacerbate, which could be good for some aspects of this catastrophe we've been talking about all year. Because, of course, you know, with the extreme heat and drought we've been experiencing in much of the West, we've also been seeing record low water levels in places like Lake Mead, Lake Powell. Those might be solved depending on how the rain comes, right? Because it all depends on the amount and speed at which the rain comes down for it to make a difference in most places.
A very strong El Niño is in the forecast, and today city leaders are urging San Diegans to take steps now to prepare for possible extreme weather conditions later this year.
Newsday's Kelly Hessedal joining us live from Balboa Park with the latest on all of this. Kelly?
That's right, and city leaders are really urging people to get ready now, as we could get a lot more rain this year compared to previous years. So here's Mayor Todd Gloria.
Forecasters are warning that this fall and winter may bring stronger storms for San Diego than we're used to, driven by El Niño weather conditions in the Pacific Ocean. That means that the potential for much heavier rainfall, faster flooding, and increased risk for every neighborhood across our city, including those communities that are most vulnerable historically to flooding.
Yeah, and here's the other thing that I mentioned recently, which I want to remind people of again. Since the West has seen outsized, historic-sized fires, historic wildfire seasons, there's a huge amount of burns scar around the West that will be seriously dangerous. Way more dangerous because of that. Things like landslides, mudslides, huge risk in the hilly regions that have seen these fires. Let's talk more about this El Niño, the strongest of the century. BBC.
I've been involved in long-range forecasting for many years, and I have never seen an event like this.
Something extraordinary is developing beneath the surface of the tropical Pacific, which has the power to reshape weather across the globe. It is a natural climate pattern called El Niño.
The reality is we're already within the El Niño event.
We're already up at levels that are typical for a very strong event at its peak. The peak is still several months away.
This strong El Niño may give us all a glimpse of our climate future, which is already taking shape.
If you thought the weather in 2026 was extreme, well, 2027 is set to be a lot worse. And that's because of a powerful El Niño event developing over the Pacific Ocean. It's likely to be the strongest in over 100 years, potentially making next year the hottest on record, bringing extreme droughts in some parts of the world, torrential rain in others. Over the next 10 minutes, we'll explain what El Niño is, the impacts it can have, and whether there is a link to climate change. First, let's start with the basics. What is El Niño? Here's Simon King from BBC Weather.
El Niño is a natural climate pattern where the tropical Pacific Ocean warms up well above normal levels. Think of the Pacific like a radiator. When it's turned on, the heat transfers into the atmosphere, boosting the global average temperature.
So how does the El Niño weather pattern form? Here's BBC Weather's Sarah Keith-Lucas to explain.
El Niño can affect weather patterns around the world.
and it starts in the tropical Pacific Ocean, with a change in temperature and wind. The usual east to west trade winds can weaken or even reverse, and that allows warm waters to gather in the central and eastern Pacific. That in turn can bring wetter weather to the west coast of South America and drier conditions the other side of the Pacific. But it can have much further reaching impacts too.
Yeah. There are going to be some further reaching impacts. We've already been seeing some of them. Like a reduced Atlantic hurricane season, with all the heat focused over here. It's changing the dynamics of the entire ocean.
Global temperatures are typically boosted by about 0.2 Celsius during El Niño. Some places like the Horn of Africa can become much wetter, whilst in the UK, El Niño can increase our risk of seeing a colder winter. El Niño events typically last around 1 year. They occur every 2 to 7 years, but no 2 El Niño episodes are the same.
So what about this El Niño? Experts believe it could be the strongest ever. It's been called super, mega, even a Godzilla El Niño. Here's our climate editor, Justin Rolott, on how it...
Anybody notice the Godzilla that I put on the thumbnail on YouTube? I figured I just needed to put the Godzilla in there. Roasting the planet. I'm not sure I made it as obvious as I could have, but I tried.
It's been building.
El Niño is one of the most important weather patterns on the planet, helping drive extreme weather around the world. Now, our globe, look at that, pretty impressive, eh? Shows the pattern of heat in the tropical Pacific Ocean. That is the engine room of El Niño. Now, at the end of last year, that's what we're showing here, it was still showing the impacts of El Niño's sister weather pattern, La Niña, which has a cooling effect. And you can see heat over there in the west, cooler temperatures over here in the east.
Of course, you had that massive cooling period along the East Coast. Everybody remembers that so long ago. 6, 8 months ago? Oh, good God. Who could remember that? Yeah. Here, let's move a
So what
little bit
about
ahead.
the impacts? Well, they're expected to be different depending on where you are in the world, especially when it comes to rainfall. We're likely to see drier conditions and higher risks of wildfires in Australia and the Amazon. It's also likely to be a weaker monsoon season in India.
I just want to unpack this map. This was like the big thing that I really wanted to focus on here. I think we're going to do with this clip here. But you'll notice all these different regions, wetter, drier. Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Oh my God. So much space dust. But you see big agricultural regions like India, Southeast Asia getting hammered by drier conditions, Australia too, South Africa, the Sahara, Eastern South America, and much of Central America. When you have wetter conditions, as I was saying, for much of the West, going all the way up. I guess it doesn't make it all the way up to BC. It's actually saying it's going to be drier in BC. I must have misread this map. But wetter going all the way up at least to California and straight up into the Midwest. It looks like about North Dakota right there, and then sort of dipping back down up along the southeast coast up to about, what was that, Virginia? Maybe a little lower. But then the rest of everything is going to dry out, it looks like, in the Northeast. It's interesting, that dynamic, as it's shifting, because it was the exact opposite for the start of summer. Thank you for the blessings, everybody. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, until the cooler, wetter weather comes for the West Coast, The west and south are getting hammered by hot temperatures, mostly the southwest. Because even I think California is starting to get some of those cooler temperatures I'm talking about. Here's KTLA 5 from yesterday.
Let's take a look outside today. This is Thursday here in Southern California, Santa Monica Beach right now. It's beautiful.
Oh, it looks beautiful. It looks fucking like smoggy as hell. What are you talking about? You can't see anything. you can't barely see the pier. I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's losing his goddamn mind. But this is the important map, as you'll see.
Beautiful day tonight. They're at 80. We've got Miami at 82, Denver at 90.
Yeah, you have nice temperatures along the west coast, but the second you go inland, it is hell. It's a hellscape. Hellscape. Somewhere from, I don't know, south of Helena, Montana, down all the way to Austin, Texas, and going all the way over to New Orleans, back up to Memphis. It's like, it's this entire, it's most of America. It's like from the Mississippi all the way over to the Cascade Mountains. It's just it's like somewhere between 100 and like 90, 85 degrees. Very hot. In fact, it's making it all the way over to Atlanta. Jesus. Yeah, the coasts are cooling off here. In fact, that's just sort of a forecasting of what's to happen. It's all going to flip. All this heat, and the heat and the dry, it's going to go from here up to here and here, right? Like it's all going to be pushed up. It's going to get pushed up by this wet weather moving in. And so it's going to be the Northeast. It's going to be warm and dry going into fall. As well as Canada. Supposedly. Well, while the the middle of the country stays very hot, New Mexico continues to have some problems with fires. Frijoles fire continuing to burn in the Santa Fe National Forest. Continuing to grow. I think it's at like 15,000 acres now.
Wildfire burning in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains continues to grow, and fire crews say with that dry weather, it's not expected to get better anytime soon. The Frijoles fire has now burned more than 15,000 acres and is still 31% contained.
Yep, no increasing containment, but increasing size when it comes to the Frijoles fire. Very unfortunate. And they're not the only ones dealing with fires today, but we've talked about all these fires. Just assume that most of them are still burning, but there's been improvement. Just think of that. Because of the cooler weather along the West Coast, in some of the Oregon and some of the Seattle and BC fires, things have slightly improved, but nothing to get excited about right now. So we're just waiting for the cooler weather at this point, and the rain. Meanwhile, of course, this week, a new reservoir hit a historic low. Yes, indeed, the two largest reservoirs in the United States, both connected to the Colorado River system, hitting record lows in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Here's 12 News Arizona from Tuesday.
Now to our ongoing series, Running Dry, as Arizona's water future is facing a new challenge. The country's two largest reservoirs have fallen to historic lows.
That could lead, rather, to deeper water cuts and create new problems for Arizona's power supply. 12 News journalist Maria Stobbs is here with us in studio to explain.
Mark Ribe, Arizona is already preparing for less Colorado River water, but with Lake Powell and Lake Mead at historic lows, experts say the bigger question is how much water will we have and how will we make up the difference?
Shit.
The future is one in which the water will be much more limited.
ASU professor Jay Famuleti studies how freshwater availability is changing around the world and here in Arizona.
With a very poor snowpack this past winter means that the water levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead are lower than almost ever.
That's a problem for Arizona because the Colorado River provides about 36% of the state's water. That water passes through Lake Powell and Lake Mead before reaching Arizona communities. Now, both reservoirs are at historic lows.
Yes. So, both of these reservoirs are connected, but combined they serve tens of millions, over 50 million people served by this particular water system. Both of these now at historic low reservoirs are connected, not just providing water, but power to much of the region. Hugely problematic if you haven't figured that out. And I think I just managed to swap my batteries out perfectly there during the clip. Great job, me. Okay, all right. It's bad. Things are bad. But like I said, we might get some relief on the drought. We can pray, hope and pray. Hope and pray that we get a little relief because it is needed. Sorely needed. Alright, I'm at least making progress, but I'm like way behind, and we still haven't completed the galactic content goal yet. How much time do we have left on that puppy? 28 minutes, we're halfway through the final countdown galactic content goal. Oh, space fams. We are so close. We're like 60% of the way through. That is like, I think. We're like less than $20 short of completing the galactic content goal. We could do it. We can't do it from the number of people right now watching. We got like 60 people watching across YouTube, Twitch. It's like, what was that, like 20 cents a person? Something ridiculously low. Each dollar truly helps us out, Space Fams. Never think that any donation is too small. Because cumulatively, we can keep the Galactic News Network alive. And the planet. And the galaxy. Never forget.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
It's just math.
It's science.
All right, I'm talking about drought still. Unfortunately, in Colorado, they are following in the trend of massive fish deaths. Something that we've been tracking lately. It's not just whales in the ocean, fish in Colorado.
Longmont showing another sign of Colorado's severe drought. St. Vrain State Park Rangers estimate that around 30,000 fish in Sandpiper Pond have died due to low water levels. Rangers have cleaned up the area and the birds have gotten to the rest. The fish likely died from a lack of oxygen.
Yeah. It's the same thing we've been hearing, right? Like literally last week, not even last week, like days ago. Earlier this week, I think we were talking about fish dying in Missouri, in the Mississippi, from lack of oxygen. And Right next door, Colorado, same exact thing. It almost feels like it's a planetary problem at this point. Some sort of a global situation, if you will. It's like the globe is getting hotter or something in a way that's bad for the planet, the nature, and everything living here. However, things are supposed to cool off. CBS Colorado on the future of weather for the state.
Let's get things over to First Alert Chief Meteorologist Dave Aguilera. Dave, every time I look, it just gets hotter and hotter tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the Friday forecast, like on Monday, started at 95 and then it went up to 97, 98. And I think we're going to wind up right around 99 tomorrow, the way things are looking. Some areas downtown could be in the triple digits, believe it or not. Hot day coming before afternoon thunderstorms. Speaking of afternoon thunderstorms, we don't have any over the Denver metro area right now. We have mostly just high and mid-level clouds moving across the area. And part of the reason we don't have the thunderstorms here in the city is this big high-pressure ridge that we have sitting right over the Four Corners.
Okay, you don't need this whole thing with their fancy newsroom weather capsule, whatever you call that thing. What you need to know is that there are storms coming.
.70 all the way down into southern Colorado. We have had a few problems from Colorado Springs all the way down to Walsenburg here. Right now, Colorado Springs has a severe thunderstorm warning going on here until 6:45, 1-inch diameter hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's a lot of rain coming in the south side of Colorado Springs. That worries me because that Manitou Springs area tends to have problems when they get a big thunderstorm roll.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like I was saying, is the reason why I'm holding off. I feel like these storms could bring actually worse fires, right? Like if they aren't persistent, with like long, persistent rains that like soak the ground and the trees and everything else, you're gonna get lightning in a fucking region of this country that's just been completely stricken by drought. We know what happens when the lightning strikes. More fires. So we just gotta hope, pray that the storms come and they stick around for a while in the west. And don't just sort of go back and forth. Because that's gonna lead to just a fucking catastrophe, from what I can tell. Slow train, but it's coming. And it's moving faster and faster. We've been covering the environment for the last 3 years, and things have not improved, I'll say that much. And I don't know if anybody remembers this, but I did literally say all of this. I hate saying this over and over again, but I literally said that this is going to be a really bad fire season and storm season. It feels like the storm season is just sort of like, that's the train that's coming around the corner. We've had a train. It's been a nearly historic fire season across the North American continent. Now we're going to have probably, what I'm guessing, are going to be a bunch of historic floods across the west in places that just normally don't get these kind of, like, just insane floods. Weird, like, subtropical storms in the middle of late fall hitting places like, Arizona or whatever else. Could happen. Yep. And Minnesota is in a weird spot. Hopefully they too get some of this rain. But they are also experiencing severe drought all the way up at the tippy top of the country.
Well, even with a lot of rain, it might not help. We'd really need a soaker because sections of severe and extreme drought are expanding in this newly released drought map.
Yeah, that is getting
now,
worse.
A number of
I've actually looked at this map so many times, I just realized that really is worse. I mean, this is what I keep saying, though. Is like, the drought is so bad that we need long, persistent rain. Just like this guy said, like, it might not even help. If it's not long enough of a rain, you got an entire state that's in drought now. All of Minnesota's dry. It's gotten so bad here. I wish I had like a time lapse of the drought in Minnesota because it's bad. This is really bad.
And extreme drought are expanding in this newly released drought map. Now, a number of cities are putting restrictions or outright bans in place. As John Lordson shows us, that is tough news for dry lawns.
AZ mentioned bog. Are you AZ? Okay, that's what's up. Yeah. Look, I don't leave anybody out. At least I tried not to. Not perfect. I know that I fail on this regularly, but I try my best to remember everybody, all of your worst moments. Don't worry. All right, not literally, but like, you know, all of your natural disasters, all of your struggles. I'm trying my best. Doing what I can. Speaking of struggles, back to the storms, which are intermittently making their way through the West. Indiana seeing devastating storms over the weekend. Actually, technically, I think they were last Friday. Perhaps, and there actually may have been multiple days of storms, if I'm not mistaken. And people apparently lost power early on in these storms and may still be out of power, meaning that some people here in Indiana may still be without power and have been without power for as much as 10 days right now. Let's start here with Wish TV from
in Indianapolis.
I think this is actually Saturday.
In Indianapolis, some residents in Ravenswood resorting to kayaks to evacuate, others trying to truck through. People living in the Northside neighborhood were asked to leave their homes behind as the city experiences the most severe flooding it's seen in more than 30 years. People here off 73rd Street near the White River say they've never had to deal with anything like this.
Yeah. No, however, while, you know, kayaking does seem inconvenient, some people did not have a kayak. You'll be shocked to hear that some people don't own a kayak and were left stranded without power and a number of other things. So to some degree, the kayak owners are, you know, their love of water sports has really sort of caused them to luck out here, transportation-wise.
And I thought it was not that serious until I started walking around the neighborhood. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. I think it's sad. I hope a lot of people get out.
Yes,
I hope a lot of people's homes don't get affected, but obviously with all the water.
No, I know, Jet. Look, I ask you to at least sometimes, when I'm telling you the news, you know, to suspend your disbelief, right? It's true. You don't have to look it up. I've done the research. Not everyone owns a kayak. All right? Just believe me. You don't have to do your own research on this one. I've done the homework.
I really don't know what else to say.
Citizens Energy Group is asking people to limit water use as a precautionary measure. Citizens says the water is safe, but it had to shut down operations at the White River North Water Treatment Plant to protect infrastructure. Indianapolis has closed the floodgates in Broad Ripple. Officials urge anyone living in flood-prone areas to leave. And areas downstream are expected to flood more as waters move through.
I want to reiterate, if you are in an area that is vulnerable, please leave now.
Unfortunately for some, as mentioned, there was no way out. Water inundated roads wound up taking out a number of roads, making them completely impassable We saw some of that footage earlier this week. I've deleted, like, I try my best, even in the weekending reports these days, to get you as many new clips in here as possible. So I cover the same stories, but try and bring you new clips of them as best I can. Might have been a couple I left in here from the other day, but trying my best. And, I mean, like, the fact that we saw roads completely taken out by this flooding. And, actually, wait, do I have one of them? I might have one of them.
Warnings about the water came first.
Said, hey, be careful when you leave. The neighborhood is flooding.
Warnings about the water came first.
Said, hey, be careful when you leave. The neighborhood is flooding a bit.
Then, within minutes,
yeah, I mean, you can see here, road completely gone. Just going on down the river now.
Stunning washout.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Look as chunks of concrete crumble away.
It's crazy. Nothing ever has been like this.
Floodwaters collapsing an entire street.
We've got Brant Road just completely gone.
I've never seen anything like this in my life, and to watch the streets that you drive on every single day, a road right before your eyes, is the scariest thing ever.
Neighbors, phones in hand, stared in disbelief at the...
Yeah. We just refuse to do any of the things that we're supposed to do to solve this stuff. We put a man in office who promised to drill, baby, drill. How stupid are we, exactly? How stupid is MAGA? Question I keep asking myself. He literally said he was going to drill, baby, drill. You really don't believe in climate change in 2026 when you see these sorts of things happening on a regular basis? Is it only because it doesn't happen to you, MAGA Republicans? Till it happens to you, it doesn't exist. I can't see it, don't matter. Well, I'm afraid it's coming to a neighborhood near you quicker and quicker. Yep. Now, those two last clips were from Saturday and Sunday. This one's from yesterday. ABC 7, where in northwest Indiana, storm relief efforts continue to leave people without power. Many crying foul.
A new problem for residents in northwest Indiana. Just before 2 this afternoon, electrical wires went down, causing traffic chaos at Route 41 and Main Street in Schererville. Power is out and stoplights are not working at that busy intersection. Around 9,000 additional customers are without power right now. That is in addition to the tens of thousands in the region still without electricity since last week. It has been a long time for them. ABC 7's Lisette Nunez is live in Lake Station, Indiana, where frustrations continue to grow. Lisette.
Yeah, well, many communities in northwest Indiana, they are growing impatient for them. For some of them, it has been over a week since they've had electricity, and NIPSCO is now saying that it might be until next Tuesday for some of these communities to be back online. Growing frustration in northwest Indiana as communities continue to deal with the aftermath from August 11 storms.
They said now that our power will be back on next week, and you know, that's kind of crazy because they did say that our power will be back on Friday. Like multiple other cities are back up and running.
Shay Bolden lives in Gary, Indiana. The mother of 3 has been without power for over a week now and hoping electricity is restored soon. Today, the Salvation Army gave out free lunches to families who have been impacted.
We're passing out box lunches, sack lunches, but they really need food as their power comes back on because they've lost everything out of the refrigerator. They're also needing cleaning supplies and hygiene products.
People very upset, feeling left behind by the government. Rightly so. Now, the region that's being left without power happens to be a historically black district in Indiana. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the disparate response. I'm sure it's totally irrelevant.
Some neighbors say they have taken it upon themselves to clean up.
Neighbors start cutting up the trees and stuff, making pathways for us to get out.
Many in Lake Station are also anxiously waiting for power to be restored.
The laundry is a big issue. It's a big issue because, I mean, you got to wear the same clothes. I mean, it's been a minute now with no, it's kind of bad. You know, you got to make do.
NIPSCO leaders said yesterday they're working as quickly as they can to get people back online.
Kinda bad. He says, of course it's kinda bad, sir. You don't have to sugarcoat it for us. Not having power. Problematic for any of us would struggle to deal with this.
Systems that are being rebuilt. These are lines that ordinarily take us, and systems that ordinarily take weeks or months, that we are trying to accomplish in days and or weeks.
Can you imagine not having power for weeks? What's your backup plan? What's your backup plan on power? You know, the thing that you're using to watch this stream right now. What's your backup plan? Hopefully your mansion is covered in solar panels and freaking you know, get your own windmill or something, because otherwise you're in trouble. Yep, and this even got the notice of great majority report.
So Gary, Indiana, if you are there right now, or if you're in the surrounding areas thinking of you, there are thousands of Gary, Indiana residents right now that have no power, and it's been over a week. Obviously a majority black city, 75% of the population in Gary, Indiana is black, and it's around 100,000 people right now in Northwest Indiana who have had no power, and
tornadoes.
And right,
5 subscriptions to the community.
Hey, wasn't me with the gifted subbies. Thank you very much. Hype train. Uh-oh. Hype train, let's go.
Yeah!
Praise God.
Thank you, wasn't me. Was you being very generous? How many is that? What does that count as? This is so close. That gets us so close. Completing the Galactic. We're so very close. It's like we're like 5 bones away or something like that. Quick Cash App or PayPal, don't know. 5 bones. That's all it would take, I think, right now to complete the Galactic content goal. Oh, and we got, how much time do we have left? Oh, 7 minutes and 9 seconds according to the YouTube timer. Wow. Wow. We're cutting it close. Just a reminder, everybody. We have a massive galactic deficit that needs financing before the end of the month. We've got 9 days left. Really cutting it close here. We're only halfway through 9 of 31 days. What is that? It's like less than a third of the month. Less than a third of the month left.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
More than half of the deficit to finance. Your donations on Cash App, PayPal, and your Patreon memberships, new and or upgraded, all help out. As well as helping with the Galactic content goal. Good God, we can do it. I believe in us.
WSNT_me just subscribed for 7 months.
Resub. From Was It Me? That's like a half it's like, it counts as like 250 or something like that. Okay, we're now half of where I was just saying we were at from. Very close. So close. I almost feel like I'm being stingy with the gold now at this point. But really, we gotta get back on track around here. Being demonetized on YouTube has been very bad for things with my life. Things are kind of falling apart. Not gonna lie. It's not good.
The Trump administration is just like sitting on their hands, not helping. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that FEMA and the federal government should be involved in.
I mean, I remember seeing members of my extended family who happen to be Republicans back when Biden was president saying Biden is intentionally leaving people in North Carolina to fend for themselves after a national disaster. Trump literally, in the first months of him taken in office in the second term, was like, California's on fire, it's not really my problem.
Right.
It's despicable how little we actually like are there for people in this country.
Yep.
And what
So true, Matt. So true. By the way, it wasn't me. Thank you again. We're almost at a level 3 hype train right now, by the way. Minute and 30 away from it. 10%. By the way, the only reason we haven't completed the content goal now, because it would have been, had that resub instead of been a dono on Cash App or PayPal or something like that. But I have to do the math. And Twitch and YouTube, they're always taking all the money. Always taking all of the money and stuff. Which is why I recommend people go to other places for the donos. Like, money just goes so much further when you donate on Cash App or PayPal or Patreon. Anyway, I believe in us. We're gonna do it. We're so damn close. We're so stupid close. I just wanna... I don't even know... Okay, she does it like right here. Okay.
And not just on the federal level.
They hate the state.
They hate the state, and they are a eugenicist, white supremacist party that if the area is predominantly black or minority, good luck. We're not going to help you. Here are some of the residents here. This is a resident in particular talking about, or showing here, the flood voucher line, food voucher line, I meant to say, food voucher line, and asking, where is FEMA? Because they've now been without power for 8 days.
Good morning, America. Today makes day 7 of the blackout in Gary, Indiana. Right now I'm sitting in line for a food voucher because I don't have any food. And this is like really terrible. They're making us stand in line for a food voucher, which is only $150. And if y'all can see this line, this is really ridiculous. Gary, Indiana, y'all need to do better. Like, for real, for real. Look at this line.
Jesus.
Move, cuz you're gonna be in the video. Yeah, move your body. This is just the back of the line. But yeah, like I was saying, day 7 of this blackout in Gary, Indiana. Lord help us. I'm tired of not having no lights, taking cold showers, not being able to get no air. Sweating like bullets. Where's FEMA? We need help. I'm sending out SOS. And that's it.
Praise God.
So, she says it there about like what it means, but when you don't have, say, a
Yeah, no, people are being completely left behind by the federal government. Of course, the president literally said that he was going to punish anyone who didn't vote for him in 2024 by literally not helping them when things like natural disasters happen, like a psychopath. Like a psychopath. He said that in broad daylight. We all remember it. I know it feels like a long time ago. It was like 2 years ago now. It's approaching 2 years. It's closer to 2 years than 1 year. I remember it. is in California, threatening California. Yep. But the power outage, my understanding, is still not solved. Here's PBS from yesterday on this story.
In the day's other headlines, more than 70,000 people in northwest Indiana are without power. More than a week after a series of storms downed trees, knocked out power lines,
70,000.
and flooded neighborhoods. Across the state, 7 people have died.
70,000 people without power, 7 dead. And they're not doing nearly enough to help.
Local officials are scrambling to restore electricity as frustrated residents accuse them of not doing enough. Stephanie Sy has this report.
As power crews struggle to get the lights back on in northwest Indiana, residents are waiting in the dark.
We are now on day 10, no power in Gary, Indiana.
In Gary, some 20,000 customers are still without power and air conditioning. Residents like Adriana Harris are posting daily updates and their frustrations on social media.
This is mentally challenging for so many people. People cannot work, people cannot live their everyday lives how they're used to living.
Power.
I mean, 2 weeks without power for most people is catastrophic. If you can't work for 2 weeks all of a sudden, unplanned, all your food is destroyed because it was in the fridge that lost power. Whatever else, I mean, all these freaking things. You gotta be kidding me. Meanwhile, the tri-state area also got struck pretty hard by rains. Along with a few other Midwestern states like Ohio and Kansas and Nebraska. Yeah, let's start here. There's CBS Evening News from yesterday. On more of these Midwestern rains.
Welcome back to News Channel Nebraska.
Wait.
Let's take a look at some other top stories from.
We don't need this one. I'm skipping this. I just have too many.
To the weather now, and a line of potentially damaging storms slamming the mid-Atlantic at this hour after downpours triggered dozens of flash floods earlier in Ohio. Lonnie Quinn from CBS New York tracking it all.
Fierce rain swamped central Ohio. About 7 inches of rain fell overnight, triggering flash floods and dozens of water rescues this morning. Surging water submerged homes and cars.
That was wild. That is a ton of water.
Fierce rain swamped central Ohio. About 7 inches of rain fell overnight, triggering flash floods and dozens of water rescues this morning. Surging water submerged homes and cars. Several motorists were also rescued as floodwaters just overwhelmed the roadways.
Oh my God.
This video from Zanesville shows water taking over a bridge, cutting off access to the road.
Wow, God bless you guys.
2 people were rescued from a homeless encampment in Columbus after rising water flooded the camp. 5 other people are still missing. This all comes from that storm that pounded Illinois overnight. Several cars were seen stuck in high water. In Kansas and Nebraska, the intense rain took many people by surprise, quickly flooding low-lying roads. The wind-driven storm also knocked down utility lines and tree limbs.
Yeah, the Midwest just pummeled the remnants of this storm, continuing east and slamming the coast and the tri-state area. Yeah, let's start in... Let's start here. CBS, another CBS clip from yesterday.
Severe weather moves through the tri-state area, bringing heavy rains, flash floods, and strong winds. And we're not done with the storms yet. How long until we're in the clear? Good evening, I'm Dick Brennan. It's the First Alert Weather Day, and we have already seen a lot of activity this evening. The storm moved through New Jersey, and we saw flash floods in Newark. You can see cars struggling slowly to get through the water. And the mayor of Passaic shot this video of street flooding. The high water turned a gas station to a bit of a parking lot. And take a look at this from East 88th Street on the Upper East Side. A tree down, taking out a car on a residential street. We have team coverage. Addie Guajardo is monitoring conditions in our weather tracker. But let's begin with Scott Padgett in the immersive studio with more. Scott.
The rain's been coming down the last couple of hours. We were in Brooklyn. It started off around 6 o'clock, right when it started coming down hard. Right now, you can see the windshield wipers are putting in some work. We're on the we're on the Belt Parkway right now, heading towards Atlantic Beach, where we are getting reports of damage shortly after a tornado warning was issued both in Queens and Nassau County. And then I want you to take a look at this video right here. We have video of one of the roads over in Brooklyn where there was some flooding. This is 9th Street. You could see where some of the cars were trying to get through this flooded area, some of them turning around, some of them trying to get through. At one point, there was a stalled out vehicle that we identified, and there was a driver inside.
Yep. Chaos across New York and New Jersey. In fact, some of it making it all the way down to Delaware. Pennsylvania getting some of it too. Let's go to CBS New York now from 22 hours ago. To the flooding in Queens.
Queens now, where the flash flooding turned roads into rivers and flooded some businesses. Lisa Rosner continues our team coverage.
Cars were at a standstill on the Long Island Expressway in Queens, stopped in their tracks by a pool of water. The FDNY was seen shining lights under an overpass in what appeared to be an effort to make sure no one was trapped. In Bayside Terrace, cars drove through floodwaters and buses trudged through too, with water coming up to their tires. The rain looked more like ocean waves on 188th Street, where passengers desperately tried to push a car that was flooded out. In Elmhurst, Lester Lynn says buses and vehicles couldn't even stop in Thursday's rain.
And if they do,
it's always crazy to me when people drive through water that's that deep in like little sedans and things like that. You're like, you gotta be crazy. Yep, bunch of streets turned to rivers across the area. More clips. This one's from the New York Post. Yep, Mercedes down. Mercedes down. Okay, of course, with the floods come the subway rains from above. Dirty, nasty water. It's gotta go somewhere. Down's the easiest direction, as it turns out. But these rains continued further and further east, hitting Long Island, ravaging beach clubs along the way.
Let's get to that damage at that beach club in Nassau County now, where a possible tornado rolled through. We've been discussing that. One person was hurt, and Addie Guajardo is live at Atlantic Beach, where fire officials gave us an update tonight. Addie.
Yeah, Christine, but let's start off with the extensive damage over here. A possible tornado touchdown near Surf and Sun Beach, and you can see the extent of the damage. Parts of the business behind me are on the ground. As a matter of fact, I spoke with employees out here. They tell me off to the left-hand side, there's an area where there are picnic tables. They say that entire roof was blown off and that they were shaken from what they experienced out here. Now,
Yeah, pretty crazy storm, even all the way out in Long Island. Still powerful enough to rip a roof off of a building. Cause all of that damage. Yeah, and in fact, a tornado was confirmed in Nassau County by the National Weather Service. Surprise, surprise. Whoops, what have I done? How did I do that? No, what? Why do you hate me? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? This is deep. This is very
responded
rude.
to the scene to ensure that they could go.
This is very rude. There we go. We've done it.
Now that we know what it was, let's take a look at what it looked like. What a frightening
Jesus
sight on Long
Christ.
Island. A water spout off Atlantic Beach. Severe storms tearing through the tri-state area yesterday. Video captured that spinning column that you see, and it was approaching shoreline, and we know what it did.
Yeah, as Sam mentioned, it doesn't happen often here, so it's not every day you look out your window and see something
No.
like this. It ripped apart the Sun and Surf Beach Club, tearing apart cabanas, sending debris, furniture, all flying around, and now a state of emergency is in effect in Nassau County.
Yep, all that damage caused by an aberrant tornado, according to the National Weather Service. Not a very frequent occurrence for Long Island. Good old tornado. Good old New York tornado. Super normal. Oh, speaking of tornadoes, a bit south, Delaware also having tornadoes, having a fun time with the extreme winds themselves, getting hit by that storm damage. Here, 6 ABC Philadelphia, 21 hours ago.
Breaking right now at 10 o'clock, a night of wild weather across the region. Buildings damaged, scattered debris, and down power lines give a snapshot to the sheer force of tonight's storms. The National Weather Service confirming that a tornado ripped through parts of Delaware. Tonight, the city of Dover is under a state of emergency. It is Thursday night. Shari will be along in a moment. I'm Christy Oletto, and the big story on Action News is the damage left behind after a powerful system spawned 7 tornado warnings in just 3 hours this evening across the tri-state. We have live team coverage. Meteorologist Brittany Boyer has more on the storm's path. Action News reporter Leland Pinder is at the Jersey Shore, and Elizabeth Worthington is live in Dover, Delaware, where a confirmed tornado touched down. In fact, we just got this video right here minutes ago that shows one man's terrifying drive on Route 13 in Dover at the height of that storm. You can see the debris hitting his windshield and also flying all around him. Elizabeth, you're live along that very same stretch of road this evening with a look at the extensive damage. What's happening there?
Yeah, Christy, it is absolutely wild to see that video, to see the destruction as it was happening, and then to be here and to see the aftermath of that video. So you can see the Super Lodge on North DuPont Highway. You saw pieces of the roof flying through the air in that video. This is what it looks like now. Pieces of the roof are indeed missing, and you can pan over and see the extensive damage to the entire structure. And then right next door to the Super Lodge is another hotel, Days Inn. There are
Yep. It's quite a storm that swept across the country here. Midwest, not the only ones seeing damage from all of this. Got an aerial view clip from the damage left from these tornadoes in Delaware. This is from 7 hours ago out of the AP. Yeah, whole roof just sort of gone. Just hanging out in the parking lot now. Or not the whole roof, but, you know, a fairly large section of roof sort of hanging out in the parking lot like it thinks it's a car or something. And look at the car. Look at the roof. It thinks it's a car. No, you're not a car. And you don't get to just lay on top of cars like that. It's very rude.
How rude.
Yeah. Where next? Still got more stuff to cover. Okay. This isn't like the same spot, although technically I think this is north, isn't it? Whatever. Whatever, I don't care. Whatever, I don't care. Come at me, Jersey. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, whoever it is, I can't remember. Is this Jersey or Pennsylvania? I can't remember. Anyway. Strange development at the Townsend's Inlet. Boaters sounding the alarm over dangerous conditions.
And now to a live look out at Sea Isle City right now, where dangerous conditions in one of the neighborhood channels is stirring up lots of concern for those on the water. CBS News Philadelphia's Joe Holden is in Sea Isle City with the latest.
This beach I'm standing on in Townsend's Inlet used to be the channel as boats would approach the bridge. Now they describe what is a tricky and potentially dangerous obstacle course in navigating this waterway. Casting off the south end of Sea Isle, this is a familiar spot for Joe Hopple, but something's different.
It definitely was not like this. This is something new. We never had this much beach before.
Yep, the beach is growing. It's now jutted out, threatening the Townsend's Inlet channel. The Miss Avalon crew has documented the shifting sand.
Yeah, so we've talked about weird shit happening with rivers and things like that, inlets and other sort of estuaries. This one is another one of these sort of like controlled waterways where you have seemingly water receding, leaving beaches further exposed, way out, jutting out so far, as you can see here, that the place where the boats are supposed to come through, the beach now extends into, right? Rather than water being up here, right, and covering the beach is now exposed, making things super dangerous. That's probably bad. Oh, yep, shifting sands. Yeah, we got a lot of shifting sands right now, all in bad ways, both metaphorical and literal. Well, speaking of shifting sands, let's go down to Peru, where we have literally that to talk about. But before we get to that story, I want to go here to New York Post from, France 24 English from 16 hours ago. Talk about the rains, the El Niño fueled rains in the country that are causing serious disruptions. Are you seeing the pattern yet? El Niño has switched to the rain phase. And Peru is literally right in the eye of the El Niño, if you will.
Torrential rains in Peru have left dozens of tourists stranded on their way up to Machu Picchu. Due to the extreme weather conditions, the main tourist route to the sanctuary will remain closed until Saturday. Heavy rainfall has caused landslides across the country. Here, this road has been torn apart. And these trucks were trapped by mudslides and rockfalls, with traffic on this coastal road cut off.
This event has occurred under conditions where sea temperatures are warm due to El Niño, so this situation has added to instability in the atmosphere that has caused winds and drizzle too.
Yep, Peru, which is right about here. You can't quite see the outline of it, but it's that. It's like right here, right? And this is exactly where the El Niño is resting. I mean, everything around here is warmer because of it, but like the epicenter of the El Niño is like right off the coast of Peru in the eastern Pacific here. Yeah, they're seeing some extreme rains this week, which led to, as mentioned, mudslides, landslides, floods. Quite inconvenient. I mean, I can't even imagine being one of those freaking truck drivers on that road. That that road looked like it was like Peru's version of like, what's it called? It was that Alaska deadliest trucks. I can't remember the name of the fucking show now. Like, all I can think of is Deadliest Catch, but I can't. God. It looked like one of these like roads that I'll bet it's a real long way from a gas station or whatever else. All of a sudden you gotta you switch to survival mode and think about whether or not you can make it to the nearest like human civilization. Unfortunately, it wasn't just storm rain fueled landslides and mudslides. There was a literal earthquake which rocked Peru on Friday. 7.2 magnitude, the 12th major quake this year. Here's New York Post 13 hours ago.
¡Salgan, salgan! ¡Salgan de su cuarto! ¡Salgan de su cuarto!
We got one more clip, I think. Wait, didn't I? Oh no, I thought I had two of these. No. Anyway, it's quite shocking to have a 12th. Oh right, there I do have more footage. That's right. Okay, there it is.
Tardes, jueves 20 de agosto 2026. Desde Pausa, capital de la provincia Paucar del Sarazara, desde el barrio de Jaraspampa, reportamos que hace algunos minutos se ha producido un fuerte sismo en el sur de Ayacucho que ha ocasionado
I feel like you can see some of it like moving around as he's like moving the camera. I can't quite tell if it's an optical illusion or not. Chaotic freaking week, space fams. Chaotic, crazy week. Oh no, the goal ended. No. We were so close. We're like 95% of the way there. It's like $2. You're like $2.50 or something like that away from completing the galactic article. Oh, jeez. It disturbs me. It disturbs me just how close we are. I don't think I can just give up. Always doing this. Run out of time, and then like, oh, we can't give up. Always doing that. Might have to skip some stuff. I don't know. All right, let's go back to talking about the El Nino, because the London Met Office has released a statement vis-a-vis El Nino. And the United Kingdom seems fairly concerned about all this. Looking to the future, here's BBC News 13 hours ago.
The Met Office, that's the UK's National Weather Service, has issued a stark warning that the El Nino phenomenon currently developing over the Pacific Ocean is on track to be the strongest in living memory. In warmer cycles, El Nino would raise sea surface temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, with 2 degrees considered a really big event. This one, according to the current forecasts, could exceed 3 degrees when it peaks in November. Professor Adam Scaife, head of long-range forecasting at the Met Office, says he's never seen an El Nino signal this intense.
I've been involved in long-range forecasting for many years, and I have never seen an event like this in our forecasts. The tropical Pacific is warming faster than I've ever seen, and assuming the forecasts are correct, and we've got very high confidence at this stage, the El Nino is very slow developing. It takes many months, so we're pretty confident about the outcome. We think that when it peaks in November and December, it's likely to be a record event, unprecedented beyond anything we've seen in living memory.
Normally,
Beyond anything we've seen in living memory. Yeah, and he's right. Like, this is why they haven't rushed to make conclusions on this. They've been slowly watching the data, but now they're fairly certain about the projections on this thing. And it is looking more and more like it's going to be the worst ever. At least the worst ever recorded, perhaps. And we're really just getting started. It's going to get weirder and weirder as the year drags on, and then we will be entering a 2027 with those conditions still in existence. It'll be slowly, waning out of the, it doesn't like switch immediately to La Nina, right? Like, it'll take like a couple of years before, I think, probably until like a new La Nina, although things have been getting weird with that too lately, I would point out. But like, it'll probably take at least a couple of years until like a La Nina phase comes in. So it's gonna, it's gonna stay warm, right? Like, it'll probably peak, but like it'll peak in December, but then things will still be unseasonably hot beginning of next year, under conditions on a planet where we already know climate change exists. We were already hitting record highs, and it's just like these things compound on each other to some degree, and it's really starting to look like a very bleak picture for the future. I'm just gonna skip ahead. BBC posted like 2 different versions of like the same video, so we're watching the different parts.
Former head of the Environment Agency. She now heads the independent National Heat Risk Commission, which is based at the Grantham Research Institute. Thanks very much for being with us. What can British viewers expect then this autumn and winter, and how does that reconcile with the drought that we've had this summer?
Well, just to start off with, the warning that we've heard from the Met Office today is just incredibly stark and really does mean that we have to pay attention. They're normally quite conservative in terms of what they say, so to paint it so strongly, what we might be facing around the world, but also specifically in the UK, means that we all need to sit back and listen. Specifically this autumn, they're talking about a wetter autumn into October, November. When I heard Adam Scaife talk earlier this morning, he didn't want to go any further into the forecasting, but I think on the back of the summer that we've experienced with extreme heat and drought, where the Met Office is saying that we could be facing the hottest year on record next year, we also need to be mindful of the impacts that we might face in this country then. But what we do have is this window of opportunity in advance of the weather that we might start experiencing this autumn to get ready, particularly given some of our flood embankments have been pounded only last December and January from flooding, and then possibly dried out during this.
God, I almost forgot about those floods in the United Kingdom. Yeah. She's making a very good point. Right now is the time. Now's the time to harden the infrastructure in the United Kingdom before shit gets worse. If there's time at all to do it. This is what I keep saying, though, people. Right? I've made this point so many times. I feel like everybody's heard me say this at this point. But it is certainly more difficult to harden against future natural disasters, solve the energy crisis that's driving climate change, or any of these other sorts of problems that we have as a society, relating to climate change or not, when things are just falling apart, right? It's like you're thinking about, we got like a month. We got like a month to figure out how to, or like a month and a half to figure out how to solve this. Month and a half, 2 months, and it's like, yeah, okay, get on it, but like that's not a lot of time. Perhaps we should have been thinking about this sooner. Of course, can't go back in the past and make better decisions. You can only just make better decisions now with the information that you have. Young Chris with a sweet super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. 2 hypestronauts. Double hypestronaut. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. That'll get us confetti party. Jesus, that's loud. Oh, sorry, everybody. I don't know if that was as loud for your ears as it was for my ears. My bad. Some of these clips have been very low volume. I'm kind of struggling over here. Mostly because I was worried that we weren't going to complete the galactic content goal, but me of little faith. That's what it is. That's the phrase, right? Me of little faith. Also, just noticing another donation. 2 other donations, Jesus Christ. 2 other donations on PayPal. Helping us out with the galactic deficit. Thank you for your coverage. Appreciate the company. And late 90s, Nikwa. You're welcome, Nikwa. And young Chris. Well, it's contributing 10 bones. Gets us slightly, ever so slightly closer. Continuing the trend. The painstaking but good trend of slowly solving the galactic deficit goal. Look, I would issue galactic bonds if I didn't think it was, problematic. Probably illegal.
Illegal.
I would deficit finance the regular way if I felt that I had the ability to pay it back with interest, but I don't think I do. Also, I'm pretty sure that's an illegal financial instrument. It's like a form of banking or something. So, it's a crime. It's sad but true. I would finance the galactic government the same way we finance the U.S. government, but I'm not allowed to. Just yeah. They just don't want the competition in the Milky Way. That's all. They're just jealous. But thank you everybody for helping to wait, why don't we have what's happening? Why don't we have confetti? Did I not do confetti? Where's the sound? Did I do music? I could have sworn I did music. Am I losing my mind? Was there confetti? Did I do confetti? I could have sworn I just did confetti, right? Did I do confetti? Did we get any confetti just now, or was it confetti-less? What happened? What happened? You heard the music but no confetti. Or was there confetti? And you heard the music. Okay, so there was music. I thought I heard music too. But maybe did we get confetti? You heard confetti music but you saw no confetti. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I teased you with the music. But no confetti. That doesn't seem fair. There you go. There's a little more confetti. If you didn't get it. Enjoy. Just a moment longer. Anyway, just a reminder, everybody. I appreciate each and every one of you. Without your donations, we would cease to exist. Especially this month, or this month coming up. 9 frickin' days left to keep the Galactic News Network alive. I might do like a NPR style phone drive or something like that. Get people to call in. I don't know. I'm getting desperate over here to try and solve the situation. The math ain't mathin'. 1/3 of the month. Half of that, more than half of that goal to complete. Thankfully, we are making serious progress. It was even worse a few days ago, so anything could happen, I suppose. I was even more concerned just last week. A very slow start to the month, partly because I had to do that stupid YouTube appeal, so I took a whole weekend off, something I never do. I know that's adding to it. That's 2 content goals that we didn't do. That's cutting into my bottom line. Thankfully, it was at least fruitful. We are remonetized on YouTube. I can at least feel good about that. That makes things slightly better. What, the confetti makes it better? Okay. Oh, look. I'm here for everybody here. Okay? I just want to make this a multimedia experience that everybody can enjoy. Okay, in the galaxy. YouTube doesn't do back pay. That's true. They don't do that. They claim that the money goes back to the viewers, but I have no way of checking that. You know, it's one of those things that feels very weird to me. Okay, we're not done with the environmental coverage. Honestly, because of how deep we are into the stream, I'm just going to do... I think I'll probably just do a super long after stream rather than a break tonight, because I just can't. Like, we're 7 hours in. Just gotta plow through the rest of the content. We don't have a ton of Earth news to talk about after the environmental news. The geopolitics of the week. Although we have some. It's not the longest list after we get out of here. After we get out of the collapsing climate. So I'm just gonna plow ahead. It's like, I don't know, we got like 30 out of 120 videos left right now. I actually made a ton of progress in the last, I don't know. Like, instead of taking the break, I just plowed ahead. Because I wasn't sure if we were gonna even complete the galactic content goal. So I was thinking I might have to sacrifice some stories and just finish this puppy, but at least we don't have to do that. But at this point, it just would be weird 7 hours in to take a break now when the show's... I really dragged that content goal timer. I mean, perhaps to an historical level. Perhaps the longest ever.
Aren't I a good guy?
Everybody's saying it. Okay, is it gonna rain? Again? Okay. All right, I'm good. Let's go here to France. Vive la France. Yes, unfortunately, in the Champagne region of France, got a real problem. Because if you like champagne, and as the year is coming to a close, I'm sure many of us are getting more and more ready for a glass of that in a new frickin' year. Well, I'm afraid New Year's celebrations, holiday celebrations across the planet are under threat. If you're a lover of champagne, because due to the drought, extreme heat waves, fires in the in the region, growers of this much sought after grape varietal are having to race against time to preserve a crop which is being threatened in the same way most of the crops we've been talking about, not all, but most of the crops we've been talking about, certainly in the European region, like in the United Kingdom, they too had to do an early harvest because of drought. Here's the AP from yesterday.
C'est historique en Champagne.
It's historic in Champagne to start the grape harvest around August 15th. He said the grapes, the champagne grapes are sunburnt.
This is ridiculous!
Ah, it's a disaster. That's a pretty clear trend. A literal generational trend. Threatening parties worldwide. Toasts everywhere. Wait, the champagne grape is not. Wait, wait, is that true? Why do I think that the grape used in champagne is literally named the champagne grape? Why is that? I think I know Champagne, like the region of Champagne in France has some weird like mafia-like grip on the word champagne. I assumed it also had to do with the grapes themselves. It's not the grapes. It's just the region and all the grapes that are grown there. I could have sworn. Wow. Huh. Okay. Take it back. If you say so. Look, I'm not a wine expert. I'm just pretending to be one right now while we talk about this. It's really, for me, it's not about that. Like, that's not the important part, but thank you for the correction. I feel like I know more things now. I can learn things too. I'm not perfect. But the important thing to learn from that was that the same thing that's happening in, for instance, the United Kingdom, where they are being forced to cut down early because of damage to the crops, drought, in this case sunburn, and also drought. Like, you got sort of repeat stories over and over and over again. We just keep having these themes. I hate them. They're all terrible themes, but they are themes nonetheless, and doesn't bode well. You know, like, it feels like foreshadowing. You know, like, I look into the future and go, oh, what does this all mean? I mean, it all means bad, right? 10% less grapes, like you just said. They may or may not be perfect, as they were. I mean, he's a grower. He's got to say that they're just as good as they were before. I'm more doubtful about that. Right? Like, his job is to literally sell those grapes, not to us, but to somebody. Meanwhile, while one industry is hurt, another one is momentarily helped. We might not have food. You know, we might have a shortage of grapes and grains and whatever else. But we're going to have a ton of salt.
The salt marshes of Gironde have seen hardly a drop of rain since mid-May. Maël Viau and the other salt workers in his cooperative have already harvested 15,000 metric tons of salt. And if the weather holds, they could break the 2022 record.
Overall, I think we'll get at least 10,000 tons more. I'll only know for sure by the end of the season, which is when the rain finally comes.
Who is this guy looking like? Oh my god, I know exactly who he looks like. Dude. I can't think of the actor's name. He looks like this guy. He's looking like Klaus Hargreaves over here. Oh my god, it's Klaus. Anybody else seeing it? Come on. You can't tell me. You can't. Don't. I know I do this a lot. I can't help it. Okay? Anybody I see even that vaguely looks similar to a celebrity in my brain, I'm gonna point it out. And this guy's looking big time. This guy's doing a Klaus Hargreaves impression over here while he collects this fucking salt.
It's been one stifling day after another, with several heat waves and temperatures exceeding 40 degrees.
Number 5? Is it number 5?
Salt marshes, work starts very early while it's still
now.
cool.
It's been a while since
I get here at 4:30 a.m., but I know some people who get here even earlier.
Anyway, enough of Klaus over here. Fact is, here in France, these salt flats, we're seeing historic production. Sadly, feels like we're going to have a lot less food to put it on. But hey, what's good for one is terrible for everyone else. Yep. A tiny number of people are somehow profiting from the awful heat waves in France. I don't mean to sound salty. Okay. Anyways, fires have continued to burn across Europe throughout the week. Here's BBC News from 4 days ago.
Now, here in the UK, rain may be on the way, but the country's most senior fire chief has warned we're not through this yet, as he revealed crews are still dealing with major wildfires in South Wales, Hampshire, Cambridgeshire, as well as the West Midlands. The EU's Climate Monitoring Service has confirmed that Western Europe experienced its hottest June to July period on record, resulting in wildfires, arid fields, shrunken glaciers and low river levels. Further high temperatures are not being ruled out. Well, joining me now is Martin Lyons, a farmer in Cambridgeshire and CEO of the Nature Friendly Farming Network, and Jim Dale, senior meteorologist at British Weather Services and author of Whether or Not and Surviving Extreme Weather. Thank you both very much for joining us on BBC News. Martin, I'm going to begin with you. As any farmer will know, anyone who's been observing the news and the weather of late, how could you avoid it? It is an exceptionally tough time to be a farmer. Tell us about your farm, what type of farm is it and how you've been coping?
Yes, we farm in Cambridgeshire. We grow mainly combinable crops, so wheat, barley, beans and oilseed rape. And we've had a record early harvest, but it's been a very disappointing harvest due to the lack of rainfall and extreme heat. And it's not just...
Yeah, see, record early harvest in the United Kingdom for all of the grains and such. One that's good, that's disappointing in yield. Quite disturbing. Meanwhile, this week Belgium was having its largest wildfires in history, ravaging the countryside. Looking, as I said before, and I stand by it, a little bit like World War I. A few too many leaves on the trees, but, you know, you just switch it to black and white. Like, hold on, I can actually do it right now. Watch. Watch me do it. Watch me prove this stupid point that I'm making. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Saturation. Oh, look. All of a sudden, it's 1908. All right, back to reality.
Bist du bis rangekommen? Bist du bis rangekommen? Ja.
Anyway, horrifying images here in Belgium. Fires continuing to rage across multiple countries as well, but we're not going to talk about all of them today. We've talked about some of them already this week. The trees, some of the trees aren't even burned. A bunch of them are burned, I would point out, but some of them aren't. And that's because the peat moss beneath them is burning. The ground is literally burning. It's pre-burning. Yes, the area is pre-burning. The trees are going to be last, unless embers come and light them. A little bit of wind, that peat moss turns into a raging blaze. Yeah, peat moss is just a bunch of dead plant material. It's all dry. Many seasons gone. Sort of becomes like a spongy, earthy substance that can burn for a long period of time. It's actually kind of a problem since climate change continues to get worse. Snowpacks continue to get less and less. It's causing fires, especially in places where there's a shitload of peat moss. Like the north is mostly the north. It's almost entirely the north. It's like Canada, like little slices of North America, like the Northwest, and a little bit in the Northeast. Maybe a little bit in the Midwest as well. I'm trying to think. But like in the like deciduous sort of forests regions, the like North Russia, parts of Northern Europe, that's where the peat moss is at. That shit just burns. If you don't have enough like snow, you can just keep burning straight through the winter unabated because it sort of insulates itself. It's like a fire. It's like a blanket. But it like traps air and like enough air in certain pockets that allows it to burn straight through the winter. But now, climate change and with the El Nino, you could have some real fucked up stuff happen with the whole peat mossy regions. I don't know why I'm so horny for the peat moss right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna settle down. Let's talk about Thailand. They too saw some crazy floods. It's weird. It is literally everything is on fire or underwater season, as we've now called it for multiple years in a row. This year's everything's on fire or underwater season is just crazy. I mean, this one's nuts. It feels like we're just ramping up into something worse than what we've seen so far. But like we went from like the worst, the craziest fire season, like extreme heat, drought, all over the place, to instantaneous, just devastating floods.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep, and this is apparently a fairly populous tourist region of Thailand. I think they're still searching for some people right now. I actually got to check back in on that one. I've been dealing with so much stuff over here. I just gotta, like, once I get ahead on some stuff, I feel like things will get a lot easier. But I've just been so stressed out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm struggling to get everything done like I should. Like, honestly, I get upset with myself when I don't check back on a story or something that I want to. I get like behind on these things, and it gets frustrating, and I start beating myself up over it. It's a little self-destructive, I'm not gonna lie. Just have high expectations for this stream. And when we don't meet them, I get very upset. Okay. We need space news today. All I have is the clip that we already watched. All right, well, there was a spacewalk. We watched this the other day. And just for space news' sake, just the sake of having it, a spacewalk did happen between NASA and ESA. Astronauts joint
to tighten your BRT knobs and really take a look at where your ORU bags and crew lock bags are.
A joint bilateral, a multilateral, I guess you might say, North America,
The divers
Europe,
are not as much of a help in space. So
getting
you want to keep
together
those nicely tucked to your body, and you may need to use those joints on the BRT.
to fix some stuff on the International Space Station.
And McLean, the space.
A big history was had here as well. For more on that, here's France 24 English from Wednesday.
As the space station's exterior hatch opens, Sophie Adenauer steps out into the void, right behind her American crewmate. After a warm greeting from Houston, the French astronaut pushes off into space.
Welcome to space.
Thank you. Copy all. Adaptation. I will do minimal adaptation and feel very good now and ready to go out.
Now outside, Adenauer moves with extreme caution along the station's hull. Her colleague, secured to a robotic arm, heads toward the malfunctioning communications antenna they are tasked to replace.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful show of cooperation, solving things out in space, where we're all just humans. That to me has always been one of the great things about space. Once we leave the planet, we're all just from Earth, you know? At least that's how I like to think about it. Sadly, some people are trying to break us up before we're even truly set up out here. Not a fan. Anyway, history happening at the same time as repairs to the ISS. Can't go wrong. It's a 2-for-1. Now back to Earth, where things are less friendly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yes, that could not be any more exemplified than by things like the US's and Canada's rather fraught relationship. Earlier this week, Donald Trump pausing the tariffs that he had earlier threatened against Canada, 50%. And a last-minute deal announced on Truth Social. Yo, my lighter. Why is my light doing that? What in the heck just happened? How did that happen? What in the hell?
Could be revived, and notably, if the tariffs took effect after midnight, Canadian energy products would have been excluded.
I mean, that was some weird, trippy shit just now. My light setup over here just started doing some crazy stuff. Meanwhile, my browser window just lost its freaking mind. I don't even know. I have no idea. I just feel like I just walked into the Twilight Zone. What the hell was that? Okay, take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
President Donald Trump has paused 50% tariffs on Canada for 3 days. That's after last-minute breakthrough in trade talks. In a post on his social media platform, he says he's pausing the tariffs on Canada that were scheduled to come into effect in the coming hour. He's given 3 days for a deal to...
I have paused the 50% tariffs against Canada that were scheduled to kick in tomorrow morning for a 3-day period, based on the fact that Canada and the United States, subject to the finalization of documents, have an all-caps deal. The Great Keystone XL Pipeline, long ago killed by sleepy Joe Biden,
I'm staying in the race.
may be awoken from the grave. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's trying to revive that Keystone XL Pipeline. Fuck this guy. He is a sick man. He is a sick, disgusting man. Speaking of sick weirdos who are in charge of things, let's go to Ontario. To the progressive conservative. The conservative progressive. The... whatever the fuck... Doug Ford is calling himself. Because he and Prime Minister Mark Carney are calling for alcohol stores in Canada to go back to carrying American branded stuff.
Well, Michelle, the big question right now is what Doug Ford thinks of all this. We haven't heard a peep from the Premier over the last few days about where his mind is on this. You'll remember it was close to a year and a half ago now that Ontario pulled U.S. booze off the shelves of the LCBO. There's about $80 million worth of alcohol sitting in storage. That's where it has been for the last 18 months or so. And the Premier has been pretty emphatic that it's not coming back. He had been saying until all the tariffs were removed. We're not clear if that remains his thinking. We have heard from some of his allies. Tim Houston, the Premier of Nova Scotia, he is willing to put U.S. booze back on the shelves of liquor stores in that province. Our closest indication is something we heard from the Premier last week. Take a listen.
During the negotiations, if we get a fair deal that will protect our steel sector, our auto sector, our forestry sector, agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, then we'd be more than happy to bring booze back on the shelves only if we have a deal that's going to protect those sectors.
Well, there you go. Canada seemingly doing everything it can to make a deal with President Trump, preserve trade relationship with the United States, including putting back American alcohol on Canadian shelves, something people have been boycotting for a while. However, they might run into a problem vis-a-vis the booze because apparently some people, regardless of whether or not it is on the shelf, it would seem some people do not care, do not wish to go back to drinking American anything.
Most of this whole area would have been dedicated to American wine.
That was before provinces boycotted U.S. liquor. Now these few shelves contain the only bottles this store has left.
Alcohol was a bit of a symbol in this whole dispute.
Nova Scotia is one of 8 provinces that removed U.S. products from shelves in early 2025. Last December, it started selling off the stock for charity and didn't order more. If American liquor does return full force,
we'll probably see less demand, I would say, for sure. Our portfolio will likely be a bit smaller. But like anything, we kind of respond to our customers.
Some consumers have lost the taste for cross-border booze.
I'm not going to support someone that's trying to put down Canada.
Actually, we've refrained pretty well from buying anything American.
There were some American wines I quite liked, so miss them a little bit, but can live without them.
Oh, Canada. So sad. So sad. Like, 'cause honestly, I love Canada. I love Canadians. And, technically, I've got people who emigrated into the United States through Canada back in the day, so it makes me part Canadian. And it just, makes me deeply disappointed that we are growing apart. The Canadians are growing more and more accustomed to our distance. We're neighbors. We're supposed to be friends. We're supposed to be friends, Canada. But I understand. This is the thing. I understand. I mean, the sentiment of that first guy, why would I buy alcohol from a country that's trying to put down my country? It's a fair point. I have no follow-up. History, we've known each other so long. The rest of us, those of us not in government, still love you. But I really can't blame Canada for, taking its their retribution and or frustration out on the United States. Boycotting American products is perfectly sensible. We've been giving Canada shit for a long time. We've taken you for granted. And, you know, not the most shocking that Canadians are still a bit upset. Things really aren't. The fact is, still is the wrong word to use because, I mean, Trump is literally still waging a trade war. You know, he's still
In late June,
literally
8 defendants alleged
waging a trade war against the country. So, makes sense. All right, now let's go to a good story. I've got one. Yeah, I know, I've got at least one. Wait, no, there was at least another one. Didn't we have two? There was at least one other good story. God, I don't know what it was, but it's definitely not any of those. Darth Vader standing up against flock cameras, does that count as a good story? That's the best I got. Darth Vader is still standing up against flock cameras and the judicial system in United Kingdom found a number of Palestine Action defendants not guilty, refusing to convict. Here's Navarra Media from Wednesday on this story.
In late June, 8 defendants alleged to have been involved in a Palestine Action break-in at an Elbit weapons site near Bristol stood trial at the Old Bailey in London. Ian Sanders, William Plastow, Alexandra Herbig, Tota Hocha, Hannah Davidson, Yulia Brigadirova and Madeleine Norman were all charged with violent disorder and criminal damage in relation to that action, despite not having been present at the Elbit site when it happened. William Plastow was acquitted of the violent disorder charge during the trial. Today, though, the jury has returned no verdict on all the remaining charges against the 7, meaning it was unable to find them guilty of anything, of any of the charges. The prosecutor in the case had alleged that the 7, so sort of part of what's known as a Filton 25, helped plan the action. So they weren't there, but they're saying they were, or the allegation was that they were involved, and that they compiled an equipment list, undertook reconnaissance, purchased items used by others and coordinated the break-in and its filming. All 7 had previously been charged with aggravated burglary as well, but were formally acquitted of that charge in February this year, after a jury cleared the 6 activists.
Yep. Now, this situation gets more interesting than the one dropping of charges, because this has opened up a problem within the judicial system in the United Kingdom. Because to some degree, I mean, the reason for, at least what I can glean out of this, the reason for people deciding not to convict, is a result of lack of transparency from the government on these charges, where apparently the government has been putting forth one set of charges, but having a secret agenda throughout all of these trials to charge people with terrorism for being in Palestine action. You know, all the old folks who've been sitting there peacefully out on sidewalks are being, you know, they're trying to charge them as terrorists, but as using other charges as a guise so that juries are being given conflicting information, right? They're being told it's property damage, but the government is planning to use property damage as an excuse, as a premise for charges of terrorism, which come with significantly aggravated like sentencing guidelines and things like that, right? And they're just planning on attaching these, like, what do you call it? Like, sort of horseshoeing them in, I guess you might call it, like after the fact It's very sketchy justice type stuff. Really injustice. Hopefully I'm explaining it okay. I'm going to try and get a little bit more out of this Novara clip.
Is through their decision sentence them to much longer and much harsher terms.
Oh, actually,
in prison
hold on. Yeah.
Independently of that, by the defendants, for example, but not by the jury. In fact, people weren't allowed to talk about it either in public or in the court. And obviously, there's a connection between that case and this case. So that's plausible. But I think what I actually find interesting about the jury asking this question is that I think it indicates something very crucial to justice in this country, which is a breakdown of trust between juries and the judiciary. It's now the case that a jury understands that it's possible that in some cases they could be asked to find someone guilty of a particular ordinary criminal charge, only to find that what they've done is, through their decision, sentence them to much longer and much harsher terms in prison because, independently of that decision, the judge finds a terror connection. And, this is not something that nobody ever thought about. I mean, lots of times on this show, I've talked about a House of Lords debate that happened at the time that the law that involves terror connections for lesser crimes came in, which was around 2020, where this Liberal Democrat Lord was saying, we're going to have this situation if we apply this in this country where juries will just be deceived about what it is that they're doing when they think they are earnestly hearing a case which has a particular limited charge with a particular sentence attached to it. And so that's one consequence.
Yeah, I mean, what that leads to is fucking chaos because all of a sudden you don't have a real justice system because now people suddenly don't know whether to convict people charged with normal-ass crimes because they don't know if the government's just lying to them in order to get across the finish line any conviction so that they can attach terrorism charges and put that person away for decades. It just flagrantly just abuses the trust of the people, from what I can tell. Okay. We're not leaving the United Kingdom yet. There's one other story I just want to talk about again. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to really contribute at all to helping in this situation. I really didn't feel equipped due to the fact that, this is like more of a British-centric story. But former professor Jason Arday, who took his own life, the youngest black professor at Oxford, who lost his job after accusations of plagiarism, then dogpiled on by the media from the center to the right, honestly from the center left to the right, including people like Novara Media, like Aaron Bastani. I was honestly shocked by that, although he did come out and apologize quite profusely in the wake of what's happened. It's quite a disturbing situation that feels very preventable had a number of people had empathy. Owen Jones here has unpacked some of the numerous smears that were leveled against Jason while he was still alive. Let's listen to this.
Professor Jason Arday was hounded to death after a media campaign
Was it Cambridge?
so vitriolic, so unrelenting,
Sorry.
that it
like I said, this is why I said this is why I didn't engage in this, because like I didn't know who he was until I heard about this like this story. It started whatever it was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago now. I could have covered this, I cover everything around here, but I thought this was not good. Like it just felt wrong. All the like the New York Post headlines were like, DEI poster boy loses job after, I can't remember exactly. You know what I mean? It was like all of these things that felt vaguely or fairly right wing being levied at a young black academic. It just it didn't sit right with me. And so I just didn't engage. But thank you for the correction. Cambridge, not Oxford. Like I said, I'm not like I'm watching this from space.
Went beyond what you'd expect if he was, I don't know, a cabinet minister guilty of grave corruption or harm to others. But he wasn't a cabinet minister. He was a university professor. A university professor the vast majority of people had never previously heard of, and he certainly wasn't guilty of grave corruption or harm to others. Now, according to an analysis by the media watchdog News Corps, 249 articles were published about Jason Hardey in just 22 days before he died. By contrast, they say, the UK media mentioned Peter Mandelson 119 times in the weeks after the Epstein files were released. In 2023, they additionally say, a white Cambridge professor named William O'Reilly was found guilty of plagiarism, and only the Financial Times covered it. There were two key claims made to present Jason Hardey as a serial liar and a fantasist. One concerned his claim that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, and another is his claim that he played semi-professional football. These claims were ridiculed and attacked extensively across the media. Toby Young in The Spectator used the marathons as a central example in his article on the 31st of July, headlined, Professor Hardey is the gift that keeps on giving. He used this particular example, running marathons, to call him an Ali G-like character. Giles Corrin in The Times said the claims took Hardey into genuine playground territory, comparing it to a school friend who claimed his dentist father had been on the first moon landing, before saying it becomes difficult to tell where Hardey's truth ends and bullshit begins. Tom Slater for Spiked, in a piece headlined The Not-So-Talented Mr. Hardey, described him as a plagiarist, a fabulist, an authoritarian, as well as a DEI princeling, mocking the marathon claims as part of a cascade of bullshit, as he puts it.
Somebody whose job it is to like talk about like these sorts of things. I constantly try and make like ethical decisions on certain things. Like for instance, like drama stuff. I think you all know I try to avoid almost always because I feel like it detracts from us focusing on the important issues. But I also do feel like it can like really be potentially like harmful if you don't like if you just sort of what's the word? Like, God, I can't think of fucking words right now. If you're like postulating, right? Like if you're just sort of hypothesizing at like a broad scale about a person, I think it can get problematic fairly quickly. So I try and steer away from that, especially from political, like non-elected figures, right? Like when it comes to like, I don't know, like the president or Melania or something, right? And like Natalie Harper, any of these other fucking people, and like that's a different situation. But this guy isn't like a public figure. He didn't like, like he didn't get like elected to parliament. He's a freaking academic, a professor.
Well, new analysis by the brilliant journalist Imran Mullah at Middle East Eye suggests, in fact, that both the claims about the marathons and semi-professional football are true. On the marathon, the outlet reports, Hardey does in fact appear to have completed the challenge, which involved raising money for two charities, Shooting Star Children's Hospice and a homeless charity shelter. They note the reporting of the Richmond
The fact is, I know that half of these people, most of these people, These people that were running with these fucking headlines, from the New York Post to this dickbag, what was his name? I lost it. Whoever did this article at Spike. Like, it just seems like deeply irresponsible, right? Like, that's the thing about this, is like, it seems deeply irresponsible to run with that when you haven't checked. You know, I mean, this guy is openly and publicly neurodivergent, right? Has issues as a result. Pretty much most people on the neurodivergent spectrum has some sort of issues with, you know, interpersonal relationships and communicating and things like that. And you're just railing on this guy using things you haven't even verified. Like lambasting him and his character without even having absolutely done the work to be sure that you're right. And that to me seems fairly irresponsible. And as we've seen, that led to some pretty terrible consequences. And it turns out to have all been false. At least a bunch of it. You know, Owen freaking just dismantled it here. And I was just like, how? How did it get this far? How was Owen able to fucking, you know, sit here and pick this apart so easily while these other outlets ran with these fucking stories without a second consideration? It's so irresponsible. It feels actionable. I don't know the laws in the United Kingdom, you know, and granted, it'd be the family, not him at this point, but.
And Twickenham Times on the 16th of June 2010, that he was an energetic lecturer. He was set to push his body to the limit by running the London Marathon.
Toby Young, is that the guy?
For 15 days, followed by a run.
Is that the name of the guy who ran with that story? Yeah, that seems like some scum shit to do. That's some real scummy shit.
Disgusting and illegal.
From Piccadilly to Teddington and back again for the second part of the challenge. They interview Ade, who discusses being taken to a homeless shelter by his mother at the age of 17 and wanting to do something to help people who are homeless and badly housed, adding, "I've been training now for a few months now and I feel confident that I will complete all the marathons within reasonable times, but I'm under no illusion it's going to be tough." I found his Just Giving page from the time. It was headlined 30 marathons in 35 days, in which he says the target is to raise £5,000 for these two chosen charities. It shows he in fact raised £6,285 thanks to donations by 217 supporters. Middle East Eye also notes on a story which appeared in My London at the time, headlined, "Teacher preps himself to run 30 marathons in 35 days. It said he was taking on the challenge of a lifetime by attempting to complete 30 marathons in 35 days between the 19th of July and 22nd of August. Adding, Jason has been training since November and follows a grueling schedule, running 7 miles from 4...
There's so much evidence. There's so much there that anybody could have just stumbled across by doing just the most cursory research, rather than just rushing to screaming bigoted these racism fueled rants at this fucking guy. That's all this was. These people just didn't do their own goddamn research and then rushed to crucify a guy because he was black and successful. And rush to just obliterate his character. Real despicable life choices from a bunch of people involved here. What it led to is just fucking tragic.
Running 30 marathons in 35 days. Crucially, Shooting Star's Director of Fundraising and Marketing, Kim Darton, was reported as cycling alongside Ade on his 24th marathon and said, "I stayed with Jason throughout and we shared life stories through the night. I'm stunned by this splendid man and found my moments with him tremendously inspiring." Then on the 25th of August, Middle East Eye report that the Richmond and Twickenham Times said that after completing his marathon, he endured daily ice baths and a hairline fracture to his leg. That is a key.
all while studying for his master's degree. You know, like, this is the thing about this. Like, I was like, I don't know exactly what happened here. But I know that this is being done by disingenuous people. You know? Like, because this guy clearly was accomplished, and he didn't get, you know, to Cambridge out of nowhere, out of nothing. You know what I mean? Out of, like, having done nothing of merit. And people are just rushing to claim he was meritless. Based purely on identity, in the same way that we are used to seeing over and over again. You know, the fact is, Owen took no time. It took him no time to unpack all of the wrong things about the claims people were making against this guy. Whether in his funds being raised for charity, his athletic excellence, or whatever else. And it's just
Entertainment without affirmative action.
Yeah. I don't know if he committed perjury, or not perjury. What's it called? Fuck. What's it called? I can't think of the word. Plagiarism. But, you know, we live in a time where literally the oligarchs are plagiarizing the history and knowledge of the entire species and claiming it as their own. And people are being encouraged to use AI all the time. I wouldn't be shocked if some sort of mix-up happened. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Once again, I didn't do that much research into the particular thing. You know, the particular, like the article, or that's being claimed that he supposedly plagiarized, which I believe was in a book that he wrote or something like that. And people just harangued this guy incessantly in a way I did not appreciate. You know who else has been attacked in the media, perhaps unfairly, maybe not as unfairly not nearly as unfairly as Jason Arthey, but there has been at least a fair bit of unfair criticism of these two. Yes, indeed, the royal twits. Harry and Meghan. They're all twits, but, I mean, the fact that they're on the outs with the most powerful twits makes them sort of my favorite of the group.
Going it alone, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex announced they're stepping back as senior royals.
Will you no longer take your children back to the UK?
I think it's probably too soon to tell. I would love reconciliation with my family.
Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, plan to move back to the UK.
You know, I think they get a bad rap. My thoughts are that I'm not especially happy about it.
I think it's great. They're back home.
Yes. Yes. No, this is not a Royals podcast. You think we're going to really? No. You get 30 seconds of that. 32 seconds of Royal coverage. Harry and Meghan, they're supposedly coming back. A lot of people are excited and or deeply upset about it. You could probably guess where those people tend to fall politically. Although it's not a monolith on Harry and Meghan support. But no, we are not going to get all in the weeds on that. This is not a Royals. I could care fucking less. It's still a deeply undemocratic institution that has done countless atrocities across the planet. Probably at least one of the countries most responsible for the current situation we're in as a sort of human race. But yes, you're right. The racist UK press did hound Meghan out. But it's just, it's Was out of the United States? Wait, the UK press hounded her out of the US? See, that part I didn't even quite understand. See, this is because the royals are just so far away from being important to me, especially to the podcast itself. I feel like we focus on important stuff usually, you know, like rather than the ins and outs of Windsor. You know, we're focused on 10 Downing, you know, at the very least. Because let's be real, like what they do, should it matter? I mean, it does matter, but it shouldn't. Like there shouldn't be some sort of like hierarchical, vaguely blood-based system of inheritance for power. That's stupid. That's stupid. Somebody came up with that a long ass time ago, and you guys are still sticking with it, and I still think it's a little stupid. I mean, there are things about you that are more fun. There are more things, that, you know, don't get me wrong, I appreciate certain aspects of the British system. Sometimes I feel like we should just rejoin, you know? Like, we're heading towards monarchy. Maybe we could just switch kings. I would take Charles over Trump. If I had to. Like, I've got one king right now, Orange King. I'll take the king with the actual crown. Even though he's a dickbag. I feel like, you know, like at least he's got a real lineage. Who the hell is Trump? He and his family showed up like 100 years ago around here. You think you'd rather just look? I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be pragmatic here. I would take that form of government over what we have right now. Things are a real mess over here. Look, we'll undo the Tea Party, right? Like the Boston Tea Party was clearly a mistake. We love kings around here now. We got one as president. We might as well just embrace a real king with real kingly authority. I mean, even if it is derived from some sort of nonsensical ceremonial shenanigans. Like, you're not following me here. Look, I'm just weighing the options. Okay, that's sort of my job. Okay, don't burn me for having opinions. For at least 2 years, I would accept the British monarchy until we can solve our situation over here. Okay. Right, like King Charles 2028 over Trump 2028, right? Like, instead of the fake king who wants a third term, I'll just do Charles. Like, that's fine. At least they have national health care. At least you guys have national health care, right? Like, do you think, like, I could sit here and make this point all night. Don't make me do it, okay? Like, don't make me do it, because I could go in on this. That's just, we got a lot of things that we could learn from our former oppressors. I think that's rash. I don't think we're gonna rush to do that. I don't think it's not in danger of happening. I'm just some random guy in a space station just sort of talking into a microphone right now. This is not gonna happen. Let's be real. Come on. Come on! Alright, moving along from the United Kingdom to another place that starts with UK. Ukraine. Where fighting between Ukraine and Russia continued all friggin' week. It's a real fire, a hellscape.
I'm Phil Gale. Welcome to The Day. We begin with one of the largest attacks on Russia since the start of the Ukraine war. More than 600 drones reportedly targeted the Moscow area overnight in a sustained aerial assault. Now, it comes just days after another blitz on the Russian capital and the surrounding region. Moscow officials say most drones were intercepted on approach. Ukraine's increasingly launched swarms of drones at warehouses belonging to the online retailer Wildberries in an attempt to damage Russia's war economy. Meanwhile, Moscow is threatening consequences for the United Kingdom after the reported use of British drones for long-range strikes against Russia. Moscow has repeatedly warned Ukraine's Western allies that supplying Kyiv with weapons...
As I mentioned earlier when we were watching this earlier this week, this is the second time. Am I wrong? There's a couple British chatters in here right now. Or people in the UK or near region. Am I wrong? It's been a month. It's less than a month. That's two different powers threatening the United Kingdom. First it was Iran last month, right? In July. And now here, now you got Russia also threatening. We're really converging conflicts, are we not? Like, things are getting bad. Like, that's two different larger powers threatening the United Kingdom in the span of about a month, I think. And it does not bode well for the future. There's so many bad, foreshadowing-ish sort of like events lately. Quite disturbing. I'm not saying we're in World War III. I'm just saying we're not. The historians will decide in the future, but boy, oh boy, it's stuff like that. Where where these things start to like blur. Like the lines start getting blurry vis-a-vis where these conflicts start and stop. You're claiming Irish privilege. I knew you would do that, which is why I started to amend what I was saying vis-a-vis British. Try to change the geographical words I was using. I knew there would be some sort of contention around that. All right, another DW clip. This one from Wednesday. Regarding growing fears in the Russian economic system.
U.S. and British media are reporting that Russians are withdrawing more and more cash from the country's banks amid fears that the Kremlin could soon seize deposits to fund its war in Ukraine. Already at the start of Moscow's full-scale invasion, Russians moved in large numbers to withdraw private savings. But now, recent data from Russia's central bank shows citizens are withdrawing rubles in record amounts. Media reports suggest the Kremlin's difficulties in dealing with Ukraine's intensifying drone attacks could be to blame, with more and more Russians feeling the direct...
It's not good when Russia's admitting it. If they have to admit it, it must be, so honestly, in my opinion, it's got to be somehow worse than whatever Russia is saying it is. Because Putin isn't rushing to admit vulnerabilities. So if they have to admit that people are doing this, it must be fairly prevalent.
Effects of the war. Just this week, Russian media reported that more than 70% of service stations nationwide were out of fuel. We're joined now by Benjamin Hilgenstock.
Okay. Perfect. Well, Space Time has been a pretty crazy week. Supposedly, people in Russia are losing confidence in Russia's a number of Russia's ability to pay for the war, a number of other things, being able to hold on to their money in their own bank accounts,
President
but apparently
Trump's Middle East envoy Jared.
The fact is, this has been a rather complicated financial situation for Russia. And they were benefiting from raised oil prices for some time, but the fact is they have to be able to sell the oil to get those prices. And unfortunately for Russia's economy, it's very difficult to sell the oil when it's always blowing up. And Ukraine has been not just targeting wild berries, which is like the Amazon of Russia. Like they've like at this point, every number that I keep in my head just gets completely blown out by the next one. I have no idea where it's at now, but I think it's like in the dozens of these things. They're basically the Amazon of Russia and have been a huge target. But they've also been targeting oil facilities, like massive oil storage facilities across Russia has been targeted by Ukraine. I don't know exactly how much has been affected, but I mean, that's not helping. Can't sell oil that's on fire and blown up, no longer in a tank. And oil prices have come down, not enough for for people buying like at the pump, but for Russia it's down enough that it's not as much of a windfall right now, although that could change dramatically at any point, and it's honestly on a weird upswing right now as we speak. One day we could be back over 100, but right now it's in the 80s for the what's it called? The sweet crude or whatever it's called. I think don't quote me on the particular kind of oil. But point is like if their economy, I mean, they've been stretching themselves thin this whole time. The Iran war is a momentary boon, but without the ability to sell the oil, it's not helping. If you're having massive losses because of military actions, it doesn't really matter. And I think that's part of the huge problem. And like whether or not the people of Russia are correct vis-a-vis what Russia's going to do, like I think it has to do somewhat with the things that they've been seeing recently that are probably concerning signs, right? Like the ability for for Ukraine to continue to strike within the territory, not just the oil storage. I think the thing that might be hitting Russians the most is the attacks that Ukraine has levied on like Russian gas stations, just like Russia has done in Ukraine. Ukraine has now turned around and taken out dozens of Russian gas stations across Western Russia, as well as, prevented Russia from like being able to get oil to those stations. So like I think, like we saw like images over a number of weeks of Russian civilians waiting in lines for, the only open gas station for miles. Something that I'm sure is, concerning to people about what the future has to bring. I think in America, if we were waiting in lines for gas, people would be hiding money in their mattresses too, right? Just for comparison, I think there'd be a lot of people here too who'd be like, oh my God, the government's going to come and take my money. Go put it in the mattress right now. Considering who's in charge of America and Russia, he might not be that wrong. He might not be that far off. Speaking of the people in charge of the United States, we can't forget that the Emperor's son-in-law is still doing diplomacy all over the fucking place. Here's BBC. Israel time. Slender Man's been busy.
President Trump's Middle East envoy, Jared Kushner, is in talks this hour with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following his rare meeting on Sunday with Hamas leaders in Cairo. It was the first time that Jared Kushner sat down with Hamas officials since October last year, when they met to finalise the ceasefire and the hostage release deal. The Board of Peace envoy and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair was supposedly in that meeting, along with the head of Egyptian intelligence, Hassan Rashad. Now, under the proposed 15-point plan supported by President Trump, Hamas has agreed to disarm in exchange for a full Israeli military withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. But that agreement was rejected last week by the Israeli Prime Minister. There are hardline elements within his government who don't want a peace deal. There are
hardline elements within his government that don't want to. You mean the entire government, including Benjamin Netanyahu? If that's what you mean by a hardline, then yes. The entire Israeli government mostly is against this, aside from like 3 guys. There's no soft line Israeli government. The Israeli government's committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and almost no one, aside from like the 2 Palestinians, like the 2 Arabs that are in the Knesset. Hey, everybody else is like on board with all of this shit. But yeah, Jared is out there doing more U.S. government work. I was told that he wasn't going to have any sort of official capacity in the government. Now he's, acting as like the top diplomat. It's ridiculous. Remember that before Trump got elected? While he was campaigning, he was like, oh no, Jared, no. Jared won't get involved in the government. No, I think him and Eric and Ivanka and Donald Jr. No, it's too much. It's too much. It's very, very high stress being in government. So they'll probably take it easy. They got businesses to run. As it turns out, they can run businesses and enrich themselves while pretending to do stuff for America just fine. Count Binface needs to become leader of Earth. Wow, of Earth. Wow. Binface, leader of Earth. Well, first we need like an Earth government, right? Because that's part of the problem with this plan. Like, I like the plan, but, right, like follow me. In order for Binface to be leader of Earth, we need a one world Earth government, which we don't have, right? So what you gotta pick a side. Like, you gotta pick at least, I get where you're going with this, but like, you don't have a one world government. Leader of the UN, maybe, like Antonio Guterres, I guess. You can swap him out. But, you know what I mean? Like, until we have a one world government, it sounds like you're talking about some sort of, some kind of invasion. But thank you for the super chat. Anyway, here's a shocking development in vis-a-vis Gaza and, Palestine. Really not Gaza, actually. I take it back. Yeah. This was, but this was a fascinating, I remember what this is. This was a fascinating development from just, the last day or so. Multiple EU countries, France, Germany, UK, and Italy, all condemning Israel's West Bank plan. A very specific condemnation that felt to me to be the diplomatic bare minimum. Here's France 24 English from 22 hours ago.
Joining me now from Jerusalem is France 24's Noga Tanaposky. Noga, just tell us more about what exactly is the E1 project and why is it provoking such condemnation across the world?
Thank you, Annette. The E1 project is intended to provoke this sort of attention and condemnation, and it's absolutely succeeding. One of the reasons is almost technical. E1 is a designation of this Palestinian land that harks back to the Oslo Accords, to which the international community, including all the countries you just listed now, are guarantors. And so they have a stake in guaranteeing that Israel does not take over this Palestinian land designated for a future Palestinian state.
Yeah. So Israel crossed the red line, and, you know, I would like to point something out, because there's a particular nation missing from that list of condemning the actions of Israel here. A fairly important one is the United Frickin' States. You know, seeing as we were sort of the big Oslo Accord guys, like the absence of the United States from this condemnation is rather stark to me. At least I noticed it immediately. I was like, wait, so everybody from the Oslo Accords has sides from the United States? God damn, we really. The Oslo Accords had so many, but the fact that we've fallen that far is just deeply sad. Thank you for the jewels, Eggly, Sparkles, and a star. Aww. How thoughtful. Oh, and a little gold coin. So very generous. All right, now to the war in Iran, where, as we all know, things are still a goddamn clusterfuck. Operation Epstein Fury now approaching 6 months.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Welcome back. It's time to hit the road. We are less than...
You'll be shocked to hear that in this NBC piece where they went to the streets to talk to the voters, people think that the president doesn't have an actual plan for the war. Let's see what this guy had to say in Pennsylvania, a red district.
Pro-Trump disappointment in the president. I think you got a clip here that we can listen to.
I agree with going in if there was a plan of how to get out. This has drug on too long. He doesn't have a plan. He does not have a plan. He can sit there and tell us he has a plan. He can tell us I don't know how many times I've heard we're going to bomb the heck out of him. That's not what we want to do as America. We don't want to destroy civilians and other people. So what was the plan? And he, him and his, all his staff that made these decisions did not know that they would use the strait as leverage against the rest of the world. So here we are again, can't afford the medical, and now we can't afford gasoline. And he wants to say it's temporarily. How long is that?
How long is that? That's a great question, sir. How long is that? It's like, I mean, it's what we keep saying. He said it was going to be weeks. It's now been 6 full months. Heading into number 7, it's right around the corner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When is that exactly? When is the patriotic gas costs? When is that gonna be over, huh? When people are done taking a freaking taking one for the team, for Team America. I think people are getting kind of sick. You know, patriotism can only go so far. You dry out your bank account, filling up your freaking Kia Sorento, going to work and back, or whatever else. Sometimes you start wondering, what did it all for? Imagine being one of the soldiers out there. Yeah, we've talked about that. The soldiers aren't having a good time either. I would point out they've been having a very bad time this week. We talked about that a lot. I'm not going to rehash all of that. So I say I don't think they're any happier than they were a couple days ago. Meanwhile, while people in pro-Trump Pennsylvania districts are saying that the president doesn't have a plan, they're sick of being patriotic with their gas tanks. The president, a man clearly who has a plan, definitely not shooting from the hip and just saying crazy things that come to him. I only say that because this next story sounds like a description of a guy who's shooting from the hip, doing things that are just sort of coming to him. Because on Monday, Donald Trump threatened to bomb U.S. ally, the Sultanate of Oman, the country that's on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, he threatened them with bombs if they got in the way of the deal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
After Iran said it was working to finalise a joint statement with Oman on a plan to manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, US President Donald Trump made a threat that he would bomb Oman if it got in the way of a deal. Details have previously emerged that Oman and Iran would reopen the strait with ships entering through a route close to Iran and exiting through a route close to Oman without paying fees or tolls during an interim period. Speaking to a Fox News reporter, Trump threatened Oman not to get in the way of any potential deal, allegedly using an expletive for emphasis, though Fox News did not provide audio of the interview. It's not the first time Trump...
This guy is a fucking lunatic. Threatening Oman with bombs? And the thing is like... I feel like he waits to say crazy shit. Like the weekend comes. Like so Sunday night. Like really like almost like Monday morning. Like he's before the markets open. He's just like the craziest possible shit. And then goes back to trying to say normal human things, but never actually goes back to being a normal human. And it's just this disturbing cycle of Trump saying some of the most deranged possible stuff over the last 6 fucking months.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Like every weekend, I just wonder to myself, oh fuck. Ah, fuck, what's gonna happen this weekend? Should do something else crazy. And like, honestly, I'm literally thinking it right now. I'm like, what's he done between now and 8 hours and 13 minutes ago? Which is when I first started the stream. I'm just like, doing my very best to ignore my feed, not look at it, because I got a show to do. You know, I gotta stay on track here. We're already over time right now. I'm certain he's done something stupid in the last 8 hours. Him and Natalie probably sitting up eating popcorn, tweeting about Greenland or something. Who knows? What a duo, by the way. Oh yeah. Speaking of the Strait of Hormuz, day after Donald Trump threatened Oman with bombs, He also claimed that the Strait of Hormuz was U.S. territory in a deranged early morning tweet on Tuesday.
Trump has threatened Oman. In May, he told reporters during a cabinet meeting that Oman will behave just like everybody else, or we will have to blow them up.
Wait.
Fully reopening the waterway has been a key US
This is not
a
the clip.
60-day negotiation.
God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This is the clip. CNN. Tuesday.
Iran's latest demands to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Parliament Speaker laying out Tehran's requirements a few hours ago. Take a listen.
And let me make it clear, until America implements its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding, including lifting the blockade on the release of frozen assets, lifting the oil sanctions, ending threats and military operations on all fronts, and other conditions that America has agreed to under the understanding, the strait will not be reopened.
Well, this comes after a maritime monitor reports another ship was struck while transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, hit by an unknown projectile.
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole clip from CNN. Yeah, it's clearly not U.S. territory, just based upon all of the real news and non-tweets from the president. But we have to look at the president's tweets and truths.
Yesterday, that memorandum of understanding that had been reached between the U.S. and Iran officially expired, with no nuclear deal, no clear strategy to end this war, and traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare, still severely restricted. Now, the Strait of Hormuz remains one of the thorniest remaining issues in this conflict. Prior to this war, no one had full control over the Strait of Hormuz. And then on Friday, President Trump suggested that it would become a U.S. territory. He posted a map today. You can see there on the...
Yeah, and honestly, I was going to bed around the time, and I unfortunately am forced to follow the president in the White House on Twitter and YouTube and things like that, because it's my goddamn job to know what these assholes are doing. And I just like we had just got done doing the stream. I can't remember if it was that day or if it was the day before, where we were literally talking about, it was in the thumbnail, like the like some of the claims Trump had made about the Strait of Hormuz. And then just seeing, like, literally, like, if you go back and look at the thumbnail of the day when we were talking about this, I had basically created a thumbnail that looked very similar to this image. And I just looked at it and I was like, really, guys? I can't possibly be that, like tuned into what the fuck you guys are thinking about. Like, it's deranged how, like, it honestly disturbed me how close it was to that thumbnail that I had done, where I did a little circle on the Strait of Hormuz it was 6 days ago. It was literally Sunday, I think. Yeah, the day before it, I had literally done a thumbnail that looked exactly like that image, except it had Trump dancing in front of it. I was shocked they didn't have the Trump dancing part of it. Like, why not? Like, you know, like, if you're just going to declare things U.S. territory, you might as well put a picture of yourself dancing in front of it. Have a little fun. Anyway, I couldn't believe just how close it is. Like, just to prove it, hold on, we have to look at it. Like, I mean, I'm serious. Like, I can't. Does anybody remember this freaking thumbnail? I'm going to pull up the channel just to prove it. Just to prove how omniscient I was in this particular instance. No, not evidence of any other sorts of claims. What have I done? I just clicked here, more proof of my lack of omniscience and literally everything else. Can't even get myself to my own channel. That's how good I am. That's how good I am, people. I bring a certain kind of excellence, merit, if you will, competence, unbridled, uncontested. Try not to think about it too hard. Look, literally here, yes. I mean, this is ridiculous. This shouldn't be a thing. Like like this is Tuesday. This is Tuesday morning at like it's a deranged hour. It must have been like 6:30 a.m. And then, I mean, this was a Sunday stream. This is literally the Sunday stream. We had a picture of President Trump dancing in front of a U.S. flag stuck in the Strait of Hormuz with a little circle, with a little red circle. They went blue. I went red. I felt red. I felt blues. That's the color of Democrats. I would use the color of Democrats. If anything, mine's more patriotic than theirs, clearly. But that was the week where galactic thumbnails came to real life. Very disturbing way. It was literally the first tweet that they put out. Like, there was, I kid you not. Like, I was ready for bed. I was like, okay, I need to, like, tune it down here. Settle, get, center myself. Prepare for the next stream. And then I get tweet. It's all the White House. It happens every fucking morning, Monday through Friday, starting at like 6 a.m. Like, Natalie Harp just fucking goes ham. I've realized it's absolutely Natalie. This is the behavior of a complete stalker. Like, she has 30 tweets, not 30, but like 10 tweets ready every fucking morning and just blasts them out. Like, she has been poring over them all night, crafting the very perfect, like, tweet. Like, oh my God, waiting for the president to tell her she's done a great job. And like the first one, and I look at my phone, it's just that stupid fucking image. Strait of America. It's ours now. It's a U.S. territory. It's deranged. It's deranged. Why do I have to go? Why is that the first thing I have to look at, like, before going to bed? Or the last thing, whatever you want to call it. It's all my fault. I could just quit. I could just be like, I could just quit. You just unsubscribe from all of this nonsense. You'd never be bothered by it again. Just pretend that politics doesn't exist. I'm sure it'll never affect my life.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, that's a fairy tale. That's a fairy tale, I'm telling myself. Speaking of fairy tales, I'm telling myself, let's see what Scott Besson had to say about oil prices. You may have heard part of this earlier tonight, actually.
After your action yesterday, do you have further actions planned, and what's your reaction to how they've done?
Yeah, well, look, anything that happens within a 24-hour period is noise, and I think that once the market understands that we are focusing on fiscal consolidation and that we are trying to bring the market back into equilibrium in a thinly traded market, I think I'm confident that bonds will continue declining. We've got a spike in oil prices today that I don't really understand. Our announcement is for...
So here's Scott Besson sounding like a terrified school child or something, like just trying to report the results from a science test or something to a teacher who he knows isn't going to like the result, saying that he expects bond yields to continue to climb and that oil prices exploded, but he doesn't know why. Like, this is not good for Scott's job. Scott, you need better answers than that, pal. It's really shitty. He doesn't even know? He doesn't even know why the oil prices went up? It's because you have to be stupid not to know why oil prices went up 2 days ago on Thursday. Yeah, because freaking... for Wednesday, things were just ramping up towards more Operation Epstein Fury and more blockaded Strait of Hormuz and blockaded Strait of Bab el Mandeb Strait, Red Sea, Gulf, Persian Gulf there. These are the reasons why. You know, U.S. had a whole bunch of issues with regards getting a replacement battleship for the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been sitting in the Middle East for the last 6 months. All the sailors have been on there for the last 9 months. The first one that was originally sent, had to turn back. Because it had technical difficulties. Engines stopped functioning, was stranded for half of the week, for 4 full days, and then had to get towed by a tugboat from the Philippines. Or back to the Philippines. I don't know if it was a Filipino boat. I assume it was. But don't worry, America is not giving up. We sent a different battleship, the USS George Washington, from the Southeast Asian region as well. We're like redeploying all of our Asian assets from East Asia to West Asia, basically, to the Middle East. And yeah, here's a quick clip of the USS George Washington making its way through the Malacca Strait between Indonesia and Thailand. I believe it's at this point made its way all the way, but I don't know. I didn't hear that it shut down, so I think it made it all the way to the Middle East. We watched that clip earlier. But yeah, I mean, it's all this stuff just continuing to drag on that's causing oil prices, because it's like we just went through the entire summer, a super high demand time of year. The United States has been doing everything that we can to keep oil prices lower, but they're just like, until the fucking conflict is over, they're just going to continue to get worse. Like, until the strait is actually open, it's going to get worse. We know this because science, because there's only so much oil on the goddamn ground. That's why Scott just doesn't want to say the reason. He just can't, right? That's the main problem for Scott, is that he can't, for professional reasons, Scott can't say the actual reasons why oil prices are going back up. And it's Operation fucking Epstein Fury. Like, everybody with a brain knows. Even the president knows, but Scott can't say it because the president will fire him for saying the truth.
Right to jail, right away.
It's a real bind. You know, he's stuck between a rock and an orange place, and it's just, you know, sometimes you just rather be smushed up against the rock by the orange than, you know, say truthful things. Sweaty, stinky, oily orange. Hair-covered orange. Sorry for the vivid analogy. Okay. Well, we're still not done with the rain. Really, we should be done by now. For multiple reasons. But it's been a real crazy week. I had 125 clips tonight. So when you think about it, we've made crazy time. 8.5 hours for all of this stuff that I had planned out. Honestly, I updated my phone. It's been totally fucking up my process, if you will. Like, I accidentally updated my phone Like not my phone, but my YouTube app. Oh, you won't believe how annoying it is to me. It's causing me some serious problems. But we've gotten through a shitload of clips. But we still have more somehow. Let's talk about the USS Donald Trump. Nope. Sorry. That's not it. No. My brain just broke. I should... Yeah. The USS Doris Miller. That's the actual name of the ship, which Donald Trump is trying to change the name of to, yes, that's right, the USS Donald J. Trump. This man wants to put his name on literally everything while he's still alive. It's the act of a deeply desperate person, in my opinion. He just needs his name all over everything. He's a fucking billionaire. Like, leave it alone. Why do you need a goddamn naval vessel named after you? Let alone this one in particular. There's plenty of boats. This one seems like a bad, just like a bad choice. Like a bad ship to decide to rename after yourself. But really, you'll see that it really just sort of fits right in line with everything that this nation now stands for under President Trump, blatantly. Some could argue that it's been this way covertly for a long time, but it's been sort of ebbed. It's ebbed and it's flowed. Yeah. There's been times where we have tried to recognize the existence of the people who live here, the history that makes up the country. And then there's been other times where we're doing the exact opposite of that. Blatantly or otherwise. What's the word? We can't. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I say so many words around here. By the time it gets now, like halfway through these things, I almost forget what I'm saying. Like, I know what I'm focused on right now, but like it happens to me all the time. But let's talk about this ridiculous, shameful moment in American history. So let's not forget everything President Trump does is technically history. He is the president. This is America. And Trump is rebranding history in his image.
CNN has exclusive new reporting, and sources tell us the Navy is considering a new name for an aircraft carrier that it's building, potentially President Trump's name. But wait, because there's more. Because that carrier already had a name. It was slated to honor this man, Dory Miller.
Yeah. You are going to be shocked to find out that Donald Trump has decided to literally whitewash history with himself. He's taken history that is, somewhat important to some people in this country. He's made it all about himself again. It's disgusting. And he's not even just made it about himself. He's completely erasing that history and just replacing it with him. It's such a piece of shit. He just knows no depths of, there's no depths that the president is unwilling to go to either enrich himself financially or his ego. Like to make himself feel good or to make his bank account bigger. There's nothing he won't do. There's nothing he won't shame himself with. It is just so fucked. He's a fuck this guy. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news with an interview with someone that might matter a little bit to a distant relative of Doris Miller. We had a number of things to say about the president's desire to rename this boat after himself. Trump posted that he wants his face on the he did not. Shut up. Honestly, at this point, I'll believe anything. At this point, like that sort of thing, like I'm gonna Google it, even though I feel like that's a joke. I'm still gonna Google it. I'm like, literally at this point, like anything you say about the president sounds plausible, right? Like he is a man who does literally anything. Doesn't matter what the laws are. Doesn't matter what precedent is. Doesn't matter what like any normal human being would do with a brain, a heart, empathy, or any number of other things. He breaks all norms, all boundaries, in mostly only the worst possible ways. Really focuses in on those ones somehow.
So for our family, it was quite a shock to hear that was conversation about the possibility of renaming the Doris Miller carrier. And so not only was it a shock, but it was also a shock that we found out from a news outlet, comparably from the Navy. And so it caused a lot of concerns and uncertainty. And so for us, it immediately became a family group conversation about what is happening, what does it mean, because in January 2020 was a big day for us when we went to the naming ceremony and got the opportunity to see what was happening, and then to see Doris Miller get recognition in such a great way as we continue to fight for him to get recognition for the Congressional Medal of Honor as well.
Oh my God. How is that real? How is that real? Shut up. That's... How? How does he outdo himself on deranged behavior? He is a literal tin pot dictator. What is wrong with this guy? Who tweets this? Yahoo News Canada 16 hours ago, August 20. Shut the fuck up. This shouldn't be real. I know this is AI, but what the fuck is... what the fuck, dude? By the way, the whole pool is this color green. It's not American. I love how it's American flag blue. That's how you know it's AI, because it's not memorial reflecting pool green. That's the real giveaway there. There's a number of other things too, I suppose, but that's the most noticeable. He just doesn't know when to stop. He just literally just never knows when to stop. Wait, hold on. Nobody saw it. Hold on. Nobody saw what I was looking at. You have to look at this. This is ridiculous. This is nonsense. Here. But it's not nonsense because the president literally posted it. Yahoo News reposted it. This is what we're talking about. This man is deranged. He has no shame. He's unshameable. He is a literal tin pot dictator. This is Mao is jealous right now. Okay? Actually, Kim Jong-un is jealous right now. I think Mao would actually have more class than this. But Kim Jong-un is jealous as fuck right now. He wants this. Kim Jong-un's like, oh, man. Oh, President Trump, he wins another one. This is ridiculous. He's a wannabe, to some degree, he's like a wannabe Soviet. Like he wants all of the fanfare, but none of the workers, like none of the workers from the Workers' People's Party. But he wants the fanfare and the sort of the deification of the leader. He wants his face all over everything. Honestly, he goes further than most of them. From what I can tell, like he really, like, he just wants, by the end, if he manages to get to 2028, his statue, there will be a Trump statue in like every city. His name will be like laser etched on every baby. They will not give. They will be not like, in order to get like Social Security cards, you're gonna have to get the president's signature laser etched onto your baby. I'm sorry, but that's the president. That's what he's gonna do. Time will only tell. You can't tell me that sounds inconceivable for this man.
One, it is an honor for him to be continue to be spoken of in consideration for Congressional Medal of Honor. That is something that my great grandmother Henrietta constantly worked for, and it's been passed on generations to make sure we can see that one day come true. But even if they take his name and rename another ship, it is also about timing. So we're looking at my mother, my uncles, which is our Dorsey's nieces and nephews that are in their 70s, and them being able to have the opportunity to see this go to fruition is so important. So naming another ship, although it's a great honor, we're talking about timing of another generation that may miss the opportunity to see something go to the final end. What I would say is Doris Miller stands for so much about America and who we are today. And as they're contemplating, or maybe contemplating changing the name, to take a moment and realize the significance of what the name is and the significance of what it truly inspires and impacts this nation today, and the importance of timing. And so, although I understand that these decisions are made well above in many different levels, I would really want someone to take the time to realize the true impact of changing the name and what it would do to society, and also young girls and young boys that look up to Doris Miller and his story and who they want to aspire to be one day, and going above and beyond.
There you go. Distant relative of Doris Miller here, speaking to Forbes. Actually, this may have been CNN. So, whatever it is. Reposted by Forbes. And it would be a literal whitewashing of history. And then Trump just sort of, like with everything else, just sort of sticking his name on it. This time it's Black history. A lot of people find significant that his decision to erase here is quite callous and uncaring, sort of disregarding the experiences. Oh, wait, what am I doing? That's right. That's literally what this administration is all about. They could care. In fact, that's just a bonus to having, you can have Trump's name on, Pete Hegseth could be like, look, you get your name on a thing, and we get to erase a black guy's name at the same time. They'll both probably do a little dance and pop some champagne while they do it. One more clip on this despicable situation. MS Now.
Under Pete Hegseth's leadership, we could see an unprecedented change to who is honored by our nation's military. Navy leadership is reportedly working to rename a new aircraft carrier that's under construction. And instead of honoring a heroic sailor, as was planned, they would name it instead for President Trump. That is according to 3 sources familiar with internal discussions who talked to CNN. NBC News has also confirmed the story. We should note the Navy directed CNN's questions to the Defense Department, which said it had nothing to announce at this time. But as we absorb this news, which would give an unprecedented honor to a sitting president, we also wanted to talk about Doris Miller, the man the ship is supposed to be named for. Doris Dory Miller was born in Waco, Texas, and enlisted in the U.S. Navy in 1939. The son of sharecroppers, played a key role defending U.S. forces during Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. On that day, according to the National Museum of the Pacific War, Miller was retrieving laundry when bombs began falling. He was a mess attendant, 3rd class, one of the few roles open to black men in the Navy at that time. Miller, quote, arrived on deck where he encountered his mortally wounded commanding officer and carried him to safety. He proceeded to one of the machine guns, and although black sailors never received training on the anti-aircraft guns, he opened fire on the Japanese planes overhead. After the gun ran out of ammunition, Miller assisted in evacuating sailors after the order to abandon ship and was one of the last 3 men to leave the vessel as it sank. Even after leaving the ship, he helped numerous sailors to safety. Miller was the first black service member to receive the Navy Cross, the Navy's 2nd highest honor. The USS Doris Miller would be the first aircraft carrier named after a black and an enlisted sailor. But now, the same defense secretary who's reportedly blocked the promotions of numerous black and female officers may take that incredible honor away in order to honor a president who never served in our military.
Disgusting. These people are so gross.
It is disgusting.
Oh, God. I mean... They are so comfortable with just doing some of the most deranged things out in just daylight. Like, just things that you would think they have shame.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
But they do not. He's doing it pridefully. He's trying to impress the president. Don't you see? Like, it's got to be public. Speaking of the president. New threats coming out of the White House. Not about renaming of ships, but of economic... what do you... I don't even know what to call this. Obliteration, I guess. Here's CNN from 17 hours ago.
The Trump administration is overhauling its strategy in the war with Iran. Again, instead of trying to wipe out Iran's military, the new goal is to crush their economy. That's something the president is now branding economic D-Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is reaching out to all of its allies to put together the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world.
If you insist on doing business with them, either transferring money, buying their oil, they're doing seaborne ship transfers, then the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. government, they will put its full might and force toward enforcing against you.
How's that gonna go? We're gonna go back to trying to do tariff war again? You know, we're gonna do sanctions and all this other shit on, what, China?
China! Have to have my China.
China and what, like Pakistan, and who else is over there that's doing business with Iran right now? Like Azerbaijan? Like, I don't know. Like, who are really? Yeah. This is so dumb. This is so freaking stupid. This is not gonna go well. Just so everybody understands, this is a very stupid plan. It's not gonna go well. Hasn't been thought through, just like everything else that they're doing and saying. And it's all gonna fall apart. There's no way that this plan has any salience to it. Iran's not taking it seriously. How's that gone for them? Same thing for China, right? Like, really, you're gonna go back to trying to do that? How did that go? The last time we did it, like an economic war with China. Remind me.
China.
Well, that's right. We wound up in a situation last year where China had 115% tariffs on U.S. goods, and the United States had 135%. Whatever it was something nonsensical. It was stupid nonsense numbers. It was like made up fucking numbers. They were so big, like for tariffs at least. Like it's just ridiculous. And that we're gonna go back to that. Shut up. You shut up. The holidays are coming. Back to school. We're back to school almost, right? We're almost back to school. Halloween's in 2 months. Thanksgiving in 3. Christmas in 4. Gas prices at like $4.50 or something nationwide. And you're going to go back to doing a China tariffs right now? It sounds like the most deranged thing you could possibly come up with. Right? Like that. Tell me how that gets us to where we want to be. Right? Because the fact is like in these sorts of operations, military or economic warfare, we got to have goals. How does this get our goals achieved? And what are our goals? Can we define our goals real quick before we move forward? In fact, can we take a just full pause on all of this stupid, like just full blatant stupidity that we're doing? Just rethink everything. Just for like a second. Okay. We're making massive progress through the clips. Massive progress through the clips here, Nice Base fams. Very impressed. We've already gotten through the very bulk of it. We talked about so much. It's been a crazy ass week. Been pretty weird, gotta say. But we've gotten through so much already. Why give up now? All we got left is Asia. Let's see. How do we want to... Yeah, I think we deserve this at the end. Let's start in the Korean Peninsula, where thanks to Donald Trump, they've been big in the news. With an angry Trump earlier this week in a White House press conference railing against South Korea for not engaging in Operation Epstein Fury and the unblockading of the Strait of Hormuz, declaring that he would be pulling back on military exercises and other sorts of assistance in the region, alarming quite a few people. Certainly here in the United States, who have been dedicated to supporting South Korea for quite some time. Here's BBC from
Now,
Monday.
South Korea is one of America's top allies in Southeast Asia. But now President Trump says he's substantially scaling back joint military exercises with South Korea. Why? Well, because of what he calls his very good relationship with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said that he was not happy with what he described as the costly annual drills and had instructed the U.S. Secretary of Defense to reduce them.
Yes, based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I'm not happy with the fact that the United States has long ago agreed to participate in joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly, with much of these costs paid for by the United States of America, as usual, but send a signal It is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald J. Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it is too late to cancel, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to significantly reduce the joint military exercises. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I mean, supposedly there's mixed opinions, like with any country in South Korea, on this decision, as well as in the United States. But it just seemed rash. If I had to give my opinion on this, I think it just seems deeply rash and not based in reality and more based upon emotional sort of grievances the president has with South Korea that are not based in fact. Like, all of it is just sort of nonsense. Like, that's the thing that disturbs me most. That it's just not, it's not a coherent thought that's being thought here that's led to this decision, right? Like, U.S. hegemony is overrated, but the fact is thoughts, like, coherent thoughts aren't. I'm big time into coherent thoughts, and this is not one of them. And because like, just follow me here, okay? Just follow me how this is all going, right? Because you got you got the United States and Donald Trump and everybody who's been talking this war up and supporting this war in Iran, right? Has been doing it and claiming that we've been doing this on the basis of denuclearizing Iran, a country without nuclear weapons or a nuclear weapons program, while we're simultaneously saying that Kim Jong-un in North Korea, a country with a nuclear weapons and a nuclear weapons program, who's been doing tests just like over and over and over again in front of everybody. Like he's actually, that's fine. And it's just like the sort of incoherence of this thought that just blows my fucking mind and disturbs me greatly. Everybody following me here? It just seems so fucking just stupid. Like, he hasn't thought, like everything in Trump's life and in his presidency, nothing has been really thought through by him. The Project 2025 people thought some stuff through, right? Like, you know, Russell Vogt and Stephen Miller and these guys, they've thought some stuff. But the president, he's not thinking anything through. He's just shooting from the hip. He's just tweeting. Him and Natalie are up at night, and he's just like, you know, and then whatever. He's a lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The hypocrisy of it all is just beyond, like, it's hit like a fever. I keep assuming that we can't exceed the level of hypocrisy that I'm witnessing on a daily basis, and yet somehow the president really is testing that belief of mine. It's very frustrating. All right, Space Fans, we just got a couple of clips left here. Great job for getting through all of it. Your stoic resolve is certainly noticed and noted. Meanwhile, the resolve of Russian troops is waning. And North Korea is now offering troops to help shore up the deficits on the front lines for Russia. Here's CNN from 19 hours ago.
We begin with what Ukraine says is a new threat to its people as it endures yet another wave of Russian attacks. A senior Ukrainian official says Vladimir Putin may ask North Korea's Kim Jong-un for up to 50,000 more troops to boost the Russia war effort. Well, that's on top of the 8,500 already in Russia. The official says the current North Korean contingent includes a drone unit that could play a role in attacks inside Ukraine. Nick Payton-Walsh is back with us this hour. So, Nick, obviously this warning
no.
from Ukraine coming as Donald Trump has been making
thought
new
I paused
overtures towards...
Hush. Okay. That's all I need from that. It's just the broad strokes. Just so people don't think I'm making this shit up. This is what's been happening this week. It's just all craziness. Like, from one end of the spectrum to the other. From America to Korea. It's been lunacy, but it's a bunch of lunacy. Yeah. Now, for a pick-me-up going into the weekend here, I feel like we deserve one nice thing. So we'll go back to America for a message in Mandarin.
你好，我的名字是梅尔佐拉曼达尼。我不知道中文，可是我想试一下。纽约市政府将免费送出2000多张百老汇演出门票，请于8月17日之前访问以下网站，了解如何参加抽签。您还可以免费获得 The Theater Development Fund。为期2个月的会员资格，享受百老汇演出的折扣，演出现场见。
Well, there you have it. A message from Zoran in a language you probably don't understand, but if you did, great job. Points for you. Points for your multilinguality. I think I just made up a word. Don't call me on it. All right. I just figured we deserve something nice. Been a rough week. I think we all struggled to get through it. Thankfully, next week's gonna be great. I'm sure of it. Don't take my tone with any lack of sincerity. It's gonna be great. There's no chance. There's no chance that next week's worse than this week, right? I mean, I guess there's a chance. There's always a chance things get worse or better. Sort of the Schrodinger's future, if you will. Oh, don't do it. Oh, you bitch. Oh, why'd you do this to me? I don't understand why you hate me so much. It's like... It's like I've done something to you, making you mad. But all I do is... Can we... Does this work? It's not so crazy. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmeckley, PB, Mitty, Afrobonics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, God Cat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Pre-Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Egios, Emily S, Hagate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon.